2025 was my first year of attempting YouTube, and I uploaded every day. Minus 2 months, but... Well, this video is every single one. Oh, and not to insult young me, that's enough of that. My first shorts were great. So if I could suggest starting at 1 hour in the video. But anyways, thank you for an amazing year in YouTube. We achieved so much, and it's all thanks to you guys for making this insane fever dream possible. Thank you. And now, without further ado, today marks the start of 2025. We're really living in the future, huh? So to celebrate, here are my 2025 predictions for Minecraft. This year, I think we'll get an end update. Whether it's to the actual dragon fight or to the end city. Or maybe an update to the stronghold, which is the most boring structure in the game. You just walk around for 20 minutes and it's really not fun. Hint hint Mojang. Another prediction I have, and it's a bold one, is that they'll add one item from the potato update. Like the lashing potato or maybe the floatator. But as much as I want that, I don't think it'll happen. I just find it suspicious that they would spend 2 months working on just an April Fool's update. My final prediction is that at the end of 2025, we will be in update 1.23. Happy New Year, and here's to an amazing 2025. Are you terrible at building in Minecraft? Do you always die on your first night because you're homeless? Let me introduce you to breaking and entering. In Minecraft, not in real life, but you're not going to be breaking into just anyone's house. You're breaking into the Woodland Mansion. Some of you are probably saying, what about the Gator and the Vex and the Evoker are going to one-shot you and the bite things? It's fine, I'll show you how to do it safely. One thing you can do is... no more Vindicator. But if you don't want to cheat, you can run to a non-carpeted part of the mansion, pillar up 3 blocks, and kill it. As for this idiot, get as far away as possible and bow him down. Plus, you get a Totem of Undying. And when you kill all these mobs in a mansion, they can't spawn back, so all you need to do is light everything up, and you, my friend, have a brand new mansion. These 3 Minecraft tips will either save your life, or you'll never use them. But just in case they do save someone, if you're ever trapped by ice like this, or if you're ever drowning, and it's nighttime, just sleep in a bed, and you'll get all your air bubbles back. If you're ever falling, and you have a water bucket, but you're bad at Minecraft like me, if you can pause the game mid-fall, change your place keybind to a letter, then hold that key. You'll hit the clutch 80% of the time. This trick also requires a water bucket, or an empty bucket. If you ever get stuck in 2-block high powdered snow, just place water, which breaks all the snow, plus it gives you an escape route. And if it's 1 block deep, you can't jump out of it, so just pick it up with an empty bucket. I hope this saves at least one person's life. I know I shouldn't be getting into this, but I'm mad. This is KMan18. If you guys somehow don't know him, he's an insanely popular content creator with over 9 million subscribers. He's a great YouTuber, by the way, go subscribe to him. Anyways, I was being a common KMan18er and scrolling through his videos, and I stop on this video, the secret Minecraft world type. I open the comment section and see this comment. There's a copycat of you, his channel name is RemixMC, so I checked it out. This is his copy of a KMan18 video. KMan posted his on December 29th, Remix on January 2nd. I don't have time to expose this guy in one short, so watch the full video on my channel. The wooden pickaxe is the only wooden tool you should ever make. I just don't get why anyone would make a full set of wooden tools. They're weak, they're slow, and they break in like 2 seconds. One of the only uses I can see is for furnace fuel. And yes, you can use wooden tools as furnace fuel, by the way. Stone is kinda just superior in every way. As I said before, the wooden pickaxe is the only wooden tool you'll ever need, and that's just to get stone. And then... This is the best base defense in all of Minecraft. Kinda. Okay, let me explain. The reason I say the best base defense is rails is because of a mechanic which is mobs can't go over rails for some reason. They're still mad at you, but they just can't do anything about it. And the reason I say it's not the best is because it can only defend against a low amount of mobs, like a max of 2. And if you have an invasion like this, they just push each other over the rails, and then you still die, and the defense is useless. But I'm sure there's a way to optimize it and make it insanely overpowered, so I'll keep trying. Okay, so Minecraft 2 was just announced. Basically, the overview is, not to say that he basically announced Minecraft 2, and that people want something that's super similar to the first game. It's the talk of the town. So here's my take on it. For one, am I the only one who doesn't want this? Minecraft is a great game, why do we need a second one? For two, do we really want a guy who makes tweets like this? Making the sequel to the most popular game of all time? And for three, just why? I don't know if it's for money, attention, or if he's genuinely inspired to make another game. But Minecraft is an amazing game already. It's a game of infinite possibilities. And if you ever get bored, there's a ton of mods, so I just don't see a reason for a second one. The bed is one of the most overpowered and underrated things in all of Minecraft. Usually when someone thinks of overpowered items, they think of things like end crystals or enchanted golden apples. But nobody thinks of the bed, and it's a lot better than you think it is. First of all, as I just showed in that last clip, you can clutch on it for 50% less damage. But the thing it's most well known for is sleeping. So if you ever know you're gonna die, just place down your bed and set your spawn. Then if you die, it doesn't really matter. Unless... Plus, you can just skip through this. Oh, and silly me, I forgot to mention. Yeah, they're bombs. Which helps you one cycle the dragon, and they can kill people in full netherite. And all that for 3 wool and 3 wood. When the frick did Minecraft become a horror game? I mean, we've all had the classic creeper jump scare, but I mean, like, it's genuinely terrifying now. It all started in 1.9, when they added cave noises. Even though they do absolutely nothing, the amount of times they've sent me running for the hills is more than I'd like to admit. And then there's the warden. What business does Minecraft have being this scary? The way the music fades out right before the warden spawns. The flashing lights. The sniffing. The final roar. And then the one shot. I think I'm gonna cry. This item single-handedly ruined Minecraft. It makes it physically impossible to die. If you haven't guessed yet, I'm talking about the Totem of Undying. It saves you from anything in the whole game. Lava, it gives you fire resistance. Drowning, not a problem. Even suffocating doesn't work. You get totems from this guy. He's already hard enough to find, with mansions spawning thousands of blocks away from spawn. Except he's not hard to find, because he spawns in raids. And people have found a way to exploit that, creating Totem of Undying farms, which will give you infinite totems. Taking survival out of survival Minecraft and essentially making hardcore pointless.
So, remember 3 days ago when I made this video?
So Minecraft 2 was just announced. Basically the overview is, Not to say that he basically announced Minecraft 2.
So that was a lie.
5 days later, on January 7th, Notch cancelled the project. He said the Minecraft 2 idea would have been a sad nostalgia dump. And I mean, he's not wrong. It would have been. Instead, he decided to work on another game, Levers and Chests, which could be for a couple of different reasons. One potential reason is that he may not have realized how huge of a project he took on. Or he may have realized that Minecraft 2 never would have done as good as Minecraft 1. As I said in my last Minecraft 2 short, Minecraft is a game of infinite possibilities. It's an idea that's hard to top.
This is the Elder Guardian. The boss nobody remembers is a boss. I mean, sure the fight is hard, but when you do finally kill it, what? They drop armor templates? Apparently, when you kill an Elder Guardian, there's a 20% chance it will drop a tied armor template. This is the only armor trim dropped by a mob, and not found. And it's an okay trim, but not good enough for how hard it is to get. But that got me thinking, why don't other bosses drop armor trims? The closest we've gotten to that is the best armor trim in the game, found in Ancient Cities, the Silence armor trim. But imagine if you just beat the dragon, and you see a mysterious armor trim on the ground. Imagine the possibilities of what it could be. It's 12 AM on a weekday. You want to sleep, but can't for some reason. We've all been there. I know it sounds weird, but if you can't sleep, hop on Minecraft. First of all, turn on night light in your computer settings, because of the blue light. Set the time to night with the /time command. And this is the most important part, crank up the music. The Minecraft soundtrack is gonna be your best friend tonight. One thing you can do is go into your survival world and switch to peaceful. Then do something calming, like going mining, so you'll be calm and you won't have to deal with mobs. Another thing you can do is go into a super flat creative and build anything, like this, or this, and then just let the calmness and geniusness of Minecraft take over. Good luck, my fellow insomniac. Armor trims are some of the most customizable and unique things in all of Minecraft. Not a lot of people get them though, but to be fair, some of them are a little weird to get. So here is how to get every armor template in Minecraft. Bolt and Flow are found in trial chambers, Coast is found in shipwrecks, Dune in desert temples, Eye is in the stronghold, guaranteed in library chests, Host, Razor, Shaper, and Wayfinder are all found in Trail Ruins. The Rib template is located in the Nether Fortress. Sentry is in Pillager Outposts. Ward and Silence are in Ancient Cities. Snout is found in Sebastian Remnants. Spire is in the End Ship. Tide, you have to kill an Elder Guardian for some reason. The Vex armor trim you find in the treasure room of a woodland mansion. And finally, the Wild template is found in the Jungle Temple. Happy hunting! I just found something awful in Minecraft. You will think very different of these two mobs after you see this. If you go to a Bastion Remnants and open up pretty much any chest, there's a chance there will be pork chops in it? Okay, I know it's stupid, but like, what are you guys doing? I would understand if it was only cooked pork chop. It's a fiery wasteland. Things happen. But it's not cooked pork. It's raw. That's not a whoopsies, he accidentally fell in. That's a Shining type premeditated murder. You monster. Last week, I made a video about Totems of Undying and how they ruined Minecraft. Well, I just found another item I want to complain about, but I can't. And that item is the Elytra. At its core, the Elytra seems like a really overpowered item. I mean, it's literally a flying machine. And sure, it's a really good item, but it's also really balanced. Even though it makes all other forms of transportation useless, you can still die while using it. You have to land softly, which can be pretty difficult. Plus, it's a really late game item. You have to beat the game, traverse the end islands, survive the end city, which is already hard enough to find, and it doesn't even guarantee an end ship. But if you do finally find an end ship, you can get your prize. Last April, Minecraft released their yearly April Fool's update, and they added a whole new dimension. I could make days worth of content about this update, but today I'm going to talk about Mega Spud, Potato Lord of the Fried Legion. More specifically, his 10 boss phases. He starts off as Mega Spud the Clucky Contaminator and spawns 1 chicken. Then you have to get his boss bar down a bit, with Potato Guardians shooting poison rays at you the whole time. After that, he becomes Mega Spud the Toxic Talentalis and spawns 2 armadillos. Then he's the Venomous Vegabond and spawns 3 zombies, Arachnid Administrator with 4 spiders, Scavenger Stray with 5 strays, Creeper Kingpin, 6 creepers, Poisonous Piglin Potate, 7 piglins, Ghastly Ghoulmaster, 8 ghast, Plague Whale Patriarch, 9 Elder Guardian potatoes, Giant Green Globule, 10 giants, then you can finally kill it. This is the Void, and it shouldn't exist. Here's why. First of all, it can kill you in creative mode, which is already like, what the heck? The Void is also at the very end of the game, and you have to beat the Ender Dragon, which can knock you into the Void with all your stuff. And you're not getting those items back either. You know, the gear you just spent hours getting. Yeah, you can say goodbye to it. And you know what other late game item can kill you in the Void? The Elytra. Whether it breaks over the Void and screws you over, or you do it yourself. If I spent 150 plus days getting God Armor, and then lost it forever to the Void, I think I would quit Minecraft forever. Which is why there have been a couple of Minecraft updates that have been very hyped up, and then turned out to be either 1, really underwhelming, or 2, everyone just totally forgot about it. For example, has anyone used the 1.21 Tricky Trials update? Another example is the 1.20 Archaeology update. I feel like what everyone was expecting was
165 million years ago, dinosaurs roamed the earth, but then all of them perished tragically, and all that's left is these fossilized remains of the great giants of long ago.
And then we got Fun Pot and Brush update. And out of the 31 items you can brush up, the most valuable item you can get is 1 stupid freaking emerald. And we didn't get dinosaurs! And I'm still mad about it. This is the Recovery Compass. And I almost guarantee that a total of 3 people watching this have ever had this item in their inventory. And I don't get why. Basically, what the Recovery Compass does is, unlike the normal compass, which always faces north, the Recovery Compass points to where you died last. And if you just died 1,000 blocks out, this compass is gonna be your best friend. If you have no idea what direction you just died in, just have an emergency compass right by your front door. The only scenario I could see the Recovery Compass being totally useless in is hardcore mode. But other than that, I don't see a reason why everyone isn't using this absolutely overpowered item. The Woodland Mansion is one of the most dangerous structures in all of Minecraft, housing Vindicators and Evokers, as well as other mobs. Well, I just found a way to make all of them useless. And it's called arson. Wait. But seriously, the only way to get all the loot in a mansion without fighting is to burn it. It kills all the mobs, and because chests can't burn, all your juicy loot will still be there. Plus, it reveals where all the secret rooms are, and where the actually valuable loot is. I'm not saying name tags and saplings aren't valuable, but valuable loot like the lapis lazuli block in the statue's head for some reason. Or the little freaking diamond block that spawns in this obsidian structure that's in a room with no doors. So don't explore mansions.
Laugh as it burns to ashes in front of your very eyes.
Warning! This video goes against everything I ethically believe in Minecraft. This is purely for entertainment purposes, and is not to be used around good friends, because they will then hate you. For this trick, you'll need one crossbow and a crap ton of arrows. First, you need to enchant your crossbow with Quick Charge 6, no higher, no lower, using this command. Don't worry, I'll put it in the description. For this next part, you need to install an auto clicker. You turn the click to right click, and the amount of milliseconds between every click to 0. Then, turn on the auto clicker and you become a literal machine gun, annihilating anything in just a few seconds. And my friend, in full netherite in just 5 seconds. If you ever get opt or somehow get your hands on this item, you, my friend, are the new god of that server. This is the chorus fruit. And I guarantee you don't use it as much as you should. When you eat the chorus fruit, it teleports you. The only difference between chorus fruit and ender pearls is that you can aim the ender pearl and not the chorus fruit. And that isn't even necessarily a bad thing, because when you throw the ender pearl, the opponent knows you're going the way you threw it. But with the chorus fruit, you can literally go any direction. You can also get a crap ton of chorus fruit fast. In 1 minute, I got 2 stacks of chorus fruit, as opposed to 3 pearls in 1 minute from killing Enderman. But the most helpful and overpowered thing this godly item can do is the MLG chorus fruit, which you can hit 100% of the time. All I'm saying is just use chorus fruit more. Okay, is it just me, or has peaceful mode in Minecraft gotten a little too peaceful? Like, I know it's supposed to be easy, but how does anyone find this difficulty fun? Basically, what peaceful mode does is it makes it so a literal packing peanut could beat Minecraft. Peaceful mode makes it so hostile mobs don't spawn, you don't ever lose any hunger, neutral mobs don't get mad at you, and you regen health instantly. I just don't get how people can call vanilla boring when peaceful mode exists. It makes it hard to die. At that point, just play creative mode. Alright, I'm just gonna say it. The end of Minecraft absolutely sucks. Let me overview this. You just spent a ton of time progressing in Minecraft. You craft the Eyes of Ender, trek all the way to the stronghold, and aimlessly wander around for an hour. Finally, you get so annoyed you can't find the portal that you switch to spectator mode, just to find out it was behind a wall the whole time. Does that sound familiar to you? I mean, the dragon fight is fine, except for the fact that if you're skilled enough, you can 4-shot the dragon. And we're due for an end update. We haven't had one since December 19th, 2016. That's almost 10 years. Just make this part of the game more fun, Mojang. I'm begging you. In Minecraft, you physically can't shoot an Enderman with a bow without changing Minecraft's code. Or can you? Well, I don't know. Let's find out. My first idea was to do /tick freeze, and then shoot the bow inside of the Enderman. This is clearly gonna hit, right? Okay. On the trend of tick freeze, my strategy was to shoot a ton of arrows and hope one hits. Spoiler alert, none did. My next idea was just put him way up in the air. Enderman can teleport 32 blocks, so if there isn't 32 blocks around him, he can't go anywhere.
So that was a lie.
Where did he go? Alright, last try. World full of water. Endermen hate water. Nowhere to run. What? In Minecraft, the Guardian and Elder Guardian both spawn in ocean monuments. If you didn't know, the Elder Guardian is a boss, and it's not exactly one of the more scarier ones. But I just found something they do that absolutely terrifies me. Guardian's eyes always follow you. This is just pure evil. And when I say they always follow you, I mean they always follow you. If you do /tick freeze, it stops everything, including mobs. But not the Guardian's eyes.
Its eyes follow you no matter where you go. Even when you go inside the Guardian, his eyes still follow you. I don't know why, but this fact alone made me 1,000 times more scared of these mobs. In Minecraft, there are 3 types of command blocks. The command block is basically like turning on cheats, but instead of typing in chat, you just press a button and funny things happen. The 3 types of command blocks are the normal command block, which is just a one-time input. The repeating command block also exists. If you click the button with the right settings, the command will just happen forever. Which just leaves this, the chain command block. If I'm gonna be totally honest, I had no idea this block existed until today. But what does the chain command block actually do? Well, you see the 3 arrows on the side of these command blocks? They actually aren't just for decoration. It actually means something. So basically, when you activate a command block, it detects whether there's a chain command block on it or not. If not, the command runs as normal. But if there is, then all 3 of these blocks will be activated. Chaining together command blocks. TNT is one of the most misunderstood blocks in all of Minecraft. Let me explain. TNT has always been seen as a dangerous block. A big reason why is probably this. But another reason is because it's also used in PvP. The problem with that though is TNT is really slow. It takes exactly 4 seconds from ignition to explosion, which is plenty of time to get away. Or just place a block at your feet. Since your player's hurt boxes are more down here by your feet, it acts as a shield, only making you take half a heart of damage. TNT was never supposed to be a weapon. It's used for mining in real life, so that's what it should be used for in Minecraft too. I am a Java Minecraft player, so I think Java is the better version of Minecraft. But fellow Java players, I'm afraid Bedrock has us beat on one thing, and that's the cauldron. The only uses it has in Java are filling it with water and lava. Also, and this is pretty cool to be fair, you can undye shulker boxes, banners, and leather armor. But that's pretty much it. Bedrock cauldrons do all those things plus a couple other things, like putting potions in and making tipped arrows out of it. That just makes sense. So why isn't it in Java? Like, imagine going up to a cauldron and combining speed and health potions. That would be amazing in both versions. Another thing Bedrock has better is you can dye cauldron water any color in the rainbow. You're even able to change the shade and even do color theory. This just looks so much better than what we have in Java, which is this. So I guess Java witches can make cool potions and the player can't? Okay, is it just me, or are woodland mansions insanely difficult for absolutely no reason? There's a very high chance that I'm just bad at the game, but okay, I'm gonna defend myself for a second. Did you see that planned kill in the second clip? I was being chased by a Vindicator and 2 spiders, where they'd lead me into a 3rd waiting Vindicator from the top row. That was a planned kill, you cannot convince me otherwise. Okay, sorry, back to the video. Sure, the loot is good in a mansion, but not good enough to face mobs that can 4-shot you in full netherite, and also disable shields. 9 hearts in 1 hit is not worth a couple emeralds and saplings. And don't even get me started on this idiot. To be clear, I'm not saying I hate mansions. They're such a cool and unique idea, but I just wish they were a little more balanced. This is a witch. Or should I say a bit? Or should I say a, not nice person? But in all seriousness, the witch is absolutely overpowered. The way it attacks is by spam chucking potions at you until you die. They can use a wide variety of potions too, including slowness, poison, and instant harming. But another thing that makes the witch absolutely overpowered is that it can drink its own potions. If you hit one into lava, it'll drink a fire resistance potion. If you're more than 11 blocks away, it starts drinking a speed potion. And if you hit it, it starts drinking health potions, which they do not need, because if they drop the same potion they're drinking, which is health 2, that heals 4 hearts. But they already have 13. The witch is kinda just a boss at this point.
I love Minecraft. It's my favorite game of all time. But there's a couple things in this amazing game that really irk me. For example, why isn't snowy grass a thing? And I don't mean this. I actually love this texture. I mean this. What is this? We have this gorgeous pure white field ruined by this grass. Just add snow under it. Another one, and this is actually a pretty common complaint, why doesn't the stonecutter saw blade hurt you? I mean, it's literally a moving saw blade. That's kind of a no-brainer. Something else that kind of ticks me off is when people in creative mode fill in a TNT hole with only grass. The correct way is to fill it with dirt, then do a layer of grass. Because if you don't, then it kind of just looks like a layer cake. For my final complaint, I'm going to read off 4 item names. Bucket, water bucket, lava bucket, milk. In older versions, milk was the only bucket without the word bucket in it. Okay, I'm done complaining now. I love Minecraft. The bow and arrow is my favorite mode of attacking in all of Minecraft, but it's not exactly the most dangerous. But that got me thinking, which arrow is the best in Minecraft? Originally, I was thinking the arrow of poison. It does an initial 2.5 hearts of damage, then 1.5 more over time. But the counter to that is just to drink a milk bucket. So I decided that wasn't it. Another idea I had was the harming arrow. It does way too much damage for one arrow, and it probably would have won, if not for the firework. Yeah, you heard me right. The firework is the best arrow in Minecraft. For those of you that are confused right now, if you have a firework in your offhand and you load it as normal into a crossbow, you can shoot a firework. And the reason I say the firework is better is because you don't have to account for the angle like you do with the bow. For the firework, you aim where you want to hit. It also does splash damage. So it doesn't matter if you direct hit them or barely miss, they'll still take damage. Plus, if you enchant a crossbow with multi-shot and optional quick charge, it annihilates anyone standing in its way, even if you're not the most accurate. Interesting Minecraft tips you did not need to know, but might save your life someday. Part 2. If you just died in the Nether Fortress and blazes are camping your stuff, if your spawn point is in a snowy biome like a snowy slopes, taiga, beach, or plains, pick up a ton of snowballs. Then, if you throw the snowball at the blaze, it does 3 hearts of damage. And with 7 well-placed snowballs, you can kill the blaze. With this next tip, I'm shocked people didn't know this. If you get overwhelmed with the amount of mobs in a spawner room, just place a torch on the spawner, and mobs cannot spawn. For this last tip, and you will thank me for this, if you're still using the default keybind for sprint, which is left control, first of all, why do you like pain? Second of all, how do you even reach WASD, space, and control at the same time? Use the R key for running. Run! Thank me in 5 years when you don't have carpal tunnel and hand pain. Alright. There's something suspicious going on here. Let me explain. One of the most common and honestly one of the least deadliest mobs in all of Minecraft is the zombie. It dies to 3 crits. It's not very tough. But wait, that zombie looked familiar for some reason. Where have I seen that before? Oh my gosh. Can anyone explain to me what's going on here? Why are the zombie and Steve wearing the same clothes? I had 2 theories. Either it was a lore thing, or Notch was just lazy. So I dug deeper, and by that I mean I googled it. And the reason why is kinda weird. It is a purposeful thing. The reason being, they wanted the zombie to be easily distinguishable from the player. And that's the only reason they gave. For 1, just change the texture to look more like a zombie. And for 2, unless this player is about to puke all over the screen, I'm pretty sure I have a big enough IQ to tell the difference between the green monster and the human being. Or maybe not, you never know. In all of Minecraft, last month I said the armor trims were the most customizable thing in Minecraft. And while I still love trims, they are absolutely not the most customizable thing in Minecraft. There is a minuscule total of 616 combinations of armor trim sets. But with banners, there is a staggering estimated 23 quadrillion different banner patterns. There's cool patterns, pretty patterns, and joke patterns. Plus, if you put a pattern with a shield in the crafting table, you can put anything on it.
I'll be teaching you how to make a pattern on today's episode of The Joy of Banners with your host, Infinity72. The pattern I'll be teaching you how to make is of a chicken. You'll need one blank black banner, 4 white dye, and 1 red and yellow dye, plus your loom, which is crafted like this. First, place your black banner into the loom with white dye and click the vertical line, aka white fess. Next, put in red dye and click on the very bottom left button. Your banner should be looking like this so far. Then, use white dye to add the chin with just a little bit of red showing. Then, add more white dye and choose the option that adds the border to your banner. After that, add the beak with yellow dye in the horizontal line option. And finally, so you don't have a surprise chicken, add white dye to the top. And boom, you have your chicken. If this video gets 150 likes, I'll do a part 2. Which is better, the crossbow or the bow? I found out the answer to that question, so you don't have to. Here's what I found. Let's start with the bow. The bow is definitely the cheaper of the two, only costing 3 sticks and 3 string. It can also get arrows out almost a full second faster than the crossbow. Another thing the bow is better for is just giga spamming arrows. But without a doubt, the best thing about the bow is the infinity enchantment. And no, that is not biased by my name at all. Basically what infinity does is when you have 1 arrow and an infinity bow, you can shoot infinite arrows for no extra charge, which you can't enchant the crossbow with in vanilla survival for some reason. But the crossbow has its upsides too. Even though it takes a little bit to charge up, if you pre-charge, it can be an insta-shot. But that brings me to maybe the most broken enchantment in all of Minecraft, multi-shot. Imagine your regular 1 arrow crossbow, make that 3 arrows for no extra charge, and you have multi-shot. Not to mention, you can load fireworks into your crossbow. Pair 9 firework crossbows with multi-shot and spamming, you get the deadliest assault in Minecraft. So which is better, bow or crossbow? They're both good in their own ways. The bow for fast speedrunning and the crossbow for heavier PvP. But I think I'm gonna have to give the win to the crossbow. Multi-shot just seems too good. It's Valentine's Day, and both me and you are sitting inside watching YouTube shorts. Let's change that. Here's 3 Minecraft tips to get you a partner in Minecraft. People really like builds. If you're on a server with that special someone, and you want to tell them you like them, build a heart right on their front lawn. Preferably out of obsidian to show that your love for them will never break. Another thing you can do is make sure there is no competition. They'll really appreciate the dedication and they'll finally realize you're the only one for them. And for your 3rd and final tip to pull that special person, just simply
Steal their heart.
take your magical netherite sword and steal their heart. Go get 'em, tiger. Okay, genuine tip though, a heart banner pattern and a flower go a long way if you're actually looking for someone. 5 years ago, a creator named Fundy uploaded a video called "So I Mixed Every Minecraft Food Item Together." I've watched that video a ton. I mean, it's just pure cinema. But at the very end, he makes an item called "Insert Name Here." And there's currently 0 speedruns of this item. Shocking, I know. I want a world record, there isn't one for this, you see where I'm going. I started off by getting wood as every speedrun does. And I immediately found pumpkins, which is amazing for the pumpkin pie I'll need later. These are all the foods I need to combine for the speedrun, by the way, 14 in total. I slaughtered some animals for their meat, along with some coal. I cooked up the pork chop and the steak to make our first item, the steako chop. I killed a salmon for later, and harvested some cocoa beans, which is insanely lucky find, because cocoa beans are kinda rare. It then took me 25 freaking minutes to find a village. And finally I found one on a lowly hill, 2,000 blocks away from spawn. This village got me so many valuable resources for the run. Wheat for bread, potatoes and carrots, along with iron from the iron golem. With the 5 iron, I made 2 buckets for milk later. I made cookies, which stack in 8, I guess, cooked up my chicken, found an apple in a chest, and then departed the village. Then I proceeded to be an absolute idiot and look for cod for 10 minutes, when cod is one of the most common loot to get from fishing. But I found some anyways. I was getting close.
I intimidated a rabbit, found the iron I needed for my last bucket, cooked up my iron, salmon, cod, and rabbit. I milked a cow, made the cake. I had everything I needed, and I went on a crafting spree. My hands flew across the crafting table, knowing that soon I will be Infinity72 world record holder of Salmuto Bebebritzel Chochikara Chapateti Pie Cake, with an official time of 51 minutes and 35 seconds. And now all that's left to do is eat this gorgeous creation. Fishing in Minecraft is one of the best things you can do for resources. For just 3 sticks and 2 string, you give yourself access to infinite cod and salmon, both enchanted and unenchanted bows, enchanted books, other fishing rods? I guess someone fell in. You can also get name tags, leather boots, and saddles. I fished 100 times. It took me about half an hour, and the loot I got was, I got 72 nice fish, which is great because it fills 3 hunger bars and it has good saturation, as well as all the fish I'll ever need. I got 14 puffer fish, which are great for water breathing potions, as well as other various items like lily pads and leather. But the big ticket items were the 2 bows I got, Punch 1, then Flame and Unbreaking 3. Then I tried with Luck of the Sea. I got another 100 catches, and it's actually kind of wild how much better the loot is. I got 76 fish, so about the same as last time. But the main difference is instead of leather and lily pads, I got name tags and enchanted bows. The books I got were Bane of Arthropods 4 and Sharpness 3 Prot 3. The bows I got were Power 3 and Power 3 in Mending. Probably the most overpowered thing I got was Luck of the Sea, Lure, and Unbreaking 3 on a fishing rod. The point is, just fish more, you'll thank me later. I just found something terrifying in Minecraft. This could genuinely ruin a Minecraft server forever. Let me explain. When you kill the Ender Dragon, a portal opens up in the middle of the End Island. When you go in the portal, you go back to spawn, which, when in the overworld, means you just beat the game. But if you're in the end, you're stuck until you're let out. Yeah, you heard me right. You could be stuck forever. If you go into the portal, you spawn right back. If you die in the void, you spawn right back. And you can't light another portal either. So unless someone teleports you out with a command, you're stuck in the end forever, and you have to quit the server forever.
Banner patterns are the coolest things in Minecraft. A couple of days ago, I went over why and showed you how to make a banner pattern. At the end, I said, if this video gets 150 likes, I'll do a part 2. And it did. So, I'm gonna teach you how to make a bee banner pattern. You'll need a black banner, yellow, blue, and white dye, and the indented border banner pattern, along with a loom. To start, put your black banner in the loom. First, you put yellow dye in and select the yellow pally effect. That gives the bee its stripes. Then add light blue and the indented banner pattern we talked about earlier. Next, add more light blue dye and select the chief button, which adds the background. To finish the background, add the base effect. You should currently have a stripy ball on a blue background. Next, to finally get away from light blue dye, take some white dye and add the inverted chevron effect. These are the glorious wings. And finally, so our bee's wings aren't just a giant triangle, break out the light blue dye again, and add the chief indented effect. And you, my friend, have completed your bee banner. Thank you very much for tuning into this episode of The Joy of Banners, with your host, Infinity72. 250 likes and I'll do a part 3.
Mob grinders in Minecraft are useless, and it's all the warden's fault. Let me explain. Now, to be clear, I am not saying mob grinders are bad. They're an amazing source of XP. But if you don't have the time or the resources, it can get overwhelming. But anyways, back to the warden. In his realm, the ancient city, there's this fun block called Skulk. If you mine it, you get loads of XP. I may be a little biased though, because mining Skulk is one of the only uses for the hoe. Let's see which one is truly faster. I spent 5 minutes mining Skulk. And 5 minutes at a mob grinder. And the results are pretty clear. So I think it's time to say goodbye to the mob grinder and mine skulk instead. You've played Minecraft before, right? If you haven't, then you're really missing out. But if you have played, then this order of events should sound pretty familiar. Wood, stone, village, iron, lava, nether, rods, eyes, end, win. Then, most people go to the portal. But what if you didn't? What if you lived in the end? You can't just set up a house in the end. It would get griefed immediately. But I'm not talking about this kind of house. I'm talking about a secret base. And this genuinely might be one of the most hidden bases in all of Minecraft. If you go under the end island, the obsidian pillars that have the end crystals on them actually poke out of the bottom of the end island. And if you hollow one out, it's honestly pretty homely. And the pros to this base are pretty endless. My main counter argument was that obsidian takes too long to mine. But with any level of efficiency on your pickaxe, the time goes down drastically. Plus, if you need anything from the overworld, you can just go through the portal. If you're scared of dying to the void, just build a platform. Honestly, I think this might be the best hidden base in Minecraft, because who's gonna ever look under the end island? There is a ton of ways to prank your friends in Minecraft, like the obsidian box and the door trap. I still don't know how to get out of that one. There are literal 30-minute videos on pranks to use, but I may have just found a brand new one that nobody has ever used before. Let's say someone just blew up your house, and you want revenge in a interesting way. But your friend is better at PvP than you. Just change their mouse sensitivity to on, then go to toggle cinematic camera in keybinds, and bind it to anything. This is literally the fastest I can move my camera, and most people have no idea these settings even exist. So while they're scratching their heads wondering what the heck happened, you swoop in for the kill. This has gotta be the best Minecraft retexture yet. There have been a couple of really good retextures in Minecraft's history, but this is the first one ever that I didn't know I wanted, but now that we have it, I don't know how I lived without it. Minecraft just retextured every single spawn egg. Here are some of the best changes. The bat actually had one of my favorite redesigns. It went from this to this. I think the wings were a genius addition to the egg. It really captures how annoying they are when they do nothing but fly around you and hate the mob, love the egg. Another one I actually really liked was the fox. This just doesn't really scream fox to me. The new one is a million times cuter and it just has a lot more pop than the old one did. But my very favorite egg change is the panda. It went from this 1920s TV black and white egg to this adorable masterpiece. I think it's the ears that get me, but I absolutely adore these new eggs. There is a ton of Easter eggs in Minecraft, like the Dinnerbone name tag turning mobs upside down to name the most famous one, but I may have just uncovered a hidden Easter egg that almost nobody knows about. But before I do that, I'd like to introduce you to my friend, the End Crystal. Viewer, meet End Crystal. End Crystal, meet viewer. Most of the time, the End Crystal is used for PvP. I wonder what... That means people usually don't pay close attention to them, but I am unhealthily addicted to this game, so I do pay attention. So let me explain what I saw. The End Crystal has two main components, the two glass blocks, and the mysterious pink block inside of them. This pink block has cryptic runes on it, not from a language we know. Or, that's what you think. I guarantee this means nothing to you, and if it does, then put the alcohol away. But what if I told you that this was the English letter M? And if you turn a lot of them, they actually spell Mojang. I actually don't know if I can ever unsee this. I just found a block in Minecraft that I guarantee you've never noticed before. This block is so unknown that it's not even in the creative menu. And before you say anything, no, it is not one of these blocks, because this block isn't even accessible by command. I'm not sure it's even classified as a block at all, honestly. That block is this, but I'm not talking about the End Crystal. I'm talking about whatever this is under it. Right off the bat, there's a couple of problems with this quote-unquote block. Bedrock slabs don't exist, especially not with glass around them. And it isn't even part of the crystal. If you put the crystal down, or if you slash summon it, then it doesn't show up. The only way to see it is to slash summon it on bedrock or obsidian. The fact that this even exists might be a mistake, because this part of the crystal is just a sprite without a hitbox, and you can kinda just break blocks through it. I guess I'm just kinda confused why these exist.
Like, what do they do? Bats are the most annoying mob in Minecraft. This mob is utterly useless, and I don't get why they exist. But surely they're not totally useless. Oh, pray tell. The bat kind of just squeaks, and I'm looking at the list here, and that's kind of where it ends. At least other seemingly useless mobs either don't want anything to do with you or are helpful in some way. But bats just fly around your head, squeak like crazy, and their hitbox is tiny, so if you want to kill one, you spend 20 minutes just waving your sword at it. And once you finally kill one, they drop. And this is the best part. Absolutely nothing. Oh my gosh, they're so useless. The only good part about them is their new spawn egg. There's a ton of overpowered mobs in Minecraft, like the wolf who's your bodyguard and the cow, who drops 1 to 3 of the best meat in the game. But I just found a mob that's overlooked way more than it should be, and that mob is the Strider. A lot of people don't even know what this mob is, so let me explain it to you. The Strider is a mob you can ride with a saddle, and you don't have to tame it. So if you put a saddle on it, you can't control where it goes. But if you have a warp fungus on a stick, crafted like this, you gain full control over it. If you're still not convinced, let me ask you a quick question. What's the worst part of the Nether? In my opinion, it's finding the Nether fortress. Because of its harsh terrain and huge lava lakes, the Nether is the hardest place not to die in. Well, the Strider saves you from both those problems. Traversing through dangerous biomes is useless now because you can just cut through the lava, and the other one's kind of self-explanatory. Also, just look at how cute it is! Every Minecraft player knows the childlike joy you get from finding diamonds. Even if it's just one, it's still a good feeling. If you get 2, it's an even better feeling. But if you find the max vein size of 12, well... But what's the most amount of diamonds you can find in a vein? Mathematically, if you squished all the diamond veins in your world into one giant mega vein, you would get a total of 849,488,889,796,160 diamonds. So just a few. But I don't care about mathematical statistics. I hate math. I want to know, on a normal day, if I go into a normal cave, what's the most amount of diamonds I can get from a vein? An average diamond vein has 1 to 3 diamonds in it. And as I said before, the max amount is 12. But if I got really lucky, and 4 12 veins of diamonds spawned on the chunk border, I could get 48 diamonds from one vein. But if I have fortune 3, and I get the max amount from fortune every time, which is 4, that boosts the number to 192 diamonds, aka 3 stacks of diamonds, all from one diamond vein. To beat the game of Minecraft, you need to kill the Ender Dragon. Now, that sounds intimidating because there's a dragon, which are usually really hard to beat. As an example, Smaug from Lord of the Rings is the final boss of the book, and I feel like that's what Minecraft was trying to do with the Ender Dragon, but instead of being an epic cool final boss, it's now kinda clowned on for being an easy boss, and I've gotta agree. The dragon's main attack is these fireballs. It does no damage on initial impact, but then the ring damage does 3 hearts every second, which would be dangerous if I didn't have legs. His other attack is launching you up in the air 100 blocks. But if you're okay at the game, this is pretty easy to survive with a clutch. Now let's compare the dragon's attacks to a player's attacks. Let me play you a quick clip. You should not be able to 4-shot the final boss of a game. I feel like if there was a second phase or pretty much anything to make this fight harder, it wouldn't get made fun of so much. The mace is the most overpowered weapon in all of Minecraft. Its whole thing is that you do exponentially more damage the farther you fall, which means that technically it can do infinite damage. The way the mace works is that it does 6 hearts of base damage. The first 3 blocks you fall is 4 hearts each, so that's a base damage of 18 hearts. And it does 2 more hearts every 5 blocks you fall. And of course it negates fall damage. You might never use this video again in your life, but for that one viewer who's gonna need this someday, here is how high you have to be to kill a warden with a mace. But let's start with a couple of other mobs first. You don't even need to jump to kill a chicken. You need to fall 5 blocks to kill a player with no armor, but make sure you don't crit because that only does 9 hearts, leaving them at 1. You need 8 blocks to kill an enderman. The warden takes exactly 526 blocks. Not 525, 526. It's still insane to me that you can one-shot a boss with 250 hearts. The maze is so OP. Minecraft is the best-selling game of all time with over 300 million copies sold. But what makes this blocky sandbox game so appealing? Well, I figured out why. Minecraft is a game of infinite possibilities. You can craft mega builds, go exploring, or just try and survive. There truly is something for everyone. But that's other sandbox games too. What sets Minecraft apart from them? I think a big factor is music. The amount of nostalgia this song brings to me and you is crazy. And honestly, it's just a really freaking good song. Another thing Minecraft has over every other sandbox is the contrast between real and not real mobs. They put just enough real mobs in to make it feel almost like real life, but then you see an Enderman. The last thing is just that Minecraft graphics are so charming. The all square vibe is so classic at this point. Minecraft absolutely deserves to be the most popular game ever, and it'll be my favorite game for a very long time. You just loaded up a fresh new Minecraft world. What do you do first? Most people would say, get wood. But wait, this is an oak log. Does that mean this is wood? Or is this wood? Or is this wood? I am so confused. There are 3 wood type blocks in Minecraft: logs, planks, and wood. Like, it's literally called wood. The only difference between logs and wood seems to be the texture on the top. Other than that, they seem to do the exact same thing. So I assume it's just a design thing. But other than that, wood just seems like the worst option. And apparently you can craft it too. You can get 3 wood with 4 logs? I don't know if I'm missing something, but that just seems like a net loss to me. I'm honestly really confused why this block exists. Can someone explain it? In the Minecraft options menu, there is a setting called FOV, and you are not using it to its full potential. This single setting could make you overpowered on a server. FOV stands for field of view, and it's pretty much just how zoomed in or zoomed out your perspective is. Now, that might sound stupid at first, but trust me, the main thing people use FOV for these days is just as a free spyglass. It's a little worse, but what if we combine them? You get super zoom. And the craziest part, we were this far away. Do you see the sign? It's way back here. Still don't see it? Here it is. I could clearly read that sign from 56 blocks away. But we can take this even further. The potion of slowness automatically makes your FOV zoom in. So if we combine slowness 255, a spyglass, and the lowest FOV, you can see this diamond pillar clearly from full 32 render distance, and it looks like this with no zoom. That means I just saw this diamond pillar clear as day from 500 blocks away. But you thought this short was over. Oh no. FOV keeps getting more OP. You can go the other way too. If you have your FOV at Quake Pro with speed 3, you can see through walls in vanilla Minecraft. But if you somehow get your hands on speed 255, you get this. And you can just break the game. What did I just create? Recently, Mojang did one of the best changes they have made ever. In a huge retexture update, they changed a ton of things, including spawn eggs. It is now 1,000 times easier to tell what egg you have, but there's still a few that trip me up sometimes. So while still teaching you something, but also having a little bit of fun, here is your new eggs quiz. Let's start off with a really easy one. If you didn't say panda, then how? Alright, onto a harder one. What is this egg? That was a guardian. Now it's time for the difficult one. If you get this, I'm genuinely impressed. This is a ghast? That wasn't their best design, but I'm really impressed if you got that. In vanilla Minecraft, potion effects only go to level 3, except for slowness and turtle master. But if you have commands, you can go all the way to level 255. And come on, you've always wanted to know what speed 255 looks like. Let's find out.
When you give yourself speed 255, your FOV immediately goes out. And if you try and walk, you take off like freaking Superman. This is me sneak walking. Speaking of sneaking, what does Swift Sneak 255 look like? Okay, but what if you combine those? Something I've always kind of wondered is if you could one-shot the Ender Dragon with only your fist in strength 255. Well... What? And finally, to leave off this short, I'm going to tell you how I edit my videos. So first what you're going to do is... The ancient city has always been a place of mystery in Minecraft. Is this stuff alive? What the heck is this huge structure? But by far, the biggest mystery in this demonic ghost town is this huge 20 by 6 portal in the middle of the city. It's an unlightable, unbreakable chunk of deep slate. Minecraft experts have spent hours trying to decode what it does, but there's been no clear consensus yet. But we have stumbled across a few hints, like in the music disc 5. If you listen really closely, it's all such unclear sounds and hints. Not to mention these rooms under the portal. But those are for a whole separate short. There's something going on here, and I want to know what it is. In Minecraft, the Warden has always been considered a scary mob. And I mean, it has a good reason to be. It has a huge beam that does 15 hearts and a punch that does 22. The Warden is truly a mob to fear. Well, I may have just found something that turns this scary mob into a tiny baby. And that is its animations. In contrast to its... The Warden's animations are actually pretty cute. His walk is more of a penguin waddle. And when he buries himself, he looks like an ostrich. And, this is honestly one of my favorite bugs in the game, if you can even call it a bug. This animation is so exploitable. If you build a pillar straight up, he kinda just still burrows down. And if you put it on a single barrier, well... yeah, you burrow into that air. When you load into a Minecraft world, you just signed yourself up for up to 8 hours of fun. But after a while of playing, it kind of just gets... not fun. As much as I enjoy maxed out netherite, infinite diamonds, and flying machines, I feel like defending your disgusting green top from a creeper with a wooden sword is just so much better than... It just seems more rewarding to have little harder victories than easy ones. Also, there's just more to do early game. Like caving and exploring instead of being in a mob grinder. I don't know if that's just me though. There are two types of caves in Minecraft. Normal stone caves, which spawn from Y150 to Y9, and deep slate caves, which are from Y9 to Y-64. The only difference between regular and deep slate caves is these. On rare occasions, giant deep slate caverns spawn. And this isn't just any normal cavern. They're filled to the brim with ores. I mined every ore in this cave, and in total I got 34 iron, 53 redstone, 51 gold, 35 lapis, and a whole 7 diamonds. And getting all that took only 15 minutes. Deep slate caverns are really open, so ore has plenty of places to spawn. And honestly, regular caves just can't compete. They just don't really do much anymore. Just go into a deep slate. Minecraft PvP is pretty close to perfect. No matter if you prefer it before or after 1.8, end crystals and swords and axes rule over the PvP world in the offensive side. And in the defensive side, you have shields, water buckets, and ender pearls. Water buckets are already used as a get-off-me tool in PvP, and so are potions. But what if you could combine those two things? This is the bucket of pufferfish, and besides being the derpiest, saddest looking thing I've ever seen in a bucket, it's also an insanely overpowered PvP tool. If you place down a pufferfish bucket, you get poisoned. and it also slows you. So this isn't really a kill tool per se, but more of a, oh crap, this is doing a ton of damage, I'd better run. Plus, when you pick the water back up, it just becomes a normal water bucket again. I'm not saying you have to use this as your main weapon, but just sprinkle it into your PvP for a little surprise sometimes. You'll be surprised how well it works. Before we start this video, I am sick, so I apologize for my voice. Minecraft has a ton of really funny Easter eggs, like the classic dinner bone name tag Easter egg, and whatever this splash text is. Well, I may have just found the funniest and honestly most stupid Easter egg in all of Minecraft. In the options menu, there's the language setting, which translates Minecraft into over 120 languages. There are genuine translations like Spanish and French, but then there are some different ones. So yeah, the lolcat language exists for some reason, and it makes changes like making the name of diamond blocks to, I'm gonna hate myself for saying this, much money, dollar dollar dollar. Some of my favorite changes to lolcat is the back to screen menu saying, KK, I'm back. But that isn't the only language Minecraft can go to. One of the other languages is Shakespearean English, which is just stupidly funny. It translates mossy stone brick to mossed stone brick. Oh my gosh, that's so stupid. The Warden is the most terrifying mob in Minecraft, boasting 250 hearts and a punch that does 15. It is truly not a force to be reckoned with. And this is the Iron Golem, with 100 hearts and an attack of 10. It is also not to be messed with. But one is still clearly better. That's all fine and dandy. It's an Iron Golem. But what if there were more? Like 100 more custom golems. How many would it take to kill the Warden? It started off with a very deciding win against the Glass Golem, Leaf Golem, and Hay Golem. But then the Slime Golem almost soloed it with this extended knockback. Until the Warden shot it 3 times with its beam. And then killed his children. But the Warden was low. Very low. Low enough for the Diamond Golem to win. As I said before, this mod has over 100 custom golems in it, so if this video gets over 250 likes, I'll do a long form about which one is the best. I am a very big fan of 90% of what Mojang adds to Minecraft, but there's a couple things that keep me up at night just asking myself, why is this in the game? For example, the sea pickle. Can anyone explain to me why these are in the game? The only reason I could see is because they give off varying levels of light, and only in water. There are tons of other easier to find items that give off the same to bigger light level, so the only reason I can think of to why they're still in the game is for hee hee ha ha funny noise and certain kinds of jokes.
Can't even see, let me just... It doesn't.
So overall, it's just a pretty useless item. One of the many things Minecraft has that sets it apart from other video games is that it has in-game commands. This can be used in a ton of really helpful ways, like changing the weather or the time. But on the flip side, they can also be used to ruin the game, and in rare cases, almost end people's careers. But whether you love them or you hate them, we can all agree that commands absolutely sucked back in the day. For one, we didn't have commands like /tick-freeze or /ride. A sad existence, I know. But it was also just 1,000 times less convenient. These days, we're spoiled with autocorrect you can just accept by clicking tab, making all you have to write for this command /gi tab space up tab space dia up tab 1. I guarantee if you told literally anyone this was a command, they would put you in a padded cell immediately. Except by anyone who used old commands, because their hands would hurt too much from having to manually type out /give at Infinity_72 Minecraft Diamond_shovel. How did I not know about this until now? The world of Minecraft commands is way out of my comprehension, but I know the basic ones like /give and /tick and stuff like that. But I may have just found the funniest command in all of Minecraft, and that command is /ride. You might be thinking, isn't that just what a saddle does? Doesn't it look like I'm riding a horse to you? No, you can ride any mob in the whole game. Now that your mind is out of the gutter, let me explain. To do this command, I suggest you turn /tick-freeze first, and I'll tell you why in a second. First, summon the mob you're gonna ride on. I chose the panda, but you can choose any mob. First, you're gonna make sure your cursor is on the mob you wanna ride. God dang it! Then you're gonna type in this command. /ride your player name, mount, and then right here is the reason I told you to tick freeze, and why I said your cursor should be on the mob. Every mob has a custom NBT tag. For example, this is my pandas. When your cursor is over the mob, its NBT tag is one of the autofill options. Then, press enter and you are now in your mob. But this command has some really funny Easter eggs, like if you make the warden mad at you, and then ride on him, he gets really confused and you are now officially warden proof. But don't try and get off. And I know all of you are wondering, sadly you can't ride the dragon. It just says, no entity was found. You can also just casually zoom around on bees in the air if you want, but I'm gonna cover that in a different short. I love this command more than I can describe in words. When people think of Minecraft, they usually think of the 3 classic Minecraft symbols. If you've played Minecraft ever, I think you know what I'm talking about. Those 3 symbols are the creeper face, the diamond, and the grass block. But today we'll only be talking about the first 2. The creeper and the diamond. Back in the older updates of 1.8 or earlier, diamonds and creepers were at the opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of love, with the creeper having been considered the most dangerous mob in the game, and diamonds the most valuable thing ever. But in the big 2025, they're not that anymore. Like, sure the creeper is still dangerous, but not as dangerous as the warden. And sure diamond is still good, but netherite is better. But something I've always appreciated about the Minecraft community is despite both these things being older, what's on the Minecraft launcher? Not the warden, the creeper. And the most iconic Minecraft song ever?
Creeper. Oh man. This task a grueling one. Hope to find some diamonds tonight. Diamonds tonight.
The point is, some things never change. The diamond and the creeper will always hold a special place in all Minecraft players' hearts, and no stupid warden or netherite can ever change that. I've talked a lot about commands in the last couple of days, and they've been very positive videos, but despite all that love, I do have a couple of gripes about the world of commands. And my biggest complaint is about one of the most used commands, and that command is /TP. On its surface, this command is very useful. You can go anywhere you want, but if you /locate something and then TP to it, first of all, that's not the same place, and you want to know how I can tell? Because that TP sends you into a wall with a side effect of death. And I would understand if it was like a block or 2 above. I can't imagine how hard that is to code. But like, come on. Okay, the short was gonna end there, but I TP'd again to the ancient city, and this is where I TP'd to. And if you /locate it again, it says 0 blocks away. I'm not even underground, come on, Mojang. I expect that the cheat mechanic that's not even supposed to be in the game, that we're not even supposed to be able to use, should be good, come on. Minecraft transportation has been taken over by a really overpowered item that I won't name, but that OP item, however unfair and dumb it truly is, it's very late game. Most people don't even have the attention span to make it that far. So that brings up the question, what is the best mode of transportation early game in Minecraft? Because literally who wants to walk everywhere? Well, your transportation solution may have been right in front of you the whole time. The horse has the ability to be the only transportation you'll need until you can do this. But it's kinda RNG if you get a good one or a bad one. The horse has 3 different stats. How fast it is, how high it can jump, and how much health it has. You may think it's a game of chance whether you get a fast or a slow horse, and it is, kinda. Let me explain. Let's say you have 2 horses. One is really fast, but has a terrible jump height, and the other has a huge jump height, but is insanely slow. If you make them, that baby horse can decide the way you travel around your world. Horse breeding is really unique in Minecraft because just like in real life, they have genes, aka stats, passed on by their parents. Think of it like this. If you have red hair and a butt chin, there's a good chance your parents do too. And it's the same with horses. The foal that Speedy and Froghorse made earlier could either be a god horse with both of the better traits, and it's really fast with a huge jump, or you could get the other side of the scale. You could get a slower than usual horse with a tiny jump. But either way, they're still faster than the player is. Anyways, the point is, the horse is OP, use it. Knockback in Minecraft is a hilarious tool you can use in PvP, but it can also help your opponent. So today, I'm going to teach you the do's and don'ts of knockback so you don't die in your next PvP encounter. Probably the most important tip I'm going to give you all video is that you have to have two different swords. One sword is going to have all of your OP enchantments like sharpness and fire aspect. This is going to be your high material sword, your diamond netherite, pretty much your classic god sword. Your other sword is going to be purely a knockback sword. It can be any material, and technically you can put other enchantments on it, but knockback is the only one you'll need. To be clear, the knockback sword is not a kill tool. It's a get off me tool if you're low on hearts and you're getting chased. And I cannot stress this enough. Do not put knockback on your main sword. If you have them in a huge combo, then knockback would ruin it. The only way knockback will kill is if you're on a mountain, a cliff, or a ravine. You could knock them off, but knockback is almost purely a defensive enchantment, so I suggest using it as such. Are you good at the game? No, genuinely, are you good at the game of Minecraft? If you said yes, then I'm gonna make you prove it. If you said no, then have some self-confidence. I love you. I have a challenge, and I don't even know if it's difficult, or I'm just bad, but I found it difficult to beat. It does take a bit of setup though. First, you're gonna load into a world as normal. Then, pause the game, click open to LAN, and turn on commands. Type these two commands to permanently make it nighttime, and then change the difficulty to hard. You have to survive for as long as you can, just using your fist, and the food you kill with your bare hands. No tools, no pillaring, no barricading, and no structures. There's probably some cheat that I missed, but just use your common sense. It's gonna be you, your fist, and this creeper. My PB is 28 minutes and 34 seconds. If you do attempt it, tag me. Good luck. What is the most important resource in all of Minecraft? Most people would say diamond or netherite, but I'm not 100% sure that's true. Sure, they do the most damage and have the most durability, but think about it. Unless you're playing in a hardcore world for 10 plus years, your main weapon isn't gonna be Nightmare the maxed out netherite god sword. You're gonna have a more modest sword, because that's all you need. After a while, one-shotting every boss gets boring. It feels so much better to come out of a battle feeling like you earned that victory. There's also just so many crafting recipes that require iron, 38 in total. And they are some of the more important ones too. For example, let's take our god netherite sword from before. What's good about it? It's netherite, it's enchanted, and it does a lot of damage. I'm gonna ask a question, and it's gonna sound stupid. How much iron does it take to craft a netherite sword? Okay, I understand how dumb that sounds, but just trust me, it'll make sense in a second. To make a diamond sword into a netherite sword, you put an upgrade template, your sword, and a netherite ingot into a smithing table. The thing about that, this is the smithing table's crafting recipe. With, what's that? 2 iron ingots? You see where I'm going with this. What did you use to mine the diamonds you used to make the sword? An iron pickaxe. And what did you use to enchant that netherite sword? An anvil. Everything in Minecraft revolves around iron, and you take it for granted every day. I am terrible at Minecraft. Sure, I can hit a water bucket clutch, and I can hold my own in PvP, but there are some crafting recipes that are totally beyond me. Like, who knows how to craft a piston? Well, there's a website that helps with that, and it's called Minecraftal.com, and it's actually really helpful. Basically, it's just Wordle, but Minecraft crafting recipes. And it helps so much. My recipe skills have gone up tenfold since I started doing the daily Minecraftal. But another fun thing you can do to step up your Minecraft skills in a creative way is to do the Minecraft dull. It's basically the same thing, but there's a couple more things to do. There's the classic guess the block, but there's also guess the sound and other stuff like that. It genuinely really helps me to do the daily Minecraft dull, and if you want to also get better at Minecraft, I suggest you do them too. Thank you guys I'm not exactly 100% sure how to make an intro for this short, and I'm not sure this video is even going to stay up for that long, but it's a question that needs to be answered. Why are mobs so suicidal in Minecraft? Okay, that sounds really bad, but let me show you what I mean. You need rabbit hide. So you find a desert and start searching for a rabbit. Finally you find one and you start trying to kill it. But its hitbox is so tiny that you can't hit it, and you end up chasing it for 30 minutes until it kinda just...
I'm gonna kill myself!
Hey, you got the rabbit hide. But to be fair, that could be an accident. But you know what isn't? The Enderman likes to pick up blocks. That's all fine and dandy, except for when you put one inside a block in a water super flat. Let's just watch. And now it's time for an episode of Will It Live? Will our contestant here either A, place the block and save its own life, or B, let himself die a grueling death in the water? Let's see if you were correct. Yeah, he has no will to live. And we're just not even gonna talk about bats. Okay, genuinely though, someone needs to get these mobs therapy ASAP. You feeling a little devious today? Nah, I get you. We've all got those days where we want to cause a little bit of trouble. Well, if you're in that destroying friendships mood, I've got just the tip for you. If you're on a Minecraft server and you got opt, but you want to have a little fun, just give yourself a command block. The first prank you can pull actually just targets one person. If you do /give at your friend's username diamond, their inventory will be flooded with diamonds. I mean, this is literally unplayable. And because you can't break command blocks in survival, they are stuck until you let them out. This next one is too far, so only use it in very drastic situations. Put simply, it's just /kill at E on a repeating command block. This will infinitely kill everyone on the server, ultimately destroying it forever. Infinity72 Corporations does not take responsibility for any actions caused by this video. Possible side effects include no friends, no server, and also no friends. Please be careful while using these server pranks. They can make some people very angry and ruin a lot of people's hard work, and I don't want that for you. At its base, Minecraft seems like a game with very drastic difficulty. What I mean by that is the hard parts are near impossible. And the easy parts are way too easy. Basically, everyone just thinks Minecraft is an unbalanced game. And on its surface, it does seem like that sometimes. But if you think really hard about it, I know it hurts, fellas, but trust me. Everything in Minecraft has a counter. Take the creeper. Usually, they murder you. But with a simple cat, you are untouchable. Lava, water. Even down to every potion effect in the game has a counter. And that's just milk. Arrows, shield, fall damage, water bucket, fall damage again, ender pearl, death, totem of undying. The point is, Minecraft is a balanced game. Everything has its counter. Except for the warden? What's that about? If this doesn't prove that I love Minecraft, then I don't know what does. That being said, there are some things about Minecraft that annoy the absolute crap out of me. For example, redstone. I'm sure this mechanic is great, and there are some people that are insane at redstone, but why do you have to have a Harvard PhD to do anything with it? I play Minecraft so I cannot get reminded of how stupid I am. Whenever I attempt redstone, I feel like Patrick in that one SpongeBob episode. I guess I just don't see the point of having a ton of really complicated crafting recipes and uses. But I think the thing that bugs me the most is the hours of work can go down the drain with a single water bucket. So even if I was feeling like I made some advancements in my redstone creation, it could kinda just not matter. I don't know, I'm probably just stupid though. I'm gonna set a scene for you. You've been on a huge 12 IRL hour mining session, and it looks like this outside. You know it's time for bed. You have school the next morning. This is your current inventory state. You have tons of gold, redstone, iron, copper, and lapis, but you're missing one thing. You start desperately searching everywhere, until finally, in the distance, you see this. You rush over, and the amount of times I've mistaken stupid glow lichen for diamonds is more than I'd like to admit. And the worst part is that when I look closer, I realize they look absolutely nothing alike. I mean, what was I thinking? Another thing I mistake glow lichen for frequently is actually lava. Okay, that sounds dumb, but it'll make sense. When I'm in a cave looking for lava in the pitch black, this, being glow lichen, looks pretty similar to this, lava. But that isn't even where my hate for glow lichen ends. What use does it even have other than to confuse for diamonds? It's not in any crafting recipes. It doesn't seem like the most decorative block. And this whole thing being glow lichen just isn't even true. It emits a light level of 7, which ironically isn't high enough to stop mobs from spawning. This item seems like a sick joke. Minecraft can be a very complicated game, with mega builds and huge redstone and command block contraptions becoming more popular. But you can play Minecraft in any way you want. That's one of its biggest selling points. But why do people like to work so much? Not everything has to be difficult. You can treat yourself to some things. I'm gonna teach you an easy Minecraft hack that just makes life better. In your house that you made all by yourself, find an empty room that you're currently not using. Go to one of the corners and break 2 blocks up on both sides, like so. Replace them with 4 dispensers facing you, plus 1 on the floor. If you want some flash, add 2 doors and a pretty block on top. In the top 2 dispensers, put your main helmet and chest plate in them. And in the bottom 2, put your boots and leggings. And in the very bottom one, put your god sword. This is gonna sound crazy, but then place a fence with a pressure plate on top. And place another pressure plate outside where the doors meet. This is what the finished product should look like. Now, if you step on the pressure plate, it automatically prepares you for battle instantly, giving you your sword and everything. This is perfect for if you're just chilling one day and then a zombie invasion happens. You quickly get ready for battle, charge at the zombies, and defend your base. Last week, I made a short about how iron is the most valuable resource in Minecraft. And I got smoked, destroyed, utterly obliterated by my comment section for it.
Wood casually sitting in the corner crying emoji sparkly emoji. Wood, bro, wood!
Wood, hold my beer.
Okay, that was actually kind of good. But despite all that, I still stand by my opinion that iron is more valuable than wood, and I'll tell you why. First of all, in the world record Minecraft speedrun, Drip120 gets iron in the first 15 seconds. Again, of the world record run. Secondly, when you go to a village, the first thing people usually look for is a blacksmith. For iron and iron tools, not wood. In fact, you can't even get wood from naturally generating chests. Not including the bonus chests, but nobody even uses that. And you can get iron from shipwrecks, 1/4 of the village house variants, mansions, fortresses, strongholds, desert temples. Need I go on? But before you go to the comments to roast me some more, let me make peace with the wood lovers. Just because I said iron is more valuable than wood doesn't mean I hate it. Me and everyone else on Earth use wood daily in our playthroughs. Sorry for making you mad, wood lovers. Love you. Tomorrow is April 1st, aka April Fool's Day, aka the day about 20,000 YouTubers retire. But also, it's known as the day Minecraft drops their yearly April Fool's update.
Now, for the past 2 years, these April Fool's updates have been highlights of the year for Minecraft, with the 2023 April Fool's snapshot giving us access to drinkable and splash mob potions that you can use on anything in the game, democratic voting, and the moon. And last year, we got a whole new game with the poisonous potato update, adding grappling hooks, and a whole new boss. But Minecraft is a trend. In 2019, the April Fool's update was Minecraft 3D, basically making Minecraft 1993. The year after that, in 2020, when we needed it the most, Minecraft dropped the best update they've ever done, 20W14 Infinite, which added over 2 million dimensions. And then 2021 was screensavers. I'm not even sure what that update was, but the point is, from the research that I've done, it seems like Minecraft does 2 good April Fool's updates and then 1 stinker. And we've had 2 really good ones in a row. That, along with the fact that Minecraft has been doing more frequent drops, makes me think that this year's April Fool's update won't be the best. And honestly, my guess is that they'll try and plug the Minecraft movie, which comes out in 4 days, by the way, if you've forgotten. But just don't get your hopes up too much. I hope I'm wrong. We could get an amazing one this year. Who knows? I'm gonna show you some Minecraft footage, and you have to tell me what's wrong with it. Alright, I'm in my village here, pretty normal. It's a snowy village. Let me just go into this house. What does this villager have to trade? Really? Paper for an emerald? That seems a little cheap to me. I don't know though, I'm no expert. Let's go over here. What is this tree? Oh, whoops. Is this an igloo? Are those even supposed to be in villages? I don't know, man. Why is the sky so dark? That can't be normal. Let's try going into one of these igloo houses. No trapdoor. Okay, I can't do this anymore. It's so stupid. I'm so sorry for this. I just want to show you one more thing. When you ring the bell, these turtle villagers go absolutely crazy. Okay, I know this video is really stupid. Happy April Fool's Day. I'm so sorry. Finding diamonds for the first time in your world is one of the best feelings ever. No matter how overshadowed it is by certain things, the diamond will always be the most beloved gem for more veteran players. But I have a problem, and it's with the structure I'm standing on, the shipwreck. Shipwrecks and also blacksmiths in villages have absolutely ruined the value of diamonds. Going around the corner and finding diamonds used to be the highlight of your day. Nowadays, with what seems like 90% of structures generating diamonds, people expect diamonds in chests and are disappointed when they don't get any. I just feel like loading into a world and running past wood to go get a diamond is straight up cheating. Aren't diamonds usually a late game item, not something you get 15 seconds into a world? There's gonna be a whole generation of Minecrafters who don't know the childlike joy of finding your first diamonds. God, is this what it feels like to be old? I just had a midlife crisis at age 17. Minecraft has 2 sides. One is the peaceful build anything you want in creative mode part. And then there's... Now, those 2 sides of Minecraft are very, very different and appeal to different kinds of people. Well, I was thinking about it. When I was younger, me and my brother would spend hours working on giant roller coasters, and I feel like those giant building sessions genuinely made me smarter. In Sweden, they're teaching Minecraft in school, and if you think about it, that makes a lot of sense. In Minecraft, you can do almost anything and create almost anything. This is a game of infinite possibilities, and I feel like that's something we should be teaching our youth. Alright, Minecraft. It can be a terrifying, rage-inducing, and annoying game sometimes. But on the flip side, sometimes there's parts of Minecraft that genuinely can melt someone's heart out of pure cuteness. For example, the baby turtle. For context, this is how tall it is compared to me. Standing at a towering 0.12 blocks tall, this little guy couldn't outrun a snail, but he sure as heck is gonna try. The way he just looks at you genuinely is so adorable. I just wanna... Next on my list of things that make my day in Minecraft is the panda. From the adorable noises it makes to the way it holds bamboo, this mob literally is the definition of cute. Okay, Minecraft has changed a lot lately, but it's nice to know that even when the warden kills you, you can still get CPT, Cute Panda Therapy. Oh my gosh, I just got back from the Minecraft movie. It's currently 1 AM, and I'm making this about 15 minutes after I watched it. I would like to preface this video by saying it will be 100% spoiler free. I know everyone and their mother is on YouTube right now telling you all about this movie. But what I'm gonna do is the second part of this video is gonna be fully dedicated to telling you the do's and don'ts of what to do if you do decide to go see this movie. But first, my review. Before I say anything, my cold review is 7 out of 10. First of all, Jack Black Carey. This movie would be about 100 times worse if this absolute legend wasn't playing Steve. Why do you think everything that comes out of his mouth is a meme and nobody else has even one? Second of all, the CGI that everyone was dreading wasn't even that bad. Sometimes. There were still some pretty bad moments, but overall, I was pleasantly surprised. One thing I didn't enjoy though is that the story sometimes feels like it just jumped. You'll see what I mean when you watch it, but it's a kids movie to be fair. Now, for the do's and don'ts. These are just suggestions. You know what you're comfortable with. If you watch it in theaters, I know it's horribly overpriced, but get the popcorn. They come in fun buckets that work as great souvenirs. If you don't like talking during movies, wait till it's out of theaters. You're gonna be in a small theater with 99% teenagers that are just there for the meme. I'll show you what I mean. This was when Jack Black was about to say his classic chicken jockey line. The point is, whether it's good or bad, if you're a Minecraft fan, you kinda contractually have to see this movie, but it's all in good fun. I just made a groundbreaking Minecraft discovery, and it's gonna change the way you play the game forever. When it comes to MLGs, the water bucket clutch has always been the most common one, and for good reason. It's everywhere, it negates all fall damage, it's cheap, etc, etc. On the flip side, the slime block clutch used to be the worst clutch in Minecraft. It was really slow to get down, and you would just die on the second bounce. But all that changed in update 1.19, when a less known mechanic got changed. When you press shift after falling on a slime block, you don't bounce. Now, they used to treat pressing shift on a slime block like a normal block, and you'd still take damage. But now, it still makes it so you don't bounce, but you also take 0 fall damage, which actually makes this previously awful clutch viable. And actually, kinda good, because if you're running away from someone, you can either bounce away to a safer location, or you could just crouch, don't bounce, and make your quick escape. It's almost impossible for your chaser to know what you'll pick. What is the most useful block in all of Minecraft? Okay, that's a very difficult question to answer, so I'll be ranking my top 3 most useful blocks. For this list, I'm going to be leaving out the crafting table, because that's literally like comparing the Totem of Undying and wood. But other than that, any placeable block is fair game. In third place, for the third most valuable block, is the door. More specifically, the iron door. This is the closest thing we have to mob repellent. It's simple, it's cheap, and it works. Zombies can break through wooden doors in hard mode, but not iron. And you use them in every house you make, I guarantee it. At number 2, we have the campfire. This multi-tool can be used to cook food, do small damage to things, and it's a great light source. Fun fact, the campfire actually cooks 4 food faster than a furnace, so it's better. And now, for the most valuable block in all of Minecraft, the anvil. For one, it makes a good noise. For 2, you can make your tools better, repair those tools, and name the tools. It also does damage, has gravity, and is the most useful block in Minecraft. AI is getting smarter every day.
It's writing stories, making music, and changing the world. Something debatably as revolutionary as that is Minecraft. It sold over 300 million copies, inspired a ton of kids, and revolutionized the gaming world. But I want to see which one is smarter, AI or Minecraft. I'm gonna make the Akinator guess a diamond.
Round 1.
Does it have a relationship with toilets? No, what kind of question is that? Is it rare? Ooh, it might be starting to catch on a little bit. Never mind. Is it usually underground? Well, maybe actually. Is it a jewel? Yes. Does it contain the blue color? Uh-oh. Does it contain currency and diamonds? What does that mean? It knows. It knows. No, it knows. It knows. Does it have blue edges? Yes. Is it located in Dakota? I don't know. No way. What? Ow! I assumed it knows diamonds, but I didn't know it'd know from Minecraft specifically. That's insane. What? Tipped arrows are one of the most valuable weapons for PvP in all of Minecraft. A harming 2 arrow coming out of a fully charged bow does 12 hearts, which is enough to one-shot a player with a single arrow. Now, those are useful arrows that actually have a reason to exist, because they can kill. But there's also another side to tipped arrows. There are harmful arrows, and there's helpful arrows. The arrow of healing exists for some reason. If you really think about it, positive tipped arrows have no reason to exist. The arrow of healing literally does nothing. It hurts you more than it heals you, so there's no point in using them at all. Not to mention, there is one thing that makes tipped arrows totally useless. Drug potions! And if you want it on something else, splash potion. There is no point in shooting them with a bow and doing 2 hearts, instead of just... Recently, I've posted a couple of videos that people are very unhappy with. Wood lovers, I have greatly wronged you, and I would like to apologize. Wood is great. To prove that I'm sorry, here's my favorite things about wood. 1. Cherry wood. I love this wood more than I can put into words. Along with the satisfying custom noises it makes, I love the cherry forest and the atmosphere with the gorgeous petals. I just love everything about this place. Another thing I love about wood is the vast amount of crafting recipes it's in. It's in 209 of 739 total crafting recipes to be exact, including the crafting recipe for the crafting table. Every tool, chest, bed, and crafting table is made from wood. There's a reason it's the first thing literally everyone gets in their world. I'm so sorry, Wood Nation. Please forgive me. You've converted me to woodism. I love wood! The Minecraft End can be one of the deadliest places in the whole game. And that's because it has the Void, which is basically just hardcore mode, because if you fall in, you just lost every item you had in your inventory forever. So to spare you from all that pain, I'm going to teach you some tips and tricks to help you stay safer in the end. The first thing you have to do to beat the Ender Dragon is destroy these end crystals. Now, there's a problem. End crystals are extremely explosive and can easily kill you. So you just have to destroy them from long distance. Most people just bow them down, and that's fine. But there's so many easier ways. If you can get to the highest tower, you can bow down a ton of others from the top. And you don't even have to use a bow. Arrows are expensive, so a great alternative is actually snowballs. They're easy to get in mass, and they break the crystals just as good as arrows. But if it's a worst case scenario, and you have to manually break all the crystals yourself, make sure you put 2 blocks in front of you. That negates all damage.
Another trick to get up the towers is instead of blocking up, use a water bucket ladder, which is just well-placed water buckets. And it's pretty easy with a little practice. But probably the most important tip I can give you is always have an ender pearl on you. Always. That's pretty easy to do because endermen are everywhere in the end. But if you do get launched by the dragon, you can just pearl back and it can save your whole world. The Spring to Life update has brought a ton of hype to the Minecraft community, adding features like new cold and warm mob textures, new spawn eggs, and the load zone. But one of the most unsung heroes of this update has been right in front of you the whole time and you didn't notice it. And that is leaf litter. Yeah, leaf litter. On its surface, leaf litter seems like a pretty basic item. Some might even call it bad. But I'm here to tell you that it is not. For one, it adds so much to the Minecraft vibe, if you will, which is a calm, relaxing sandbox game with calming music and sounds. Now, leaf litter adds an ambiance noise that you probably haven't noticed, but now you'll never unhear it. Let's see if you notice. That slight crunching noise is the leaf litter. That's the kind of small details that make Minecraft such a good game. But leaf litter isn't only good for ambiance. It has technical uses too, because leaf litter counts as composter fuel. For those of you who don't know, if you fill a composter with certain materials, it gives you a bone meal. And leaf litter is one of those compatible resources, which means if you're in a forest, you pretty much have infinite bone meal, and therefore infinite food. It also technically can be used for furnace fuel, but that only smelts half an item per leaf litter, so I don't really count that as a good use. But still, leaf litter is such a good item, and I almost guarantee you're not taking advantage of it. Minecraft Snapshot 25W10A just came out recently, and everyone is talking about it. By far the most hyped thing so far is the whole Happy Gas trilogy. Looking past the whole creating life thing, I'm excited about the Happy Gas, but I'm also a little sad, because now there's 2 flying machines in the game. I'm in this small percentage of people who don't like the Elytra. It's just too broken to me, but that's for a whole other short. The only downside I can see to Elytras is that they're very late game, and now the gas makes that not even a problem anymore. And for those of you who are arguing the Elytra is faster, you can't work on your builds on an Elytra. And the gas being slower could actually be seen as a good thing. Sure, you don't get to your destination as fast, but you also don't have to worry about dying of kinetic energy on your way there. I still think the Happy Gas would have been cooler if it could shoot fireballs though. Caves in Minecraft may very well be the single most important thing in the whole game. Think about it. After you've gotten all the basics, wood tools, stone, etc., the next thing you want is iron. Your 3 options for that are either 1, a village, 2, a shipwreck, or 3, a cave. And iron isn't the only ore you can get. Huge deep slate caves are one of the best, most reliable places to find diamonds. Plus, you can find some structures down there, like a mineshaft or a mob spawner. You can get lava for a nether portal down here too. Honestly, other than food, it's pretty possible to just beat the game from a cave. Wood from a mineshaft, then stone from everywhere, then iron from anywhere, nether portal from water and lava both found underground, maybe some diamonds, and technically, if you're lucky, the stronghold. So you could be a true sweaty gamer and not see light or touch grass in real life or in Minecraft. That actually reminds me. Minecraft, but if I take damage, I switch games. Okay, so ideally I just beat Minecraft without taking damage. But let's be honest here, I'm not that good. I'm sure as heck gonna try though. I'm gonna... Ruin portal! Don't step on the magma. All of that sucks. Let's not do that. Okay, the thing I'm worried about the most is the nether. There's no way I'm getting through that.
God dang it. Holy crap, run! Dude, this game was the bomb back in elementary school. The nostalgia! Okay, genuine question. How do I beat this challenge? Do I have to, like, beat a game, or what do I do? No, I wanted to keep playing that! Oh nah, Subway Surfers in 2025?
I feel like I need to have a South Park clip below this. Bro, why am I kinda actually gaming? I haven't played this game in years.
I'm in danger!
That game kinda sucks. Who cares? Wait, I can win this! I just have to finish this level. I can do this! Yeah, I'm kinda pro like that. Easy! Okay, you just got pranked by your friend, and it was bad. Like, really bad. You know you have to get back at them. Wait, but hold your horses. Just killing them isn't gonna help. You need to prank them back even harder. Introducing the Skulk Sensor, your key to undetectable tricks and pranks. The main downside of a redstone trap is that it's really obvious. But the Skulk Sensor basically acts as a wireless redstone starter that only activates by sound. Alright, back to revenge. This is one of the simplest, most effective Skulk Sensor traps. First, go to a desert and get to a desert temple. Do everything you normally would, break the pressure plate and loot all the chests. But then, instead of breaking the middle and getting the TNT, only break the middle and place a sensor where the TNT would be. Then, next time someone goes to loot the temple... Oopsies. All of my favorite content creators have played the Lucky Block mod before, and I haven't, even though it's always looked really fun. So let's change that. Okay, so from my understanding, I get a Lucky Block every minute. It can do anything from kill me to give me diamonds, which of course is ideal because that's how I beat this challenge. And you know what, fellas? I'm feeling gutsy. Let's do one right off the rip. No armor, no nothing. Oh my goodness, that's the killer bunny. I made a video about that really long ago. That bunny does 7 hearts per hit. Alright, so not a great start, but let's just try and progress the game normally, I guess. Alright, I've made my super slow stone tools just in time for another Lucky Block. Let's do this. Okay. This is probably the best one I can get because it does 4. I have 4 now. Alright, try one. What? Dude, beating the game? Buried treasure, that could be helpful. Bunny. Diamond hoe, that's so close. Alright, I think the smartest move right now is to go try and get stuff from this buried treasure that has the highest likelihood of diamonds. Alright, we have made it to the buried treasure, but I have 2 Lucky Blocks saved up. YOLO. Oh my goodness! Buried treasure, where is it? Okay, I could die here. Alright, come on. Ah, no, please! 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 What is happening? Why did I do that? That was so stupid of me! Okay, it's literally the dead of night. I'm at half a heart. Please. No! Stop! Please! Oh my goodness! I am so clutch. That would have been the end, genuinely. I don't know how I clutched that. Still, I have a heart, a dream, and a lucky block. No way that's how it ends. You're joking! Yesterday, I played the Lucky Block mod for the very first time, and it was fun. I kinda got screwed over at the end though. But all that got me thinking, how truly random are Lucky Blocks? So I opened 100 of them to see how random they truly are. Here's what I found. By far, the most common one I got was getting iron, diamond, and gold horse armor. Which is funny, because I'm never gonna use them. Ever! Because horse armor sucks! The thing that happened a majority of the time is it just gave me a random item from flowers, to food, to splash potions. It gave me a random item a whopping 36 out of 100 times. The amount of times it killed me was actually lower than I thought it would be. They only killed me 9 times. The most frequent reason being the anvil cage trap, which killed me 6 times. In total, I got a stack and a half of diamonds. The most dangerous thing that happened was a wither spawning, and I got 40 lucky potions. So, in conclusion, I can confidently say that Lucky Blocks are 100% random. Wow, it's almost like that's what the mod says it does. Minecraft 2 truths and a lie. I'm gonna give you 3 Minecraft facts. 2 are gonna be 100% true, and the other one is gonna be an absolute, complete lie. And you have to figure out which one's the lie. First, when you put a blue sheep next to an evoker, the evoker changes the sheep's color from blue to red. Second, in update 1.19, Minecraft added waterlogging leaves, which made water bucket clutching impossible on trees, except if you have snow, which makes you able to clutch on it again. And for the final tip, everyone knows you can heal a zombie villager with a splash potion of weakness and a golden apple. But the arrow of weakness doesn't do that. If you shoot it with one and try and feed it the golden apple, it won't work. Alright, which one was the lie? While you think about it, could you maybe consider subscribing? We're getting kinda close to 5K, thanks! Alright, back to business. The lie was actually the third one. If you shoot a zombie villager with a weakness arrow and give it a gapple, it works just as well as the splash potion. The Mushroom Islands are widely considered the best place to build your house in all of Minecraft, and that's for a good reason. Part of it is that hostile mobs can't spawn here, but another reason is this godsend of a mob, the Mushroom. This mushroom cow single-handedly makes the Mushroom Islands OP. Let me read off some of the things it can do. For one, it's infinite food. If you milk a mushroom with a bowl, instead of getting milk like normal, you get mushroom soup, which fills a dandy 3 hunger bars, with the downside of not being stackable. But in all honesty, if you're living on the island, you only need 1 bowl, because if you realize you're hungry, you can just run outside and get food. But believe it or not, infinite food isn't even the best part of the mushroom, because it also makes the brewing stand useless. Depending on the flour you feed it, if you milk, can you even call it that? If you mushroom soup a mushroom, after feeding it a flower, you get a suspicious stew with the effect depending on which flower you fed it. But the problem with that is you can't do that with just any mushroom. It has to be a brown one, which happens if a regular mushroom gets struck by lightning, which sounds harder to do than it actually is. You either just throw trident with channeling at it, or trap it in a box with a lightning rod, until eventually... Then you have infinite potions of your choosing that give you saturation and infinite food on an island with no danger. How is this place real? Alright, let's be honest. Netherite kinda ruined Minecraft. The whole challenge of the game used to be to not die, but Netherite makes it hard to die. I wanted to see how truly OP Netherite is, so I pushed it to its limits to see the true extent of how broken it is. In lava, you can normally survive for about 2.5 seconds, but having netherite armor makes that go up to an absolutely insane time of 18 seconds. Normally, you can survive a 22 block fall, but with full netherite armor, you can still only survive 22 blocks. It's true damage. Without armor, you can survive 6 arrows, doing 1.5 hearts each hit, compared to netherite, which can survive a staggering 29 arrows. Netherite is so freaking OP, it makes it hard to die.
If this video gets 357 likes, I'll do a part 2, but testing it with protection 4. Minecraft Guess the Sound. I'm gonna give you a sound from Minecraft, and you have to guess what it is totally blind. Let's start out with an easy one. What is this noise? That was a zombie getting hit. Alright, getting a tiny bit more difficult. What is this noise? The answer was a respawn anchor. Alright, it's getting more difficult now. That was scaffolding. If you build a lot, that's pretty easy. Next! To be fair, this one's really weird. That's a mule dying.
Final round.
Alright, let's do this. Okay, think about it a little more. The answer is walking on honey. Alright, tell me how many you got in the comments. If you got all 5, you're legally a god. A couple of days ago, I made a short that was about netherite and how it kinda ruined the game because of how broken it is. And at the end, I said, if this video gets 357 likes, I'll do a part 2, but testing it with protection 4. And oh my goodness. For no particular reason, let's make a part 2, guys! How OP is netherite with protection 4? Let's do some tests. In normal netherite armor, you can survive 5 hits from a warden. As a reminder, the Warden's Punch does 22 freaking hearts, and with Prot 4, you can survive 7. They do 1.5 hearts each. That's insane! Moving on, you can survive 101 burns from Magma with unenchanted armor. But Prot 4 bumps that number up to a staggering 267 burns. I was on that block for almost 2.5 minutes. You would have to be AFK to die like this. But this is where it gets kinda nuts, and not in the way you think. Dripstone can kill someone in full netherite from 9 blocks up, and can kill someone in full Prot 4 netherite from 15 blocks up. Okay, alternate title, Dripstone is OP, holy crap. Do you know what this Minecraft block is? I thought it was pretty common knowledge, but then a couple days ago, I posted a video titled Minecraft Guess the Sound, and one of the sounds was this. That's a respawn anchor getting charged. But to my horror, that was the most missed sound. Some people didn't even know what it was. Guys, this may very well be the most broken nether related block in all of Minecraft, and some people have never heard of it. Let me show you how OP this item really is. Basically, a respawn anchor is a bed, but for the nether. Except without... You place it down where you want to respawn, put a piece of glowstone in it, and right click. Then, if you die, you spawn back there. This is something I feel people could take more advantage of. Because usually, when you die in the nether, it's to either blazes or the lava. But just put a respawn anchor by the blaze spawner. And if you die, it doesn't matter. You're literally right there. And finally, you know this? No, not that, this. Crying Obsidian? The respawn anchor is the only recipe in the game that contains Crying Obsidian, so it gives it a use. Just a warning though, it does only have 4 charges, so use it wisely. I hope this inspires someone to use the respawn anchor. Ooh, I almost forgot. In the overworld, if you overfill it with glowstone... Boom. Part 3, let's do this. On Monday, I posted a video saying netherite ruined the game and made it too easy. Part 2 was on Wednesday, and part 3 is today. So... Diamond armor used to be the most valuable armor set in all of Minecraft until on June 13th, 2020, netherite was added and dethroned it. Let's see how they compare. Creepers ignite themselves at 2 blocks away. So for this experiment, every time I say creeper explosion, I mean from 2 blocks away. In netherite armor, I can survive 9 creeper explosions, doing 1 heart each explosion, while diamond can only survive 6 explosions, doing 1.5 hearts each. Only half a heart, but that can be the difference between life and death.
If you hug a cactus, it'll take 125 pokes to kill you in netherite, compared to Diamond's 100 pokes on the dot. The final test I did, and the most shocking to me, was the Iron Golem. I survived 9 hits from him in netherite, but only 7 in Diamond. Granted, some of that was fall damage, but that's something netherite armor reduces too. The fact that golems can kill someone in full netherite in 10 hits is kinda insane though. Minecraft? But it's literally unplayable. Oh my goodness, this is worse than I thought it would be. This is awful. The goal of this video isn't to get diamonds, frick diamonds. It's to end my pain and suffering. I have a couple ideas of how to end this torture, and one of them involves this lava pool. Maybe if I die, then it'll end this awful pain and suffering. No, it doesn't. It keeps going. How do I stop this? Dying doesn't work. I don't know what will. How does it look under? Whoa, my goodness. Don't drink, kids. This is what it looks like. I have a couple more ideas that might work, and the next one involves a cave. I don't know if this counts as a cave, but just maybe smashing my head into the wall will end this. Oh, it's still kind of visible. This is a really good strategy though. This genuinely could work. I'm about to be sick. I don't even blame you if you scroll off this short. This is awful. I don't even know why I did this idea. This is gonna get like no views. Okay, the next part of my plan comes into play about now. My next hope is that it'll be so dark at night that I can't see anything that's going on, which means I win the challenge. Please, I'm so tired of this. Can I just dig down? Please, 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 please. It was that simple? You gotta be kidding me. Thank you for ending this pain and suffering. Ah, I can still see it. Minecraft 2 Truths and a Lie, Part 2. I did this video last week and you guys seem to really like it, so let's do it again. I'm gonna give you 3 Minecraft facts. There's gonna be 2 100% true tips for you to use, and the other one is gonna be a stinky lie. And you have to figure out which one is the lie. First, if you enchant a trident with Riptide, and you go in water, if you throw the trident, you'll fly through the air. But this also works in lava, just nobody uses it because, well... Secondly, if you do the unthinkable and punch an axolotl, it'll play dead, stop moving, and give itself regeneration 1, healing 4 of its 7 total hearts back. And finally, if you shoot an arrow through fire or lava, it ignites the tip, and it can set off TNT and set mobs on fire. But if you shoot an arrow through a campfire, it doesn't ignite, even though both regular fire and the campfire do fire damage to you. Alright, which one was the lie? I'll give you a couple seconds. Oh, you're thinking, could you consider subscribing? Thank you, we're getting kinda close to 6K. The lie was the first one. You can only use Riptide in water and rain, and you can actually fly with it. Minecraft? But I'm a skeleton. Okay, so as you can see, I'm a skeleton, and I'm 90% sure that if I go out, ow, stop burning, stop burning, stop burning, ow, please stop burning. Well, that happened. I have a bow and infinite arrows, but that doesn't really do much for me. My main goal is to get diamonds, which involves me going out there, but I can't go out there because I burn. Okay, I see some water over there. I think I'm just gonna have to make a break for it. Ow, ow, okay. Okay, but what now? I guess I can get some food to heal the hearts that I've lost? God dang it. I guess waiting till nighttime it is. Oh, or that works too. I was just watching videos on my phone. That works perfectly. Yes. Hey, if anyone can tell me the channel I was watching, I'll pin you. Alright, cave. Come on, let's see a cave. Oh my goodness, or a village too, that works. Wait, is there a blacksmith? Wait, are we good? We're good? Good. Editor Infinity here.
So I was just randomly taking small bits of fire damage even though I was in the rain, and I don't really understand why. I'm pretty sure it was a glitch in the mod, but you can see from the drastic change of hearts from last clip to this clip, it took me from 5 hearts to a half heart, and you'll see why that matters in a second. Oh no! Yeah, that little glitch cost us the run. I just want to win one, man. I just want to win one. This is how OP netherite armor truly is. Part frickin' 4. First of all, I'm so glad you guys like this series so much. And second, thank you for the support of this series. It's so insane. For this part, we're not going to be focusing on netherite armor. We're going to be focusing on netherite tools, which are debatably more broken than the armor. And here's why. It takes a diamond sword 72 hits to kill a warden, compared to netherite's 63 hits. Need to remind you, the warden has 500 hearts. Dealing 500 hearts in 60 hits is absolutely insane. But that's not even the craziest part. The main difference between the netherite and diamond sword is the durability. A netherite sword can survive a whopping 2,032 hits compared to the diamond's 1,561. Still a lot, but that's a drastic difference. I'm mad about something. How is copper still the single most useless resource in Minecraft? Ever since copper has existed, even when it was added back in June 2021, it was considered useless. It only had 3 crafting recipes: the spyglass, the lightning rod, and the copper block. But despite only having 3 crafting recipes, its main selling point is that it can oxidize and turn green. And that would be fine if it was just 1 copper block that did that. But how many do you need? And there's variants too. There's blocks, chiseled, grates, cut, stairs, trapdoors, and slabs, all with variants of those too. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. There's regular, exposed, weathered, oxidized, waxed, waxed exposed, waxed weathered, and waxed oxidized, making there a total of 77 blocks that have copper. And somehow still nobody has ever used or even heard of a waxed weathered copper bulb. That's insane. That's too much copper. Part 5. This is how OP netherite truly is. Part 5. So last video we went over the netherite sword and how broken it is. This video we'll be going over the netherite pickaxe and how broken it is. First off, the basics. A diamond pick can mine obsidian in just over 10 seconds. Now, that's impressive, but the more broken tools still prevails. Something that all netherite has, armor, tools, blocks, that's better than anything else in the game is that it's fireproof and lava proof. That does not mean you are fireproof while wearing this armor, but the actual item itself is. And then the durability. A diamond pick can mine 1,561 blocks, but that's absolutely minuscule compared to the netherite pickaxe, which can mine a total of 2,032 blocks. This final one is gonna be an unexpected one. I know pickaxes aren't typically used as weapons, but somehow the netherite pickaxe is as good as an iron sword. It does the same amount of damage, and its attack speed is only 0.4 slower, or this fast. It's a freaking pickaxe. So next time you're in a duel, whip up the netherite pickaxe instead of your sword. It'll work, trust. I know you've all seen those YouTube shorts that are absolute slop. All they do is just take 5 seconds to film a Minecraft tip video, add a viral song, and then at the end go, OMG guys, don't click the sound. I've always wondered if those tips are even real or if it's just total slop. Let's find out together.
Somewhere in the universe, somewhere someone's got it worse. Wish that made it easier, wish I didn't feel the hurt. The world's smallest violin really needs an audience. So if I do not find somebody to, I'll blow up into smithereens.
I've seen that one a ton. Let's test.
Let's see if this works. Yep, just about what I expected. Let's see if it's just that one though. I actually have a good feeling about that one. That makes sense. A successful tip? That's huge! There's some legitimate tips here. And that's helpful too. Okay, just one more. Surely it'll be fine. Let's try it, guys. It didn't work. So, what's the lesson here? Don't believe everything you see online? These shorts are just for fun? No, short slop isn't always useless, but most of the time it is. Minecraft? But I'm really fast. Okay, I want to see how fast this is because I genuinely have no idea. Oh my goodness! This is me crouching. My main goal is to get diamonds, but I don't even know how I'm gonna get wood. Ready? Aim. Fire. Come on. Ooh. That works. Alright, I see a ruined portal over there. Let's just teleport to it. Oh shoot, we're there. Oh my goodness. That might be the worst loot I've ever seen in a ruined portal in my life. Looks like caves are our only option. I have a cave in sight. I want to see if I can slot this. Oh! Ow, that hurt though. Dude, get in the... Oh my... It's not that hard. Dude. It's not that hard. All that for... Ow. What the... Whoa. I freaking bounced. What the heck was that? Oh, I'm at 1 heart. You're kidding me. Alright, I have to waste the gap. Please, village. Please. Ow! Oh my goodness. Dude, that hurts so much. What am I supposed to do about that? No blacksmith, but I at least have food. I guess I'm just confused at what to do now, though. Do I just have to run around and find structures? I guess there's nothing else I really can do, is there? Oh, and it's becoming night, too. You're choking. No! No! Dude, I haven't won a challenge yet. I just want to win one. The Warden is widely considered the strongest and most dangerous mob in all of Minecraft, having 300 hearts and a punch that does 37.5. So pretty much impossible to kill. Unless it isn't. Since the Warden got released to the game in 2022, there's been a couple of ways found to kill it where you barely have to lift a finger. And because I like cheating, and I know you do too, I'm going to teach them to you. First, dig a 3x2x2 hole like so. Then add trapdoors like this on both sides. Bait the Warden in by literally existing. Do a little bit of emoting, but don't get too close. Then get at least 19 blocks away so the darkness and love beam can't reach you, and bow it down. This will take about 60 arrows, so bring a ton. This method is actually a lot simpler than it may seem, but you need to be good with blocks. First, you're gonna purposefully summon a Warden by making a ton of noise around a Skulk Freaker. Then, when the Warden spawns, make this shape around the block where it spawns, and the Warden will start suffocating. The full trap should look something like this.
But the downside is you have to watch a warden suffocate for 4.5 minutes. This last way is by far the easiest, but it's also the most expensive one. When the warden spawns, construct an iron golem, and quickly, as soon as it gets hit by the warden, start feeding it iron. If you didn't know, iron actually heals the iron golem, and you just have to wait until it wins. The warden doesn't have to be dangerous, everyone just overcomplicates it too much. Whether you've played Minecraft for 10 years or you've never played it before, you know the 3 classic Minecraft symbols: the diamond, the grass block, and the creeper face. But on the other side of the spectrum, there's a couple of things in Minecraft that I had no idea existed until today. For example, what is a pitcher pod? So remember the sniffer that nobody has used since it came out? The pitcher pod is one of the things it can dig up. And if you plant it and wait for it to grow, it turns into a pretty plant. Still useless, but pretty nonetheless. Another item you've probably never heard of is the frog light. There's 3 different kinds of frog lights: the ochre frog light, the verdant frog light, and the pearlescent frog light. To get this block, you have to get a frog to the nether and have it eat the smallest size magma cube. It spits out 1. And the color of the frog decides what kind of frog light you get, and all for a light source. Why is it so complicated? And for the final item you've never heard of, we have the Arrow of Splashing, also known as a retextured regular arrow, because there's literally no difference. Tipped arrows always have a potion counterpart. For example, the Arrow of Poison and the Potion of Poison. They both give the effect to the target. But the Splashing Arrow's counterpart is the water bottle, and it makes it very clear that it gives no effects. Plus, it doesn't even put out fire like the Splash water bottle does. Yeah, I wouldn't blame you if you never used any of these items in your life. I know I won't. Minecraft Guess the Sound, Part 2. I'm gonna give you a sound from Minecraft, and you have to use your Minecraft knowledge to guess what it is blind. We'll start off with an easy one. You don't even have to think about that one. That's the buttons on the pause screen. Let's get a little more difficult. What is this noise? That was a horse jumping. Alright, I'm done with the easy ones. No mercy. I'll give you another listen, because that one's really hard. That was walking on copper. If you got that one, you need to get outside. Alright, you're gonna get totally transparent infinity right now. There's 2 mobs in Minecraft that aren't in Minecraft. Okay, that sounds stupid. What I mean by that is these 2 mobs can't spawn in survival and are only accessible through commands. These mobs are the giant and the zombie horse. These 2 mobs are some of the coolest design mobs in the game, with the giant being 12 blocks tall. But sadly, he has no animations, makes no noise, and is not a sentient being. He's basically just a bag of rotten flesh. But he has so much potential. Imagine walking over a hill to see a huge 12 block tall behemoth staring you down. If you put aside how terrifying that would be so cool! But the sad thing is, the giant was originally a part of the game, with its first ever update log saying, "Giants act like normal hostile mobs, they walk towards the player." But then they gave up, and the last log we got is, "Giants cannot be spawned without modifying the game." And that's all we have to this day. Moving on to the zombie horse. Now, this bag of flesh is no better than the last bag of flesh. So you know the horse's one purpose? To be ridden? You can't ride the zombie horse. You had one job. Believe it or not, this is actually a passive mob, despite its terrifying looks and noises. Speaking of noises, the zombie horse's death noise is straight nightmare fuel. Take a listen. Ugh. I'm just sad. These are both amazing mobs, and with a couple small modifications, they would be great additions to Minecraft. Minecraft? But if I touch the color green, I die. Finally, I didn't spawn on grass. This isn't my 7th try, that would be preposterous.
No, come on. Dang it, dude. But this is still a pretty awful spawn. At least there's some trees nearby, though. Oh my goodness, that's green. What do? I can't punch it. That's touching green. I guess just try and distract it. Ugh! Get away! Okay, I lost it, I think. Right? Yeah, I think we lost it. Okay. Okay, my plan is just to get as much sand as possible to move around with. We will be going the other direction. We are mobile. My main goal is to find diamonds, so I think I'm just gonna have to look around for a structure for an hour or two. Water, my savior. All you have is kelp. Okay, I see a shipwreck. Do I dare trust it? Oh, there's so much kelp though. Alright, I'm doing it. Stay away from the kelp. I'm not touching it. I was very close to touching it. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Please. Leather tunic? That's a lot of food though. Shipwreck number 2. Let's do this. Please. Yippee! A useless armor piece to go with my other useless armor piece. Yeah! Alright, show me the goodies. Yeah! I finally won a challenge! Yay! Oh, out of the 5 challenges I've done on this channel, I haven't won one. Oh, it feels so nice. Victory is so sweet. Now I'm only 1-4. Yay. But it doesn't matter, I still won. Yeah! If you're a Minecraft veteran, scroll away! You already know these tips. We don't want you.
The mob spawner is one of the most important blocks in Minecraft, but only...
Wait, please come back. I didn't mean it. Please come back. I'm sorry. We do want you. Because even if you are a veteran, you may have forgotten these tips, or you were just never taught them in the first place. For example, when you're in a boat over the ocean, the water is really murky. It makes it impossible to see, especially if you're looking for a shipwreck. Well, if you go into F5 and tilt your camera just right, you basically get water X-ray. It's still dark, but 1,000 times better than this. Another great tip that people often forget, you don't have to beat the game to get an elytra. If you didn't know, this isn't a portal. It's actually a teleporter. The end islands are actually about 1,000 blocks from the main island, which would be a little difficult to build to. But that's why flying machines exist. You can just fly to the outer islands, get to an end city, and get the elytra. Then you just fly back to the main island, and it's 2 million times easier to kill the dragon when you can fly too. And for the final Minecraft tip that you might not know, and this is a genuinely good tip that a lot of people don't know. If you go into this specific hidden room in a woodland mansion, you'll find this glass structure. Break the middle glass block, stop the lava from flowing, and that reveals the only naturally spawning diamond block in the game. I hope you learned something from this video, even if you are a Minecraft veteran. Do you ever just wake up with an itch to do some good old item speedrunning? No? Just me? Well, this morning, I did. So I booted up my spinner wheel, and... I don't want to speedrun anymore. For this speedrun, I need a minecart and TNT. Wow, TNT and a minecart for a TNT minecart? Crazy. I can get a crafting table from a village, and TNT and iron from a temple. So we'll need a very rare temple village seed, which is about a 1 in 500 chance. This is gonna take so long. Okay, temple, that's a good start. Oh my goodness. This is the run, this is the run, this is the run. There's a village and there's a temple, please. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. You're joking. Yes! That's so good! Wait, oh my goodness. If you go to the official Minecraft website, there's a tab where you can suggest any changes you'd like for the game. But right next to that, there's a tab called Previously Considered Suggestions, which basically just goes over the things Minecraft 100% will not put in the game. Let's see here, no blood, that's fair. No mushroom villages, baby dolphins? Wait! There's baby dolphins in the game right now. So that means... AK-47 and 1.22, who's with me? Yeah! Okay, no. There's obviously still not gonna be stuff like guns or creepypastas. It's an E10 plus game for a reason. But it does make me hopeful that Minecraft will add some things that it previously said it wouldn't. Specifically, vertical slabs. For some reason, these are on the list of no's. And their reasoning is... features that inhibit natural creativity or can already be done in other ways are not being considered. That would make sense if it could be done in other ways, or if it did hurt creativity. But I don't see how it would. It would just make there more building opportunities, making there more creativity. But if they already added something from the no list, who says they won't do it again? Don't get your hopes up, it probably won't happen, but we can hope. One of the most controversial things Mojang has ever done is changing from the 1.8 combat system. So controversial, in fact, that the most popular multiplayer server in the world still uses 1.8. How 1.8 PvP worked is basically just CPS equals win. If you could aim your cursor well and click fast, you were usually fine. But then in February 2016, 1.9 came out and flipped everything. In this update, it became less about CPS and more about timing. Cooldowns were added, actually punishing you for clicking fast, and doing less damage if you didn't time your hits. And people hated it. I had no opinion about it, probably because I was 6 and playing on an Xbox One. But if you look at the popularity charts of Minecraft from 2015 to 2016, that dip is 1.9. The shield was introduced, and crystals became craftable, then netherite was added. PvP was constantly changing in this era of Minecraft, and that's where it sits to this day. Or does it? As you probably know, the whole Dream to Quavis fight is happening right now. In their duel, they did 3 kits, and one of them they called Modern Kit. They got these items: mace, pearls, elytra, rockets, and crystals. It was the most boring battle I've ever seen. Each fight either took 30 minutes or 3 seconds. Let me play you a bit of the fight.
Come here! No!
What? Is that seriously what modern PvP is turning into? That best of 3 took 25 minutes of the 35-minute video. And I'm not calling them bad, the pace of that fight and how fast they're moving is almost impossible to keep up with. I barely know what was happening as a viewer. I really hope this isn't what PvP is going to turn into in the future. One of the biggest problems in multiplayer Minecraft is that if you have a chest in your house with all your valuables in it, there's a good chance they'll be gone in less than 60 seconds. Mojang kind of helped with the ender chest, but that's a pretty expensive and late game item. People on YouTube, we all know who I'm talking about, have found some really good solutions for this problem. Hiding chests under lava, hiding them really high in the air so they don't render. But there's one problem with all of these solutions. Literally everyone knows them, because they're told to you by these huge 5 to 10 mil subscriber behemoths and the video gets 10 million views. So by the time you actually use it on a server, it's common knowledge. And that's the perk of watching smaller creators like moi. You'll have 3,000 people know this instead of 3 million. So you know pots? Most of the time, they're just considered a decorative block. But they actually have a secret use. You can actually put 64 items in a pot. So it basically acts as a chest. The only downside being you have to break the pot to get your items. But almost nobody knows that. And pots are pretty easy to get. You need either 4 bricks for a blank pot, or dig in a trail ruins for 4 matching pottery sherds. Then, if you put a pot by your bed with all of your most valuable loot in it, you'll be hiding your valuables in plain sight. And no one will think to look there and just break some random thing by your bed because pots are just decoration. The saddle is officially craftable again. The saddle has always been one of the weirdest things to obtain in all of Minecraft. The only ways you could get it was from certain chests in certain structures like villages, mineshafts, ancient cities, fortresses, dungeons, and desert temples. Another option was trading with a master level leatherworker villager for 6 emeralds, but that can take hours and simply is just absolutely not worth your time. But the easiest way to get it was by fishing. Unfortunately, it was only a 17% chance, so even that wasn't viable. Believe it or not, back in these snapshots, you could craft the horse saddle with 3 iron and 5 leather. But then, after being in the game for only 6 days, it was removed. Until yesterday, where Minecraft uploaded a short officially announcing that saddles are craftable again. It's still only made out of leather and iron, but only 3 leather and 1 iron. It's so cheap now, and this change makes me really happy, because I think Minecraft's goal as of late is to balance all forms of transportation, with the minecarts a couple updates ago, and now this, all with the final goal of taking down this unbalanced behemoth. Good job, Mojang. There will be a day where you click the save and quit button for the very last time. Minecraft will have done its time in your life, and you'll go on to be a successful member of society. But before that happens, there's some things that you have to do before you log off for that last time. For example, before you quit, you should build a house that you're proud of. It doesn't have to be good, it could even be off of a YouTube tutorial, but it has to be yours and you have to be proud of it. Another thing you should do is just beat the game just once in vanilla, just to say that you have. Only about 1 in every 6 players have beat survival vanilla Minecraft. Another more fun thing you need to do is put as many chickens as possible in a 3x2x2 hole. Then splash them with a splash potion of wind charge, put a piece of TNT over them, get in, light it, and then... On that same more lighthearted note, another thing you have to do is if you see a sand pile like this, just do it. And for the final thing that you have to do before you quit this game, open a new creative world, give yourself an elytra and some rockets, and just fly. Turn on your music, and remember all the Minecraft memories you've had. Minecraft is such a good game. It's brought so many amazing memories to so many people. Just enjoy it while you can. I've been seeing a trend from Mojang lately. There's been a lot of changes to transportation in the last couple of months, with 1.21 adding wind charges and wind charging enchantments, then the experimental minecart speed command in 1.21.2, and 3 days ago the saddle became craftable again. But I have a theory why Mojang is doing this huge transportation overhaul. The elytra has always been the most dominant form of transportation, making all other methods useless after you beat the game. So Mojang has been trying to make all forms viable, and buffing the ones that people don't use anymore. Now we've gotten buffs to the minecart, the elytra doesn't need one, and the horse just got one. That only leaves one left, the boat. The last time we got a helpful boat change was back in update 1.9, where they overhauled them, making it so boats didn't break on lily pads, the texture changed from this to this, ice boating was introduced, and the crafting recipe changed, adding a wooden shovel to the recipe, which was later removed. That update was over 9 years ago, so I feel like boats are due for a tune-up. My final prediction, this is a huge stretch so don't quote me on this, is that they'll add a new, faster way to get around. Not like a car or anything, but maybe something that makes trekking harsh terrain easier that isn't just an airplane. When you load into a brand new Minecraft world that you know you're gonna stick with for a very long time, you have a couple of big choices to make right away. Where your house is gonna be, and what your house is gonna look like. Are you gonna just use the classic green top? Or are you gonna go all out and build a huge house that takes you 2+ hours to build? Well, if you can't decide, here's some cool and pretty simple house designs for you to use. First, if you stumble across a mushroom island, this is one of the best places to have a hidden base. My base is somewhere here, and more experienced players probably know where this is. It's actually in this random mushroom tree. To build this base, you just need to find a mushroom that's at least 2 blocks off the ground. Then, break the top 2 stem blocks, add your accessories, and you're done. Similar to that method is the iceberg base. What you have to do is go underwater and mine out these little holes in the bottom of the ice and hollow out the glacier. Once you've hollowed it, you need to add light. But the problem with that is ice melts from a light level of higher than 11. So your options are soul torches or redstone torches. But the pros are that you have a huge hidden base that nobody will ever find, because why would someone be in a frozen oceans in the first place, much less break a random iceberg? This final base is if you're going for the less hidden look. If you're in a jungle of any kind, you can build the coolest base ever. What you have to do is find 2 trees, and build a bridge like this connecting the 2 trees. Make a huge platform, repeat as many times as you want, and make each of them a different room. And you officially have the Ewoks base from Star Wars. I love this so much. It's time for a new game. Minecraft Guess the Item. I'm gonna give you 6 hints, all describing a specific item. The hints will slowly get easier, and your job is to find out which item I'm describing. Alright, hint number 1. There is multiple variations to this item. Some items like the mace and the bell only come in one variant. This item has multiple. Hint number 2. This item stacks to 64. Some items stack to 1 or 16. This item, like most others, stacks to 64. Hint number 3. This item cannot be placed. Most items can be placed on the ground or walls. This one can. I don't need to explain. Hint 4. This item is not craftable. Again, don't need to explain much. You can combine certain items to make another item. This item can't be made. Hint numero 5. This item is only obtainable with one tool. Some items will only drop if you use a specific tool to obtain it. Otherwise, it doesn't drop. Final hint. This item can be used to craft another item. If you put these in a crafting table in a certain pattern, they craft a totally separate full block. Alright, that's all the hints. Here they are again. I'll let you think for a sec. If you guessed pottery shard, you're correct! Congratulations! Except, if you guessed pottery shard, you're still wrong! Because the archaeologically correct term is pottery shard. For some reason. So nobody's right, I win! The village is one of the most valuable structures in all of Minecraft, holding pretty much everything you need to beat the game all in one place. Most of the time, when an average player finds a village, they look for a blacksmith, get hay, sometimes kill the golem, and then leave. If you loot a village like that, that wastes 80% of what the village has to offer. So I'm going to teach you how to properly loot a village, so you take advantage of this whole overpowered structure. First, you have to find a village. This is pretty easy because villages spawn in 5 biomes: taiga, desert, plains, acacia, and snowy. So if you run around in one of these biomes for a while, you'll usually find one. Immediately set your spawn just on the small chance that you die. Next, when you get into the village, look for a blacksmith. If there is one, loot the chest for potential diamonds, obsidian, and iron tools and armor. After you've looted that, I suggest making a stone hoe so you can go outside and collect all the hay. And I mean all of it. One village of hay can get you food for years. But you need more food. Collect the crops too. You'll need a garden when you build your own house because that bread isn't infinite. After you've started the village, go loot
every chest for emeralds and saddles. While you're in the houses, collect all the beds except for the one you set your spawn in. These will be used in the end fight later. If you want, trade up to diamond armor and tools, but I understand if you don't. It's really time consuming. And the final thing you should do before you leave the village is kill the golem. And you have to do that last for a couple of reasons. If you stay the night, the golem will do its main purpose and defend the village, so the villagers you need don't die. Also, if you kill a golem before you trade, it actually brings down your village popularity, and trades cost more. Then you can leave. Happy plundering! This Minecraft world is 100% vanilla survival. And you might be thinking, yeah, of course it is. It's a little weird that there's no trees, and the sky is kinda a weird color, but that's just because it's sundown probably. But other than that, nothing's wrong. And then I look to the right. That doesn't seem right. The thing is, I'm in the overworld, but it still says the biome I'm in is End Highlands. So how is that possible? Before you even enter a new world, there's a button called World Type. And there's multiple modes that you can choose from. Default, super flat, large biomes, amplified, and single biome. Now, single biome is one of the most unique things in the whole game. It completely changes vanilla gameplay and can technically make the game impossible to beat. But it isn't all bad. One biome has a lot of Easter eggs with it. For example, if you set the biome to deep dark, it makes this the most dangerous world ever because a warden can always spawn. So you literally cannot uncrouch, open a chest, take damage. It's technically possible, but it's really hard. Probably my very favorite thing to do is set the whole world as my favorite biome, Cherry Grove. If you need something to cheer you up, make a world with only your favorite biome. It helps. Minecraft? But the whole world is Drip Leaf. Okay, so the whole world is... Oh god! So if you don't know how these blocks work, the longer you're on them, the more they fall! Oh my goodness. Come on, village, what the heck? I can't get in. Composter, please! Okay. I need a second. This is a lot. First of all, why is everything submerged? And secondly, how am I gonna get diamonds? Because that's the goal of this video. I guess I can get wood from this village house? What? Blocks drop it too? Oh, this is gonna be so much harder than I thought. Is this jump even possible? Let's find out. Oh, composter, my love. Thank you, composter. All that for one plank. Okay, let's keep going, I guess. This site is absolutely terrifying. I can't sprint! Village! Please have food or diamonds. Please. Anybody home? Hello? Oh, that's awkward. Composter? Wait, is that a garden? That's food! Please! Come on, garden. Please? Ah! No! No, dude. You're joking. I died to carrots and potatoes? Oh. It took about a month, but you guys did it. This is how OP Netherite truly is, part 6. So, for those of you who have no idea what's going on, I think Netherite totally ruined Minecraft. It's just way too OP. In part 4, we went over the Netherite sword and how insanely broken it is. But we haven't even talked about enchantments yet. They bring this already busted weapon to another level. A normal Netherite sword can kill an Enderman in about 5 hits. With sharpness 5, that goes down to only 4 hits, which may not seem like a big difference, but unenchanted does only 4.5 hearts per hit, compared to the sharpness 5 doing 9 per hit. That's a huge difference. And it's the same with fire aspect. The burn damage from fire aspect adds 3 extra hearts of damage to any attack, making that measly 4.5 hearts from earlier turn into 7.5. But it gets even crazier. If you somehow get your hands on a Sharpness 5 Fire Aspect 2 Netherite sword, let me show you what that sword can do. One-shot sheep, one-shot horse, one-shot cow, two-shot creeper before it can even blow up, 9-shot 50 heart iron golem, two-shot zombie, which also means two-shot player. Netherite is too OP. Diamond cannot do that. This sword should not be in the game. This just isn't even fun. Do you consider yourself a Minecraft god? Well, let's test if you are, because I have another challenge for you, and this one's harder. But even if you're not great at the game, this is still gonna be really fun for you. What you're gonna do is go to Create World as normal. Change the world type to single biome and customize it to deep dark. Load into the world, click pause, open to LAN, and turn on commands. Type these two commands to set the world border to 200 blocks. Make sure there's at least one Skulk Shrieker and one Skulk Sensor somewhere within your border. Use these two commands to permanently make it night. You have to survive and thrive for as long as possible without dying. One rule: no breaking the Skulk Shrieker or the sensor. Luckily for you, mobs can't spawn and make noise to summon the warden. But unluckily for you, mobs can't spawn. So the only food you get is apples from a tree if you're lucky enough to get one in your border. You get 3 warning sounds around a Skulk Shrieker, but if you make a 4th noise... This challenge is genuinely really difficult. My PB is only 15 minutes and 23 seconds. If you get better, comment it at me. Good luck. I explore a ton of Minecraft worlds. Honestly, probably second only to this guy. And I've seen some weird things, like this 19 block wide microbiome, and this half buried, half raised mansion. But I think this seed takes the cake for the weirdest but also coolest seed I've ever found. You load in and immediately see a giant village with part of it on a huge monolith that goes up to snow level looking over the rest of the village. And that's because part of this village is in a micro windswept hills biome. Then you explore more and realize that this is a triple biome village. There's parts of it in a plains biome, a swamp, and a windswept hills. Speaking of swamps, right next to the village, there's a tiny micro swamp 100 blocks away from the main one with a random witch hut in it. And next to that is an even tinier beach with no water anywhere near. But anyways, back to the village. This house has a lava pool under it. This house is right next to some surface level emeralds, and there's a blacksmith. But to top it all off, 10 blocks from this house, there's a giant cavern that goes all the way down to deep slate. The only downside being all this is 2,000 blocks from spawn. Here's the seed. It has even more Easter eggs that you can figure out by yourself. February 28th, 2014. Just 5 years after Minecraft's release, Notch makes a tweet announcing that they're working with Warner Bros. To make a Minecraft movie. Later that year, it was confirmed. There was a movie in development, set to release sometime in 2018. The Minecraft community was ecstatic. But 2018 came and went, and we got nothing. Until 2019. The community was losing hope. It had been 5 years and we got nothing but lies. But just as everyone was about to give up, Mojang made an announcement with our first official non-estimate release date, March 4th, 2022. As 2019 ended, the movie was as hyped as ever. And then there was this thing called the coronavirus? Surely it'll be a tiny thing that blows over in a couple of 2 years later. COVID is officially declared over. The movie was delayed again to an unset date. Even worse, the article that told us the prior release date got deleted. The Minecraft community totally lost hope. 8 years of work and all we had was this tiny 2-sentence summary of a plot. But then, Out of the blue, April 18th, 2022, Warner Bros. Announced Jason Momoa would be starring in the movie. And in 2024, they announced April 4th as the release date. Obviously, people were skeptical until it actually happened. On April 4th, the Minecraft movie released. But what took so long? Why did it take over 11 years to produce a film? My initial reaction was that Notch was totally lying back in 2014 when it was first announced. And I'm not saying that to be mean, just Notch has been known to make some pretty wild tweets in the past. But then I realized, if they really did start production in 2014, it would be so outdated. In 2014, Minecraft was in update 1.8. And if we look at the original plot, it's nothing like the real movie. There's no Ender Dragon, and Malgosha wasn't even mentioned. Plus, this girl can't have been Emma Myers, who plays the main girl. She would have been 12 years old in 2016 when they started filming. And she doesn't look 12. So that means they had to scrap 4 years of work. And out there somewhere is another Minecraft movie version with a different plot and different characters that got scrapped that we'll never get to see. One of my favorite blocks that's ever been in Minecraft is the flotator. A block added in the 2024 April Fool's Potato Update. How the flotator works is if you put a lever on it and flick it on, it'll start moving. And if you put blocks in front of it, it'll move those blocks too. Now, in the past, I've said I really want this item in the game, but it's never gonna happen. The flotator will never be in vanilla Minecraft, and I'm 100% sure of it. For starters, it doesn't even have a crafting recipe, but that can easily be made, so it's fine. But for another thing, it's just way too OP. The flotator can move a max of 32,768 blocks, which is a 32 by 32 by 32 cube, all with one single tiny block. Not to mention the fact that it can move literal bedrock, giving you easy access to the void, which just isn't supposed to happen. It really pains me to say this, I know the flotator will never be in vanilla as much as I want it to be. Over the years, the Minecraft community has established some slang terms that you hip new youngsters probably don't understand too well, said the child 17-year-old high schooler. So grab your bankies, cuddle your blankies as you strap in for the official Minecraft dictionary. Starting off with MLG, which comes from the company Major League Gaming. And all it means is when you place an item or a block under you to reduce fall damage. Next is pot, not the drug. It stands for potion. So basically the drug. Gapple stands for a golden apple. Simple enough. Strafe is a method of PvP where you constantly move around so the opponent can't hit you, which can lead to huge games like this. W tapping, another PvP term where you combo someone by slowly tapping W. This only works if they're not fighting back. And finally, grief means ruining or destroying another build, whether it's just breaking blocks or totally destroying it. There are 4 bosses in Minecraft: the Ender Dragon, the Wither, the Warden, and the most forgettable one, the Elder Guardian. Now, not to be rude, but one of these bosses is not like the others. The Ocean Monument's 3 claims that make it difficult is that it's underwater, you can't mine because of the mining fatigue, and you have to beat 3 mini bosses instead of 1 big one. I bet 90% of you didn't even know that last one. That's how irrelevant the monument is. And the worst part is all those things I listed can easily be bypassed by 2 items: the door and the bucket. If you didn't know, if you're underwater and drowning, if you place a door, it makes an air pocket that can save your life. Boom, there's one problem solved. But that isn't the only thing the door can do. The Guardian's main attack is this ray that zaps you every couple of seconds. The door counters that too. The ray attack depends on the Guardian having a line of sight with a target. If you place the door, it acts as a shield and cancels the attack. That leaves only one problem: the mining fatigue. Just drink cow milk. After the initial time you get mining fatigue, if you cancel it with milk, it'll take the Guardian about 30 to 40 seconds to realize and give you the effect again. That's plenty enough time to mine any blocks you need. You don't even have to interact with the actual boss. So you're telling me that to beat an official Minecraft boss, all I need is wood and iron, both early game items? Oh, and the best part, your reward for doing all that is wet sponges and gold blocks, which you can get from so many other structures for so much less work. This structure is so stupid. I just found something that ruins Minecraft. This totally ruins multiplayer servers and makes single player dead easy. And the worst part is that everyone has full access to this because all you need is your seed. If you didn't know, if you type /seed into your chat, you can get your very own unique to you world seed without commands turned on. Now, this is pretty harmless by itself, but then, as usual, Google went and ruined it. If you go to Google right now and search up Minecraft Seed Mapper and put your seed into it, you can see every single biome, village, portal, woodland mansion, everything. And it's terrible. It just ruins Minecraft. If you ever get the seed of the server you're on, you're literally a god. This just makes Minecraft not fun. It takes all the surprise out of it, and I really wish this website did not exist. In Minecraft's 15 years of existence, there have been over 500 updates, including snapshots. And 90% of these changes are amazing. But that other 10% haven't been my favorite. For example, I prefer the old bed texture. It was just better. I feel like the old curve on the item looked good. Sure, it's a game of blocks and squares, but this just had more personality. Another thing I miss from older Minecraft is the music. I know you can still listen to it in-game, but other than this absolute masterpiece, we've gotten no good music. And it's all because Microsoft had that whole drama with C418. I miss him so much. Another thing I miss is the old crops. Genuinely, I have no idea if any of these crops are fully grown. It was just so much clearer with the old ones. And the final thing I miss is old Netherrack. What? I couldn't hear you. My eyes are bleeding too much. If you showed a friend this crafting recipe, would they know what it was? Well, if they started playing Minecraft after 1.12, there's a chance they wouldn't. Because in 1.12, Minecraft introduced this small green book. This book tells you every possible recipe you can make with the materials that you found in your world. If you didn't know, that's what this little pop-up means when you get an item for the first time. It just added every recipe with that material to the recipe book, and we've become dependent on it. Only 70% of players know more than 50 recipes off the top of their head. If you think you can remember more, I'm gonna make you prove it with the official Minecraft crafting recipes quiz. I'm gonna give you 6 crafting recipes, slowly getting harder to figure out what it makes. And you, my dear viewer, have to figure out what the heck I'm crafting. Starting off with an easy one. What is this recipe? That was a furnace. If you missed that, what am I crafting? An iron axe. Again, still very easy, but we're getting a little harder now. What is this crafting recipe? If you guess cake, then you're right. Next. What is this? That was The Observer. I feel like that one's gotten so famous for being hard that it's easy now. Second to last one. That's andesite. Who knew you could... Why? Ah yes, let me craft some andesite for my house. Last one. That's a fire charge. Who knew you could craft that? If you want, tell me how many you got right in the comments. Mojang has made more than $3 billion off of Minecraft. It's the best-selling game of all time, and thousands of people make videos about it every day, further publicizing it and making them more money. Now, naturally, people want that, and they've tried to make their own knockoffs. Let's try out some of those to see how truly special Minecraft is, starting off with Roblox. Oh my goodness. Not even joking, this is literally just Minecraft. They even have the ice spikes? They look the exact same. This is just Minecraft. Don't worry guys, we have steel ore. It's not iron, I promise. I guess I'll buy my diamond helmet. What? The damage noise is the same? Oh my god. That's so stupid. That's just blatant plagiarism. I'm not rewarding that. Okay, what if next we just searched up Minecraft for free? Minecraft for free X on https minecraftforfreex.com. This is 1,000,000% a virus. Select a version. Got a wide variety of options. Press any key to enable sound. I'm pressing a button. Hello? You can hear me pressing a button. Okay, I've literally been trying for like 10 minutes. I cannot get this to work. So I guess this is a 0 out of 10 by default. Come on, internet. I know you're a terrible place. Come on, this is the most scammy one so far. Please. I want a good Minecraft knockoff. Okay. This looks like Minecraft so far. Is this just Education Edition? This is just Education Edition. Why? Oh, I can't. It doesn't track with my mouse, so I have to. What? Whoa. Okay, ignoring what's happening. This is just Education Edition. Why can I not find a good Minecraft knockoff? All right, one more. Minecraft Unblocked. Minecraft Cloudfront.net. God dang it! If you get full protection for netherite armor in Minecraft, you are basically unkillable. Now, I've already made a full 6-part series about that, but today I want to talk about the opposite. What will kill you in full prot 4 netherite, specifically in one hit. For example, one piece of TNT won't kill you, but if you stand directly inside of 13 TNT, it'll one-shot you. If you fall from 103 blocks, it'll kill you, as will a charged creeper at point blank, but only on either hard or normal mode. The end crystal does too, of course. It's one of the most dangerous things in the game for a reason. Okay, I know everyone knows the mace is OP, but it can seriously one-shot a player in the best armor in the game after only falling 23 blocks? That's just not okay. And I'm not even joking, those are all the viable ways to kill someone in Prot 4. Oh yeah, I forgot. The last thing that can one-shot you, even with the best armor in the game, is slash kill. I'll bet you didn't know that one, did you? On this wheel, I have a list of everything in Minecraft. Every item, structure, potion effect, everything is on this wheel. And whatever it lands on, I have to explain everything there is to know about it. So let's spin. Golden carrot? Alright, I can do that. The golden carrot is widely considered one of the best foods in all of Minecraft for a couple of reasons. For one, it's just one of the best food sources hunger bar wise, regenerating 3 bars per carrot, which is only worse than 2 foods. Steak and cooked pork chop, which both heal 4 bars. So out of all the other foods in the game, what makes the golden carrot so good? Well, there's two stats with food. The amount of hunger bars it heals, and how long you stay full for, also known as saturation. The golden carrot is the best food in the game saturation-wise. After eating a golden carrot, if you sprint jump, it'll take 2 minutes for you to lose any hunger, which may not sound like a lot, but a raw potato only keeps you full for about 25 seconds. Not only that, but the golden carrot is found in loot too. Specifically in Ancient City, Bastion Remnant, and Ruined Portal chests. It's also dirt cheap. The golden carrot is crafted with 1 carrot surrounded by 8 golden nuggets, which is just 1 gold ingot. This might be the second best food in the game, falling only to the golden apples, and you can get it for 1 gold ingot and a carrot? That's insane. In Minecraft, there are some things that absolutely just make 0 sense. And I'm not talking about how trees just float. I'm talking about how Minecraft just lies about some things. Like for example, you know the stone pickaxe? Remember the word stone. Bruh, it's literally called a stone pickaxe. What do you mean you can't even make it with stone? You can make it with cobblestone and blackstone, but not actual stone? On that same wavelength, something else Minecraft has just totally lied about is their beloved symbol, the diamond. Apparently in real life, the diamond isn't blue. It's clear. Except for rare circumstances where it can be blue, but even that's not close to the Minecraft diamond shade of blue. To be fair to Minecraft though, if it was clear, it would kinda look like iron, and I prefer the blue diamonds better. But maybe the worst lie Minecraft tells is about obsidian. In Minecraft, obsidian is depicted as this insanely tough block that takes 60 seconds to break and 285 TNT to blow up. But in real life, it's literally just glass. You can break it with rocks, and people break it with ease to make knives and weapons with it all the time, which we can't do in Minecraft either. I know some things in Minecraft don't make sense. The final boss is literally a dragon. But this just seems different. There's so much copper. If you go into any given cave, there's copper, and more 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 copper. And there's like 17 more veins of copper in one part of one cave. Okay. I need to calm down. I mined all the ores in this huge long deep slate cave. In total, I got a stack of redstone, 14 diamonds, 17 lapis, 1 emerald, a stack of iron, and 3 stacks of copper. 3 stacks! Mojang tried to balance this influx of copper by making the more decorative copper blocks like cut copper crafted with copper blocks instead of ingots. And then they added trial chambers. So now, the most common ore while mining has a structure dedicated to it. In an average trial chamber, there's a total of around 9,300 copper blocks. No, that is not a joke. That is 4 inventories full of just copper blocks. But don't worry, there's probably tons of really helpful recipes to use this block it. You know what? Frick being calm. Frick copper. I hope it jumps in a hole, gets blown up by TNT, and oxidizes to death. Anyways, thank you for 10,000 subscribers. Have a good day. Minecraft? But every time I take damage, the game gets worse. So there's a couple ways I could go about this. I could either, 1, just go the whole game without taking damage, or 2, I could whee! Whose idea was this? Okay, I guess I just gotta beat the game normally, except with this. The goal of this video is to get a diamond, and to do that I need iron. Oh, I have a feeling this is only gonna get worse.
Miss!
Shut up.
This is so difficult, I can't see. Okay, I need a cave or a structure. There we go. I think I'm gonna have to sacrifice a little damage for that iron. Ow! That iron looks very well guarded. And it's only one. Let's get that iron. Are you kidding me? One? Seriously? That's the only one? Oh! Oh my god! No, I can't do it. Just kill me. This is not worth it. Kill me! Oh my god, that's the worst video I've ever had to film. What is this? Part 7? This is how OP Netherite truly is. Part 7. How is this still going? I'm so out of ideas for this series. Last video, we talked about how OP Netherite is when paired with enchantments. But what if you added potions to that? Because this just gets ridiculous. It takes 44 crits to kill a warden with an unenchanted Netherite sword, which is already insane. But if you pair that with sharpness 5 and strength 2, that goes down to 18. That is 500 hearts in 18 hits. What? Onto armor. In normal unenchanted Netherite armor, you can survive for 11 seconds in lava. But with resistance 1, which you get from a golden apple, and protection 4, you can survive for 50 seconds. In the second deadliest liquid in Minecraft, second to water. But honestly, the one that shocked me the most was Haste 2. Haste makes you mine faster. Pair that with an efficiency 5 Netherite pick, and you get this. This, my friends, is called a Giga Drill. You can insta-mine anything. Stone, ores, netherrack. Nothing else does this. Unenchanted Netherite takes 1 second to mine stone. This takes 1 click. So don't you go into the comments telling me Netherite isn't broken, because some of you have. This is not normal. You cannot convince me otherwise. Minecraft Steve is one of the most impressive video game characters of all time. He can lift 20 quintillion pounds. If he has food, he can run forever, and he can survive direct exposure to lava. As normal humans, me and you could not do that. But what could we survive? If we were plopped into a Minecraft world, what would we experience? Well, you have no options for dimensions other than the overworld. The end is literally space with no air, and the nether is the exact same, except it's 356 degrees and literally impossible to live in. But the overworld has its fun parts too. 1 Minecraft block is equal to 1 meter, and there's 2 block zombies. So you're being chased by a 6-foot tall bag of flesh and a 9-foot tall shadow person. And those aren't in the cute blocky style of Minecraft. They're realistic. And suddenly, Minecraft isn't so much of a fun E10 Plus game now, is it? Minecraft? But anything can happen. I don't even know what's gonna happen. I'm so scared. So, from my understanding, how this works is every time that green bar fills up, anything can happen. And I mean literally anything. And I've never played this before, so I don't know the extent of how far it can go. Oh god, I need to stop wasting time. Oh no, the first thing's about to happen. What? In inverted gravity? I'm so lucky I was under a tree. I would have died. By the way, the goal of this video is to find what the? Why, man? Why do I keep almost dying? Iron, I need that. No. Oh, run. Okay, so all I need is diamonds now. Whoa, I heard a spider. Dude, can I just get iron in peace? Finally. Now all I need is diamonds. Do I don't have enough wood for a crafting table. I need to go back up. Oh my god, just run. Just run. Just run. No! Please! 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 What? No way! I swear this isn't staged. That's... No way! There's still no trees though. Come on, I just need wood. Skyblock? There's wood here. No! Come on! Dude. Wait. You can only get diamonds on Skyblock by trading or the end. I don't have that much time. It's over. Goodbye, cruel world. Wait, what? No! I didn't know there was still land. It's called Skyblock. Minecraft terrain generation is totally random. It's one of the things that makes it so popular. No seed is the same. Usually this RNG works out perfectly, and you get a normal seed. But sometimes... Today, I'm gonna focus on village houses, and I wanna know what kind of Walter Hartwell White drugs their construction villagers are smoking, and where I can find some, because I need some of that. For example, you'd have to be on some hard drugs to think this is a good idea. What if I just... And in the exact same village? Why, man? Does the guy who built the village hate everyone? This poor guy had a lake leak onto his house, and if he tries to leave, he might fall into a cavern and die. But don't worry, he still has his comfy bed to come home to. Are you kidding me? Who had a personal grudge against this guy? This village either lost their will to live, or they hate their iron golem. This is the compass, a wonderful Minecraft invention that always tells you which direction is to spawn, and it's amazing. It sucks. Pardon? The compass sucks, and I'll tell you why. One button, F3. When you first click F3, it just looks like a ton of stats for nerds. But if you look closer, it's pretty simple. Some of it. But back to the compass. If you look in the F3 menu, you can see exactly where you are at all times. And if you copy down or take a picture of your cores when you first spawn in, which you always should do, the compass becomes totally useless. Because why would you waste 4 iron and 1 redstone instead of just looking at a picture? And it's the same thing with the map. I can't even remember the last time I made a map because I don't care about it anymore. I'm not gonna waste 7 emeralds on an empty map trade or waste valuable paper that I can use to make an enchant table, bookshelves, or War and Peace. I'm gonna press F3 if I find a cool structure, copy those chords, and look at those if I ever want to go back. The only exception is the maps that actually lead you to something. Don't waste your materials in this junk. I've been a very negative YouTuber lately, honestly, probably because I've been watching a ton of Schlatt. So to counteract all of that negativity, here's some things that I love about Minecraft, and I hope never change. For example, when you go up to a mob and it just gives you this look, dude, my heart just... Genuinely, it makes me spare them if I'm looking for food. Second, I hope the diamond texture never changes again. This was a good change, but it's absolutely perfect now. The blue is just so classic at this point. Another thing I hope never changes is how absolutely terrifying the ancient city is. There's some people who think that it's too scary for Minecraft. And it is. But that's the best part. If you don't like it, you don't have to go into it. I just hope Mojang doesn't give into the peer pressure and make it less scary. I complain about this game a lot, but it's out of love. Why would I make daily videos for half a year on it if I hated it? Now let me tell you about copper. The ancient city is one of the most complex structures in all of Minecraft. It gives some of the best loot, but if you don't know what you're doing, it can be really difficult. Before you can loot one, you have to find one. They can be found under snowy slopes, jagged peaks, stony peaks, frozen peaks, cherry groves, or savanna plateaus. So pretty much any mountain. Most of these will have deep dark under them, but the ancient city only spawns 5% of the time, usually at y-51. Once you find a city, locate the chest you want to loot and sneak your way over to it. Once you get there, look around for any of these or these blocks. Those are the ones that spawn the warden. If you see them, break them, but you have to break the shriekers first. Once you've done that, you're good to loot it. Or if you want a less permanent solution, place wool around the chest and then loot it. Speaking of wool, you're gonna need a ton of it. If you're pro enough, this is gonna be the main way you get around. I'll explain why. Wool makes no noise when you place it, break it, or walk on it, I guess. But the main way the warden spawns is by noise. And by only using wool, it doesn't activate the noise sensors. But spawning the warden is a little more complicated than that. You can make noise, but only in certain places. When you make a noise, if you're by one of these, a skulk sensor, it sends out a signal 16 blocks. If there's another sensor in that 16 blocks, it activates that one too. And this chain reaction goes on until either 1, there's no skulk sensor in range, or 2, it hits a skulk shrieker, which is what you really need to be scared of. The shrieker gives you 2 warnings, but if you hear it a 3rd time, the music cuts off, everything goes dark, and the warden spawns. So don't be scared of this noise, be scared of this noise. But if you do spawn the warden, just please don't hit it. My challenges in the past have been easy. I mean, like, stand still and do nothing easy. Yeah, that's my bad. So today, instead of making a challenge for you guys, I'm gonna be introducing a game. It's called Steve Volleyball. It is as gruesome as it sounds. To set up, go into a medium difficulty, super flat creative world, but make there 102 layers of bedrock. This is so slimes don't spawn. Type this command into chat, dig a 3x3x3 hole like so, fill it with exactly 30 iron golems, not more, not less. Give yourself resistance 255 forever, switch to survival mode, and then with 1 TNT, bomb the golems. This will make them mad at you. When you let them out, they'll hit you. The game is who can stay in the air the longest. The second your feet touch the ground, your run is over. This is my best. Honestly, it's a lot harder than it looks. If you play it, tag me. Good luck! The anvil is one of the most OP items in all of Minecraft, and you're not using it to its full potential. Most people just use the anvil to enchant their items with books, its main purpose. But some people argue that you should just use an enchantment table. But actually, the enchantment table is kinda bad compared to the anvil. For one, it takes diamonds and obsidian, compared to the anvil's 31 iron, which is still a fair amount, but not diamonds level. With the anvil, you can choose the enchantments you put on a tool. Every single book can be either traded by villagers or found in various structures around the world. And even with the books you don't use, you can unenchant them in a grindstone for XP. But with the enchantment table, it's a gamble every time. And you risk getting this and having to waste your XP on it. But most importantly, you can only get mending, one of the best enchantments from the book. It's an anvil exclusive. And the only table exclusive enchantments are Depth Strider, trash, and Thorns, which is eh. Another thing the anvil can do is combine tool durability, but you should always use a grindstone for that so you don't lose XP. But you should still use the anvil to repair your tools, which is a different thing. If you don't always have 2 low durability diamond pickaxes, I know, how dare you can use actual diamonds to repair your tools for a low XP cost, which is really helpful if you don't have 2 random diamond hoes that you want to combine. Oh, it can also, Easter egg. Proof the Easter Bunny broke into your house, hid a surprise in a plastic egg, and fled the scene before the cops showed up. Or it's a small, hidden, secret feature in a game that developers put for the players to find out. Just like other famous video games, Minecraft has its fair share of Easter eggs. Some are well known, and some not as much. For example, the name tag has the most secret features in Minecraft. You probably know most of them, but stick with me. If you name any mob Dinnerbone or Grum, they turn upside down. If you name a rabbit Toast, it gets a custom texture. If you name a Vindicator Johnny, it becomes hostile to literally everything. And if you name a sheep Jeb underscore with a lowercase j, it becomes rainbow. Everyone knows these, but you can't just leave them out of every Easter egg video. Moving on to non-name tag ones. If you type this command into chat, it spawns a rabbit with red eyes that attacks the player. If you put a blue sheep next to an evoker, it turns it red and says this custom voice line. There's Easter eggs for certain days of the year too. On Halloween, zombies, zombie villagers, husks, drowned, skeletons, strays, piglins, and wither skeletons all have a 23% chance to spawn with a carved pumpkin on its head, and a 2% chance to have a jack-o'-lantern. On Christmas, chests and double chests all look like presents. And finally, not on any specific day, if a piglin kills a hoglin or does a successful barter, there's a 10% chance that it absolutely just boogies. With this kind of really stupid dance that just looks really dumb. Minecraft Easter eggs, part 2. Wow. Nice. These are some pretty good Easter eggs. An Easter egg is an intentional secret that game developers add to games for players to find out. The ones we'll be covering today are Easter eggs that are only visible if you go deep into the game files. For example, before Minecraft updated all of its textures, if you looked inside of the Guardian and Elder Guardian textures, Jeb signed them. On that same note, inside of the old zombie pigment texture, Notch added "Thanks Exophobia" as a nod to the original texture designer. Just an idea? They should add another name tag Easter egg where if you name a zombified piglin Exophobia, it goes back to the old texture. I feel like that's needed. Anyways, one of the most well-known Easter egg / mistakes is that the creeper was originally supposed to be a pig, but Notch messed up the X and Y axis and made the face of Minecraft. But the creeper's famous texture is just leaves. Notch added a face to the old oak leaf texture and made it the staple of Minecraft, which reveals that the creeper is actually a plant mob, and that makes sense because another word for vine is creeper. So you're fighting an exploding plant, which makes this picture accurate? I think I'm gonna be sick. I just found the most disgusting, terrible, other synonym for bad, horrifying thing in Minecraft, maybe ever. In February 2025, the final Minecraft movie trailer came out. I want to focus on a specific part.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
That was one of the most hated parts of the trailer, because why did they make the creeper fuzzy? Well, what if I told you that this makes sense? In a recent video where I went over all the Minecraft Easter eggs, I made a discovery that makes me believe that the creeper is a plant mob. I found out that the creeper texture is actually just leaves with a face on it, which actually makes sense if you look at it. My theory was further proven when I figured out that creeper is another word for vine. But here's the concerning part. If the creepers are a plant mob, that means this is moss, which means that this is realistic. I can't believe my eyes. This is lore accurate. My day is ruined. If you name a Vindicator Johnny in Minecraft, it becomes a hostile mob to literally everything, including other hostile mobs. Now, a Vindicator can kill a player in full netherite in 6 hits, which is actually really impressive if you think about it. But I want to see how OP Johnny truly is and what he can handle. For example, if you put one Johnny up against 20 skeletons, Johnny wins. Okay, but that's one at a time. What about zombie pigmen, who are extremely defensive of their own kind? He gets absolutely smoked. What about 4 Johnnies? They still get absolutely wrecked. Okay, what? I thought Johnnies were really OP. Are they not? Okay, one more test. 20 Johnnies versus 20 pigmen.
3, 2, 1, go!
The Johnny's destroyed. I'm so confused now. The lesson is, be afraid of Johnnies in real life and in Minecraft. You know who you are, Johnny. Minecraft? But there's one lucky block. So the only two things in this whole world are me and this lucky block. There's literally nothing else. And this lucky block could either kill me, or it can give me diamonds, which is the goal of this video. Let's do this. First try diamonds. No, the cats! So we're not off to a great start. Come on! No way! That is messed up. What the heck? Please don't call PETA. Just please don't kill any more animals. Aw, there was blocks in there. No, there was diamonds in there! Can I please just get anything? That works. Okay. Potions! Where are they? Yippee! Potion of slowness and turtle master! So useful! At least we got a block though. Mama wants a new pair of shoes! Oh my god! Stop killing animals, you sicko! What is wrong with you? I'm not planning this, I swear. No more death, please. We have a platform now. Whoa. Can I can't reach the lucky block. Please, just end this already. Not a word. Dude, I thought those were diamonds. No, I was so happy. Please! I don't want to beat the game. I want diamonds! With this rabbit's foot, I shall conquer this quest. As a wise man once said, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Jesus! That scared the crap out of me. Oh my god. Please! Diamonds? No. That's it, I'm just spamming it. Whatever happens, happens. Oh. Frick! Why can I not win? My birthday is in January, and because I'm a depressing teenager that does nothing but play Minecraft all day, my grandma bought me this Minecraft poster for my birthday this year. One night, after I'd finished my video, I was in bed looking at this poster, and I realized that's a Happy Ghast. Now, that wouldn't be too weird. The Happy Ghast was a huge update to Minecraft. It's literally a flying machine. But remember how I said my birthday was in January? The Happy Ghast was announced in March. And it's not just a random ghast with a smile, because Jeb is riding on it, exactly like the player does. That's a Happy Ghast 2 months before it was announced. And if you need more proof, look 6 inches to the right. That small white blob is a tiny ghast. And what was added this update? Tiny, dried ghasts. And next to that is a slightly bigger ghast, which is a ghastling. This is just the Happy Ghast cycle. But okay, what if it's a coincidence? Somehow, if you'll kindly direct your eyes to the top right of the poster, you'll see a player feeding a chicken seed. But wait, that's a cold chicken. Those were announced in February. And if my math is right, January is before February. And this is a cold chicken. The people who made this poster surely can't have just been like, alright, so you know the classic white Minecraft chicken? It's a staple. Let's flip it to black and make it less recognizable. It's genius. That is a cold chicken and a Happy Ghast predicted / leaked months before its release in a random poster over my bed. Now who's ready for the Nether ice cream truck in 1.23? I've made some people angry at me. In my recent videos, I've been giving Minecraft tips, as normal. But then I looked in the comments section. It wasn't that bad. Let's see what these comments are saying. Not true for Bedrock Edition.
One thing.
Bedrock Edition. Bedrock Edition players play Bedrock users. Okay, so you guys play Bedrock. Ow. What the? Bedrock. Jesus Christ. I get it. You guys play Bedrock Edition. I am a proud Java player. And something I didn't know is that 80% of Minecraft players play Bedrock Edition. I had no idea. So I've been neglecting 80% of my viewers. To make up for that, I'm announcing that this upcoming week is Bedrock Week. The next 7 shorts on this channel will only be about Bedrock Edition. Whether they're positive or negative isn't decided yet. But at the end of the week, I'll decide which version is better. I want a clean, fair fight. Good luck to both editions. If you've played Minecraft ever, you're actively participating in a war, whether you like it or not. And that war is the Edition War. Bedrock or Java, everyone has a preference in which edition they mainly play in. I'm personally proudly in the 20% of Java players, but I have to admit, there are some things Bedrock just has us beat on. For example, Bedrock cauldrons are undeniably better than Java cauldrons. They can do everything that the Java ones can, except they can do more. They can hold potions, which makes tipped arrows, and you can dye the water all colors of the rainbow. Bedrock cauldrons are just better. Another thing is the food system. While none of the foods are different, food is just too OP in Java. You can go from 1 heart to 10 in about 20 seconds. Plus, you kinda just don't move your hand. In Bedrock, you actually eat it, and it isn't just easy insta-heal. It takes a long time, and you still have to try and survive, which at the end of the day is what Minecraft is about. And the last thing that I like about Bedrock more is how smooth it is. Even at max render distance, this is what it looks like. For reference, max render distance on Java is this. I bully Bedrock a lot, but it's actually a pretty good version. Except for, you know. In yesterday's short, I complimented Bedrock Edition, and admitted that there are some things that are better in Bedrock than Java. Oh, but today, mwahahaha, evil laugh, ha ha ha. I ain't being so nice. Let's begin. First of all, commands. Now, I hate cheating as much as the next guy, but if I'm trying to artistically express myself, this is a lot better than this. Commands absolutely suck in Bedrock Edition. Especially the fact that they don't autofill. Call me spoiled, but that sucks. Next, Bug Rock. It is a nickname of Bedrock Edition. This was a genuine take for one of the shots in this video. I was in survival, and I survived a 200 block fall. Huh? There are creators with millions of subs that have made videos solely about Bedrock bugs. Look at this. Like, what? What is that? That alone is a reason to not play Bedrock. I don't wanna die. Oh, and don't even get me started on the sprint jumping animation. Today, I wanted to see how easy it was to speedrun random items in Bedrock. Jesus. Did you hear that? Anyways, in Bedrock Edition, or if there was even a difference at all from Java Edition. So I pulled out my spinner wheel, and the item I got was a diamond axe. I spawned in a desert and immediately fell and took damage. Twice. Off to a great start. I noticed a village and a temple, but I decided to go to the village first for some guaranteed iron. I got hay and killed the golem for the iron, which he gave me 5 of. I then spent 3 minutes looking for a crafting table and realized there was 0 crafting tables in the whole village. And then I found a crafting table. I am just an idiot. I crafted my pickaxe and I made a huge mistake here. I started to mine the crafting table and then changed my mind, which is a huge mistake later. I went into the temple and opened the chests. 3 diamonds and nothing to craft it with. I rushed back to the village and crafted the axe with a final time of 7 minutes and 27 seconds. Minecraft Bedrock Edition is the harder version of Minecraft. It's just a fact. And I agree, but not in the ways that everyone thinks. One of the main reasons people think Bedrock is more difficult is that the mobs are insanely OP. Mobs are 8 times more likely to spawn with 1 piece of armor and or a tool in Bedrock than in Java. Or 8 in every 20 mobs compared to Java's 1 in 20. But you have to take into account that Bedrock is still in 1.8 PvP, which means you don't have cooldowns, and the shield is easier to use, not having to time the right clicks like in Java. All you have to do is crouch and the shield goes up. Plus, it does knockback, which is so OP. If you pair that with the fact that you have a full 2 block longer reach than in Java, I can beat a full diamond zombie, taking no damage, when I absolutely cannot do that in Java. So yes, Bedrock mobs are more difficult, but PvP is also easier. Except for skeletons and gas, those are undeniably harder. I don't know what kind of crack they're smoking. Look at this fireball. Now look at this gas fireball shoot at me. That's so quick. Every day for 6 months, I've posted daily videos. But at this exact moment, I'm not conscious. I'm fine, I'm just getting my wisdom teeth out. I'll stop with the acting, I'm exhausted out of it, and a little nervous for my surgery, and I need sleep. But I need this upload streak to keep going too. I've pre-made some videos so you won't miss anything while I'm recovering. I'll be back tomorrow less numb and more awake. But for now, enjoy the worst Infinity72 video yet. If you click F3 in Minecraft Java Edition, it brings up this huge panel of stats. It may look intimidating at first, but if you can figure it out, you become insanely powerful. Out of all these stats, you only need to know 2 in particular: your chords and the number of creatures in an area. Your chords are really important. They basically act as a recovery compass, and they let you know where you are at all times, which is helpful in multiplayer, except less with the new locator bar. The amount of creatures helps you find caves, because if you're underground, this number will be lower. But if you look at a cave with a ton of entities, it'll shoot up. I'm gonna go sleep for surgery now, bye. When you load into a Minecraft Bedrock world, it gives you little tips before you even spawn in, which is something I really like. It's better than just... And there are some times where it's a great tip, especially if you're a beginner. But there are some times where it just totally lies to you. Cameron has already gone over this one, but this tip says, there are 3,587 types of tropical fish. There really isn't though, in either version. There's 3,072 in Bedrock and 2,700 in Java. Where did this number come from? Another one that ticks me off is use the right tool for the job. Chopping wood with an axe is much faster than using your hands. Now, I get that Minecraft is an unrealistic game sometimes, but that's a day 1 fact. Sure, Minecraft's main age demographic is 8 to 12, but I'm pretty sure even they know not to punch a tree in real life and then an axe is faster. Okay, but they're not all bad. There's some good tips for beginners in here, like this one. When digging straight up, place a torch at your feet to break any sand or gravel that could potentially fall down on you. Now that's a genuinely good tip. That could save a new player's life. Not like mining a tree with your fist. Honestly, I love the tips before you even load in. We need this in Java. It seems like every other day that someone is finding a brand new Minecraft seed like this or this. But there's one thing that all of these Minecraft seeds have in common. They're in Bedrock Edition. Almost all of the craziest seeds that have ever been found are in Bedrock Edition. But that got me wondering, why? Well, on the nerdier side of things, Bedrock and Java terrain actually generate totally different. Some of it is the language they were coded in. Java was coded in, well, Java, and Bedrock was coded in C++. Another potential reason is just age. The first edition of Minecraft was Java edition, so it's had more time to adapt and get more modern, while Bedrock is still able to break rules because it's newer, so stuff like this can happen. But what if I told you that maybe there are just as many insane Java seeds out there as Bedrock? The thing is, the people who find these crazy Bedrock seeds are called seed finders. These are people who have pretty much dedicated their life to finding cool seeds. And there are Java seed finders too, but since Java is older, it's harder to search for seeds and find cool ones. Which I did recently, and I found a quad biome village, proof that there's still insane Java seeds out there. The whole point I'm trying to make is that there are as many, if not more, insane cool Java seeds as Bedrock, just undiscovered. So go find some cool Java seeds. Over this whole past week, I've been doing a full-scale investigation to figure out which Minecraft version is better, Bedrock Edition or Java Edition. Now, in all seriousness, I love both versions. They both have their perks and their flaws. But as Bedrock Week comes to an end, I have to make the tough decision of deciding, in my opinion, which version is better. And my final verdict is, oh god, I'm gonna get flamed for this, Java Edition. Wait. Before you flame me in the comments, just listen. At the start of this week, I thought it was just gonna be me clowning on Bedrock Edition. But there are some things that I absolutely adore about Bedrock. First of all, the colors are so much brighter. It's so much more vibrant than Java. Like, look at the contrast. But I'm still going with Java for a couple of big reasons. First, there's no mine coins. Second, block physics. This just should not be allowed. The point is, while I ultimately picked Java Edition, Bedrock is an amazing version too, and I enjoyed seeing what the other side is like. I'll stop neglecting my Bedrock viewers, and I will be making more Bedrock shorts from now on. This officially ends Bedrock Week. The game of Minecraft has its fair share of rare items, blocks, and mobs, some rarer than others. But no matter what, finding a rare thing in Minecraft is always special. But realistically, unless you're actively looking for these things, you'll find maybe 5 in your life. But that brings up the question, if you were looking for a specific rare item, how long would it take you? Let's find out. A pink sheep spawning is a 0.164 chance, or a 1 in 600 chance, taking probably around 20 hours. The enchanted golden apple used to be one of the rarer items in the game, but since the ancient city got added, it's guaranteed in this chest. So this takes as long as it takes to find an ancient city. The blue axolotl is a 0.083 chance, or a 1 in 12,000. That'll realistically take you about 40 hours straight of breeding. If you want to find a mob with armor, that's a 5% chance. That mob wearing a piece of diamond armor is a 0.01% chance, or 1 in 10,000 odds. And only found on the internet a few hundred times if you find a full diamond mob that is an astronomically low 0.0001% chance, or a 1 in 100,000. That'll take you around 3 years of searching. But the lowest odds thing you can find in all of Minecraft is a naturally generated 12-eye portal at a staggering 0.000000 or a 1 in 1 trillion odds. You will never find this, and if you do, then enter the lottery. Okay, so usually as a rule, I let the big boys cover the updates, because, like, I can't compete with that. But, oh my goodness, copper has a use now! Yippee! For years, okay, years, I have been a hater of copper. There's so much of it, and it does, like, nothing. I'm sure you've heard about the update from every other YouTuber, so I won't bore you. But basically, they just added armor and tools, which are in a tier between iron and stone. Plus the copper golem, which sorts your chests for you. But something I did notice with the tools is that they kill this zombie in 3 crits, which is the same as iron. Plus, I imagine they'll give it some sort of lightning feature. So this could be a pretty viable resource now. The last thing I'll say is just, now with the mob vote gone, the copper golem was a denied mob from the vote in 2021. They just broke a rule on the official Minecraft denied suggestions page that says, we will not be adding the mobs that were not selected in the mob vote. Do we maybe have a yellow cow or a crustacean on the way? Just saying. What does the desert well do in Minecraft? No, like, I'm genuinely asking. I have no idea. In real life, the point of a well is to provide water for areas that don't have surface water available. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Deserts usually don't have water, and that would make sense, but they've got plenty of water. Okay, so they used to be totally useless. But then, in the 1.20 archaeology update, they got their first ever update. 1 to 2 sand. That was the update. They added up to 2 suspicious sand in the middle of the well. And believe it or not, this is not like a common thing to find. Everyone always notices them when they pass them, but that's because they're commenting on how useless it is. They're about as rare as a pillager outpost, spawning once about every 1,000 chunks. All that for water and 1 suspicious sand, which can only drop 2 specific pottery shards, 1 emerald, 1 suspicious stew, 1 single stick, or 1 lowly brick. Keep in mind, trail ruins aren't that much rarer than desert wells, but they have 10 times better loot, like red candles. Crap, why do these suck too? But some of you well experts out there might be thinking, well, technically the well isn't considered a structure, it's a decoration. Shut up, you Palonka. Wait. In 2018, the well was demoted from a structure to a feature because it was so useless. Why is this still in the game? Hey, thank you for caution. This video contains excessive amounts of America, as it is the 4th of July. Proceed with caution. So, as you can hear, it's the 4th of July. Yay, looks like no sleep. Okay. Speaking of fireworks, Minecraft has those. There are 2 types of fireworks in Minecraft. Firework rockets and firework rockets. There's a difference, I promise. Fireworks can be used for 2 different things. Ammo and utility/decoration. To make the rockets that boost your elytra, combine paper and gunpowder in a crafting grid. But you'll notice that there's this thing called flight duration. And this means exactly what it sounds like. When you use a firework with an elytra, you get a boost. Flight duration basically decides how big and fast of a boost that is, with 3 being the biggest. Another way you can tell how long the flight duration is when you set off the firework, there's white smoke that comes out, and when it disappears, the boost is over. That's why it's useless to spam them, and why you should space them out. But enough about cheating. The other side of fireworks is the ones you see in real life, the pretty color kind. To make these, you have to get a firework star. That decides the color and the shape of your firework. To pick the color, just put gunpowder next to the dye of your choice. If you want the base small circle explosion with 1 color, you can craft it with paper and more gunpowder and you're done. But this gets cooler. The ingredient you put into the star recipe decides the shape. There are 5 different shapes: star, small ball, large ball, burst, and creeper. If you put multiple dyes in with your ingredient in star, the firework is different colors. Plus, flight duration works here too. The higher the duration, the higher the firework goes. And the final use for fireworks is, well... What's the longest name in Minecraft Oh, I can't do it. Everyone knows that the longest name of anything in Minecraft right now is the Lingering Potion of the Turtle Master, coming in at 32 letters in total. But that's now, and not even close to the longest in history. Some honorable mentions are cracked polished blackstone bricks with 35 letters, waxed oxidized copper stairs with 28 letters, and light gray stained glass paint with 25 letters. For just 6 short snapshots, one of the most famous Minecraft blocks was in the game. Waxed lightly weathered cut copper stairs, with a huge total of 43 letters in its name, claiming its title of longest name in Minecraft history. Sadly, Mojang totally changed it without it ever being in an update, but it still counts. And usually, this would be the end of the discussion, if not for one button. Minecraft is translated into 130 different languages. Some are jokes, but most are the real deal. If you switch the language to any Spanish and pull up your cracked polished blackstone bricks again, they are now this.
Ladrillos de piedra negra pulida agrietados.
At a staggering 44 letters, this is the longest name in Minecraft history. In Minecraft, the pink sheep is one of the rarest mobs you can find, at a 0.164% chance, truly a rare find. But the pink sheep has always overshadowed another rare mob, the brown sheep. Believe it or not, up until 1.21.5, the brown sheep was the second rarest sheep, spawning at only a 3% chance. But in 1.21.5, there was a huge texture update, where cows, chickens, and pigs got their warm and cold variants. But much to the dismay of the world, the sheep didn't. They only got different colors of wool for different biomes. In cold biomes, sheep spawn commonly in black, gray, and light gray, more rarely in light blue and blue, very rarely in cyan, and even rarer is of course pink. In neutral biomes, they spawn commonly in white, and a little less commonly in black, gray, light gray, and brown, with a 15% chance of spawning. But it gets worse in warm biomes. In these, sheep spawn in gray, yellow, orange, and red. But you want to know what the most common one is? Brown. If you take a sheep spawn egg and spam it, they're all brown sheep. They went from a 3% chance to a 80% chance. They made this previously really rare mob stupidly common. The adventurer part of me absolutely hates that. And even looking past that, why are all sheep now just random colors? Sheep in real life are white, gray, and black. When was the last time you saw a neon red sheep? Redness in a sheep's wool may be a result of a serious infection or disease. You doing okay, buddy? Minecraft? But I have to walk straight. So how this works is if I step out of this line, I
Die.
So let's hope this is possible. By the way, the goal of this video is to get diamonds. Dude, it's so scary to sprint jump. So I've gone a little ways, and we currently seem to be at a little bit of an impasse. I have 2 options here. Make a boat and keep going, or 2, turn around and go the other direction. 2 is the safer option, but what fun is that? I think this is where we have to leave the boat. Thank you for your service. Oh, that skeleton could ruin everything. Don't mind me, nothing to see here. Oh god. It should be safe to go out now. Okay, we're good. Jesus, that's a lot of mobs. What do I do? Do I just book it? Please! I need a cave or a structure or anything. I kind of just realized, why did I think this was a good idea? It's just me running. Okay, village, please be lined up with the blacksmith, please. Of course I'm not. I can still get iron, I guess. Oh my god, I'm so stupid, I'm so stupid, I'm so stupid. How did I just do that? If you go to the official Minecraft.net website, you'll find a page called Previously Considered Suggestions. Basically, just viewer suggestions that have been rejected. I was looking at this list recently. There are the most random things on here. Secondary redstone, bluestone has been rejected. Okay, I don't want a second redstone. But that wasn't the thing that caught my attention. What did was that Mojang are huge liars. I love you, Mojang, but oh my goodness, this page is filled with lies. They said no baby dolphins, for some reason. But then a couple years later, the baby dolphin came out. Okay, but maybe that was a mistake, and they just didn't realize they already said no. In the most recent update, Mojang introduced copper armor, tools, and this little guy, the copper golem. In 2021, the 3 mob vote mobs were the Allay, the Glare, and the copper golem. The Allay ended up winning, and everyone thought that was that, because it says on the official website, we will not be adding the mobs that were not selected in the mob vote. You just did! Maybe it's 2 mistakes. But on the off chance that it is, we have another example. Minecraft announced a while ago that they weren't adding sharks because they didn't want to encourage people approaching them in real life. And then they added endangered animals. An update after they denied sharks, they added pandas, which at the time were endangered. Plus the polar bear, which is also endangered, attacks you unprovoked if you get too close to its cub. So what was the real reason they didn't add sharks? We don't ask a lot from you, Mojang, but please stop lying to us. Hypixel is the biggest Minecraft server in the world, with over 50,000 people playing per day. The main reason is because it hosts games like Bed Wars and Skyblock, but it's Java exclusive. Lucky for you Bedrock players, there's a Bedrock equivalent called the Hive. No, not that kind of hive. There we go. The Hive hosts games like Hide and Seek and Capture the Flag, but usually it's with less sweatier people. So let's absolutely demolish these children in some good old mini games. Go, 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 go. Oh, there's nowhere for me to hide. I had to settle for this. This is so bad. This is the worst option I could have picked. Let's let a little sneaky one out. They call me silent but deadly. It did nothing. Why did I think this was a good idea? I have to make a break for it. Go! Oh crap. Did you notice me? Oh, get juked! No, fire starter! Oh god, I'm out in the open. Get to the tables! Hurry! Just don't act suspicious. Surely I can spare another emote. Yeah! There's no way! Well, that was easy. Minecraft is a hard game to get good at. That is just a fact. Multiplayer is filled with giga sweats that need to go touch grass, and single player, you have to be actually skilled in very few situations, only either water bucket clutching and half a heart situations, which, if you're new, don't happen very much. I'm going through the journey of learning to get better at the game too, So to make it as painless and easy as possible for you to get better, here's the 3 best methods I found to get better at this game. For the first method, log into Hypixel. This is not multiplayer, I promise. If you go to Bed Wars, a lot of people actually don't know that they offer practice tools. You can practice bridging, ender pearl clutching, bow and arrow accuracy, fireball jumping, and most importantly, water bucket clutching, which is a very important Minecraft skill. Another thing I do is I'll find a big cave with a fair amount of mobs in it, then give yourself a realistic kit. Think iron armor and tools, 15 or something stake, and a shield. Then just plop yourself in the cave and see how long you can survive. If you're nervous to go in caves, this is perfect for you. The final thing I do, and I do this one daily, I have a world just called Run. I give myself a hotbar full of grass blocks, make it so I can't take damage, and then just run in one direction. This is something I genuinely do really often, and it helps with movement so much. Just learning how to move is half the battle of Minecraft. Not to mention, it's just so therapeutic to just put on some music and run. It's so calming. And for those of you who are saying, what up, Bedrock Edition? You have 2 blocks extra reach and you bridge like this. You are fine. Good luck on your journey of becoming a pro at this game. I know it's hard. Trust me. I know. The Minecraft movie came out over 3 months ago now. So now that the hype has died down and the excitement of it being new is over, was it actually good or did it deserve the hate? And of course, if you still somehow haven't seen it, this is spoilers. First of all, the most hated part of the trailer was the CGI, but it actually wasn't as bad as everyone was expecting. Most of the time. Specifically, the iron golem and the gas designs, absolute just mwah. Of course it would have been better totally animated, but I feel like what they did wasn't the worst. One of the things that disappointed me and the rest of the world, why was the main villain freaking Malgosha? The Ender Dragon, already a Minecraft boss, would have been such a better pick. Malgosha was kinda just there. She didn't play a big role and she kinda just sat in the background the whole time, even though she was the main villain. The Ender Dragon actually could have done stuff. I said it last time and I'll say it again. Jack Black carry. The memes alone probably made it 10 times as profitable. He was absolute genius and a big reason a lot of people even went to the movie. And also, what is that second plot line with the villager in the mill? So should you go see the movie? Absolutely. If you love Minecraft, you will love this movie. Just don't go into it expecting like a Hollywood performance. Except from Jack Black. A new way to break the end portal has been found by this YouTuber. For some reason, in the 15 years of Minecraft's existence, people have been obsessed with breaking the game in any way possible, whether it be through glitches or bugs. Back in 2011, when Minecraft was an update beta 1.8 pre-release, the most popular glitch ever was found. If you grew a mushroom tree in this exact spot in the portal room, the mushroom would break the frame, making it impossible to activate. This method got so popular that in a video you may have heard of, Minecraft Speedrunner vs 4 Hunters finale rematch, you may have heard of it. The hunters actually used this glitch to stop Dream from going into the portal, which made him go to the surface, which led to his death. So somehow, Mojang got wind of this glitch and patched it. But because the Minecraft community is funny, and we like to ruin things like Mojang's hopes and dreams, we found another way. For this glitch, you're gonna need 3 pistons, 1 TNT, 1 block of your choice, 1 lever, and 1 pickaxe. First, find the portal room, go in, and break the silverfish spawner. On the frame you want to break, place 1 of your pistons. Right next to that, place your chosen block. Put a lever on top of it and TNT on top of the piston. After that, break a 3x3 hole in the ceiling above the TNT. Then, in the stereo behind you, take off 2 layers. It should be looking like this so far. For this next part, I suggest an auto clicker. Make sure it's on right click, set it to the fastest interval possible, then flick the lever with the piston in your hand, quickly hug the piston, aim for this triangle, and turn on your auto clicker. If you did it right, when the TNT blows up, you'll place the pistons and officially have broken the end portal frame. This is the rarest death message in Minecraft history, and I guarantee I'm the first person ever to get it. Most people say the rarest is death.fail.accident.water, which happens when you fall into a waterlogged block while riding a minecart. Others will say it's player left the confines of this world, which is leaving the world border. But neither of those even come close to this message. Player didn't want to live in the same world as Dolphin. Now, you might be thinking, that sounds easy, you are oh so wrong. There are 3 different types of mobs in Minecraft. Hostile, which always attack you, passive, which never attack you, and neutral, which only attack when provoked. A less known fact is that dolphins are actually neutral mobs, just like piglins. Most people think that this death message is when a mob hits you into the void, and that's true, kinda. The problem is, if that happens, you get this message. For the didn't want to live in the same world as message, you have to be actively taking damage from the void and from a mob. But the dolphin only hits once. So you have to get a dolphin down to Y-64, which is hard already, but the dolphin is special because it needs both air and water to live. It'll drown in water too long, but it'll also suffocate in air. So after figuring out how to transport it, you have to break 2 bedrock with a glitch, cover it up with 2 dirt, get the dolphin into it, mine it with a efficiency 5 golden shovel, hit the dolphin frame perfect and having it hit you once to get the rarest death message in Minecraft history. Everyone has died to a trap in Minecraft before. You see a chest with a sign on it, you get greedy, and then... So today, so this never happens again, I'm going to teach you how to get out of 2 very common traps, but also how to build them, so you can trap some people too. One of the most common traps is actually at your front door. This trap makes you feel safe because it's at your house. If you have pressure plates that auto-open your front doors from the inside or outside, it can be linked to a simple piston system. All you need is 1 piston and 1 pressure plate. Break down 2 blocks at their door. Then replace 1 block to the side with a piston. Break 1 block on the other side and mine down as far as you want. Then replace everything. If you want to be extra devious, place crafting tables on the wall so water can't be placed. This is a classic, but a good one. And the way to counter it is to have double doors. Usually you go through the middle of the 2, which reveals the trap. In a past video, I went over a trap where you loot a desert temple and then replace the middle TNT with a skulk sensor. So then when you go in... But people were confused on how to get out. You can actually pillar out with wool in the wall, which doesn't activate the sensor. And for this final one, I don't understand how to... Yeah, this one's impossible to get out of. New game! I'm gonna break a block in Minecraft, and you have to guess what it is blind. Alright, first one. That was the end portal frame. Alright, onto the... Whoa, you can't just do that. How are we supposed to... Shut up. Number 2. That was... There are so many that make that noise. Stone, concrete, terracotta, how do you expect them to... What even was that? End portal. Frame? Nope. It's a well-known fact that the end portal is impossible to break. Even with the most decked out pickaxe in the game, you can't break the frame. So why does it make a noise when you break it? That doesn't make sense. If Mojang didn't intend for it to be broken, why do they give it a breaking noise? And like, weak glass? Why? But more importantly, the end portal is a breakable block in creative and it has a breaking sound for some reason. Which means you can do weird stuff like this. It makes sense that the nether portal makes a breaking sound, because it's actually breaking. But the end portal, which you shouldn't even be able to... Does this make sense to anyone? I'm so confused. Minecraft Steve is a criminal, and that is not a joke. From the second you spawn in, you're breaking laws. The first thing you have to do in Minecraft is get wood. But technically, according to the law or whatever, without proper permits that Steve most likely does not have, it is illegal to chop lumber, which can get you a $5,000 fine or up to 6 months in jail. Another problem is food. You have two options for food in Minecraft: crops and meat. If you chose meat, you're illegally poaching and you can be fined $500 per animal killed. But if you chose crops, you're not off much better. Growing food on public land without permission is illegal with a $100 fine. The second worst infraction Steve does is villages. How severe your infraction is depends on what you do. If you open a villager's door with your sword out and steal their emeralds, you got charged with armed robbery, which is a $50,000 fine and 10 years in prison per incident. But an average village has 10 houses, so in total, if you rob all of them, you'll get handed $500,000 in fines and 100 years in jail. But sometimes people will take it further. Each villager you kill adds a life sentence and $250,000 per villager. But if you go even further and kill the golem, aka an officer, depending on what country you're in, you can get the death penalty. But the worst infraction is... keybinds are the most important things for a player to decide in all of Minecraft. Before you even join the game, you need to decide your keybinds. In a worst case scenario, they can even save you from death. So what are the best keybinds in Minecraft? Most people will say that's a subjective question, but it actually isn't. A good set of keybinds have to be easy to access while still being able to click WASD. The most important being the hotbar. The base hotbar keys are 1 through 9, and those are fine, but stretching your fingers to the 9 key is difficult. There's no true answer, but a good keybind setup should either incorporate the left third of the keyboard and or the mouse buttons. So if you're falling and you need to quickly pull out your water bucket, you can quickly switch to it. I'm gonna show you my keybinds, and you can't judge me. I use WASD as normal. For the hotbar, I use 1 through 4 as normal. And then I use these for 5 through 9. I also use the gray key for drop instead of Q because I always drop my swords in fights reaching for W. But the only one I use that everyone should agree with is that sprint should be R. Left control being sprint is a crime to humanity. R is so much closer, and like R for run, it's made for it. Oh, and this should be a given. I play with auto jump off, and if you don't, die. The Minecraft mob vote was discontinued in 2024 because of peer pressure from the community and a petition with over 1 million signatures to end the mob vote. But now that it's gone forever, what are the coolest mobs that the community missed out on? In my opinion, the coolest mob in the vote ever was the Iceologer. It went against the Moobloom and the Glow Squid. And I mean, we objectively picked the worst one. We missed out on the potential first ever snow-themed hostile mob who attacks with giant ice chunks for glowing signs. Another more recent miss was the crab. The 2023 mob vote was the armadillo, penguin, or crab. I would have liked the extra reach, but we got wolf armor, so I can't complain too much. But I lied earlier. The coolest mob we missed out on was the barnacle. A lot of you have probably totally forgotten about the barnacle. To overview it, if we'd voted it in, we would have gotten a 10 block long mob that grabs you with its tongue and drowns you, adding so much to a dull ocean. But we said no, and instead voted in... Mojang? Imagine this scenario. You just found a shipwreck. looted it, and got a buried treasure map. You follow that map to this location. You dig down as normal. So the most cursed buried treasure ever was found by this YouTuber. As you saw earlier, if you try to dig down, you'll fall into lava and die. But you thought that was the end of your troubles? Oh, no. If you clear out the lava, you'll look around, you'll find some diamonds, and see that this treasure spawned at bedrock. But you still can't see it. That's because it's in here. I'm not joking. This buried treasure is impossible to get to in survival mode. It's completely encased in lava and bedrock at Y level 6. And the loot is amazing too. There's a diamond and 19 iron in there. Dude, pirates really stepped up their game. The copper update happened. Please don't scroll, I know everyone's talking about it, this is different. The copper update happened, and it's one of the best things Minecraft has done in a long time. So now, copper has a use, and everyone loves it. Yay. Okay, you got me, I missed copper being useless. Since copper was added in 1.17, I've publicly hated it. One of my favorite videos I've ever made was about me complaining about copper. But now, what do I have to complain about? All the cool YouTubers have their cool things they can be edgy and complain about. Caman with birch, Crave with acacia, and Wyra with everything. And I had copper, but now it's amazing. So what now? Grr, I hate tadpoles. They really grind my gears. Life has no purpose now. Minecraft is different from other games. All parents have said video games rot the brain, or something along those lines. But clearly they haven't seen Minecraft. Besides a game where you can build literally anything, there are some random facts that I learned from Minecraft that I've needed in my schooling so far. One thing I learned is that obsidian is formed when felsic lava cools after coming in contact with water, which I learned in Minecraft years before I learned that in school. Believe it or not, bone meal works in real life. It makes plants grow faster just like in Minecraft because of its high phosphorus content. Something else crazy I learned in chemistry last year is that milk actually can help poisons be less toxic just like in Minecraft. Some vets actually will use milk on animals that have eaten poison. Another thing Minecraft taught me and the rest of the world is that axolotls are a real animal. I could have gone my whole life without knowing they existed. Another thing is that bamboo grows really fast. In Minecraft, it grows about every 10 seconds and 3 feet per day in real life. And the final thing Minecraft taught me is that when you break a tree, it floats in the air and doesn't fall, just like in Minecraft. Multiplayer Minecraft absolutely sucks. Okay, I need to calm down. I've been playing more multiplayer in the past couple of weeks, both Bedrock and Java, and I would rate it about a 3 out of 10. Call me bad. Wait, don't actually do that. I'm still learning. Believe it or not, I'm still pretty new to this game. But that being said, I feel like this isn't totally me being bad. From videos I've seen, multiplayer used to be really fun because everyone sucked. And sure, there were still sweats, but it wasn't to the extent it is today. And I think I know why. Nobody likes losing. And when I wrote this script, clearly I didn't either. And it's hard not to. Losing this bad sucks. And that drives away a lot of the new worst players, leaving only sweats. So my advice? Don't play multiplayer. For now. This isn't getting you any better. It's actually just making your mental worse, therefore your skill worse. If you really want to do online, you gotta train and get better offline. But specifically, the built-in high-pixel training tools. These are absolute gold if you want to get better at multiplayer. Or just play single player. It's a lot calmer and a lot more peaceful and a lot less stressful than multiplayer. Minecraft update 1.21 is absolutely ancient, with the newest update being 1.21.10. People are very eager for 1.22. If I asked you what the first thing that 1.21 added, what would you say? Maybe the mob retexture update or the new spawn eggs, maybe the creaking update? Nope, it was the trial chambers. Man, that was a long time ago. In all of 1.21 so far, Mojang have added trial chambers, adding the breeze, bog, mace, and 3 new potion effects, the pale garden, adding the creaking, eye blossoms, and new wood type, saddles became craftable and shearable, the new cow, pig, chicken, and sheep texture update happened, Dennis, lava chicken, the Minecraft movie came out, they changed the sounds of pistons and immediately changed them back, they're adding copper armor, tools, and golem, not to mention tons of bug fixes. If you didn't play Minecraft and I told you that, you'd probably say, wow, that sounds like a cool 3 updates. It was 1. All of that was 1.21. It has been a year. This thing is hooked up to 5 ventilators and can tell me stories about the birth of America. Please just put it out of its mercy, Mojang. We're ready for 1.22 already. Minecraft? But I have 0 sensitivity. Okay, so obviously I'm at sensitivity. But also, something some people don't know is if you pair that with cinematic camera, this is the fastest you can move your mouse. And somehow I have to get diamonds with that. It's so slow. Is this a cave? I'm sure this would be very interesting if I could see. Great, I did all that for nothing. No, that's fine. Wait, maybe not. Okay, if I try and fight, I will die. Stop! Yeah, that's what I thought. You're scared. Stop, please. Yeah, Infinity comes out victorious again with plenty of health to spare. Is this just... This is just a dirt cave. Oh my god, I hate this game. Oh my god, I hate this game. Let's see if I can even kill a cow. Alright, all I need is iron. Hurry! I'm gonna drown. No, come back! If I don't get iron or diamonds from this shipwreck, I'm gonna cry. Oh my god, your head is fat! Swing, swing! It's not worth it. Jeez, that's an awful shipwreck, but it's good enough. Holy ravine! I can make this. I can make this. Oh, that was too close for comfort. I just have to go. Oh my. Iron pick acquired. Now I just need diamonds. There are like 7 zombies chasing me right now. Diamonds! I don't have time! Take 5 to 7 business days to angle my camera down. And go. Where's the diamonds? Please, who can kill me? Oh my god, please. Yes! Easy! Alright, fine, let's do this. I learned everything there is to know about redstone. I'll be honest, it's as boring as it seems. There are about 50 total redstone related components in the game, but today I'll be focusing on 3 main ones: redstone dust, the redstone repeater, and the redstone comparator. First, redstone dust. Redstone is the equivalent of electricity, and redstone dust is like wires. You put down the dust, activate it, and magic happens. Simple enough. It goes up, down, and to the side. If you double right click it, it cuts off. Next, the redstone repeater. It's crafted with 3 stone, 2 redstone torches, and 1 redstone dust. The redstone repeater can be used in 3 different ways. They can extend signals. Redstone dust reaches a max of 15 blocks. The repeater reactivates it. It can also add delays to the circuit, which is helpful with music and traps. And it can make sure redstone only travels in one direction, so there isn't unwanted redstone output. And finally is the redstone comparator. This tool measures and maintains. What that means is it can sense how many items are in a chest, furnace, hopper, any block that stores items, or a lectern depending on what page it's on. For up to 15 pages/items, it outputs a signal, a weaker signal being less items/a lower page.
I did like 4 hours of research on this, so if you want a more complicated video,
hit that like button. I don't know, tell me in the comments or something. In my shorts feed as of late, I've been getting tons of videos that go somewhat like, those annoy me for 2 reasons. For one, that took 5 minutes to make. And for 2, Minecraft is very unique from other games in a couple ways. One reason is because if you go to the launcher, you can play every version in Minecraft existence. So why are you sad it doesn't look like it used to? Just go play it, it's not that hard. And also, on another unrelated note, why do all these videos get sad that Netherrack changed? It's the biggest eyesore the world has ever seen. Minecraft is a popular game. I don't need to tell you that. But I don't think you realize the extent of how much Minecraft has taken over the world. Minecraft has been played in almost every single country on Earth, including Antarctica and the Vatican City, the smallest country in the world. Across all of YouTube, Minecraft creators have amassed over 1.35 billion subscribers total, also known as the population of the US 3 times over. In a single day, 13 million people play this game, 50,000 of those are on Hypixel, and there is a Bed Wars game going 24/7. Okay, but that isn't really taking over the world. Well, direct your eyes to Google. If you search up minecart, your results will be the Minecraft wiki fandom about minecarts, the official Minecraft website about tips on minecarts, the Minecraft wiki about minecarts, and then Wikipedia about real-life minecarts. Even the pictures provided with the search go Minecraft minecart to real-life minecarts. So you're telling me on Google, the search engine of the world, Minecraft can one-up real life? If you don't believe me, search for yourself. This game is so much bigger than you realize. It's insane. If you could have one item in Minecraft forever, what would you choose? I asked you guys this question, and your answers were something. Let's see what you said. Command block, emoji. Okay, this was the most commented thing. I think the thought process here is that I just place it and give myself everything I need. But the problem is, you can't use a command block in survival. You can't even place it, much less put a command in it. Pork, oh no. Minecraft, but I can only raw pork. Again? What's your obsession with pork? Beef. Are you guys hungry? Would you like a snack? There, you happy? No more food. Minecraft, but you can only use a fishing rod. This is a good one. You can pull mobs, get food, get XP, pull items. Good one. I don't know if this counts, but a bucket. Okay, this one also could be good, but it depends on what kind of bucket. If it's a lava bucket, then no. If it's milk, it's good in one specific situation, but if it's water, then it's good for clutching, climbing, and Hammond18 spawn egg. In my community post, I also said, whatever the top comment is, I'll do a Minecraft butt with just that item. And the item you picked is the arrow of splashing. I'm not joking. You guys are so stupid, but I love you so much because I know that would have been my vote if I was a viewer too. Minecraft? But I have one arrow of splashing? So this requires a bit of an explanation. On my community tab a while ago, I asked, you're only allowed one item in Minecraft forever. What are you choosing? And I said the top comment would get a Minecraft butt with just that item, thinking it would be something like a water bucket or diamonds, but nope. Arrow of splashing. My goal is to kill a mob with this arrow, and the only items I can collect are sticks and string for a bow. Okay, I found a good cave, so I need to take down 3 spiders with my fist. I have 3 bars of hunger left and no string. That's a spider jockey. I don't want a spider that badly. This cave is huge. How are there no spiders? I just need to go deeper. I don't understand how there's 0. Jesus, holy. Come on, there's no way there's 0 spiders. Oh god, just run, just run, just run. Oh great, diamonds! The one challenge I don't need them. Okay, finally spider, but it's only 1. Oh no, I'm getting cooked. Why are there so many? Oh great, there's a witch too. I don't know what to do. Oh my god. I don't know what to do. I'm just dead. What? Please just find some spiders. Okay, the witch drugged this spider. I need to risk it. What is happening? There's so many mobs. I think I'm fine. I'm not fine. Okay. Before 1.21.8, copper was one of the worst things that Minecraft had. And I hate copper as much as the next guy, but copper has always overshadowed another debatably more useless ore, amethyst. I've never understood how copper had 3 recipes, all with fair uses and a unique mechanic, when amethyst crafts into 4. A block of itself, a thing 0 people know how to use, a spyglass, which has copper in its recipe too, and tinted glass, which no one has ever used or even knows exists. The only thing it does is duplicate allays? Pushing past how morally wrong that is. What's the point of that? Nobody uses allays. Sure, they're cute, but like, they're the things that you just walk past at outposts and say, wow, those are cute, and then walk away. I think amethyst is just more popular than copper because it makes pretty sparkle noise when you place it instead of metal noise. Minecraft players are toddlers, what did we expect? That includes me. I'm still gonna pick amethyst over copper any day just because of the sparkle noise. It's time for a game. I'm gonna give you 2 different advancements and how you get them. One of them will be real and the other will be completely made up. Round 1. To get the advancement, The Sound of Music, you have to play a music disc in a Meadows biome. It can be any song. Or, to get the advancement, The Hunt Begins, you have to kill a mob with a crossbow from over 50 blocks away. Surprisingly, The Sound of Music is real. Round 2. If you brew every single type of potion in the game, you'll get the advancement Potion Master. Or, to get the advancement 2 birds, 1 arrow, you have to kill 2 phantoms with the same arrow. Insanely enough, the phantom one is real. Who is getting this advancement? I kinda just realized the Minecraft community is somewhat like a huge 200 million person friend group. Sure, some of them are terrible, but for the most part, they aren't too bad. But the main reason I say this is because I just realized there are a ton of inside jokes that only Minecrafters get. Like, if you showed some random person this, they would not get it at all. But if you showed a Minecraft player this... Another example is Herobrine. At this point, Steve has made a name for himself. Most people know this face, or at least the blocky art style. But it takes a real Minecrafter to notice the white eyes. Another good example... Not even close, baby! Technoblade never dies! My parents have no idea who Technoblade is, but he's made such a huge impact on our life and shaped whole childhoods. But our parents will never get it because they don't play Minecraft. Revenge, Don't Mind at Night, Prime Dan TDM. There's so many Minecraft classics that 90% of the world just doesn't understand. If you have a younger sibling, please go culture them. Back in update 1.8, diamonds were the most valuable things you could ever find. To the point that if you found diamonds, you would save them just because they were that amazing, and then never use them. But today, if you go into the right cave, they're literally everywhere. That isn't a coincidence. In the 9 years since 1.8, diamonds have become 40% rarer. Not to mention, they added 64 more layers to the bottom of the world. Another thing is the God Apple. The God Apple was literally the rarest item in the game, but then in 1.19, they added the Ancient City, and whenever this chest spawns, it 100% of the time has a God Apple in it. It even went from epic rarity to rare rarity. But probably the best example is the brown sheep. When it was added in version 1.4, it had a 3% chance of spawning. But now, in 1.21 after the texture update, they jumped to a 81% chance in warm biomes, getting 27 times more common in one update. But Minecraft only making things rarer really scares me. Because what's a really rare item right now? The mace. And if Minecraft keeps trending like this, what if the mace gets really common and PvP turns into only maces? That would be a nightmare. The skeleton is widely considered the most annoying mob in all of Minecraft, and this is for a good reason. They're one of the few ranged mobs in the whole game. They do up to 3 hearts per arrow, they can spawn with armor, enchanted bows, and they have World War II fighting techniques. But what if I told you that the skeleton actually balances everything? I know I just hated on it, but it'll make sense. One of the most broken things you can do in all of Minecraft is build up 3 blocks. Think about it. Zombie, build up 3 blocks. Iron Golem, 3 blocks. You can get away from almost any ground mob in the game just by pillaring up, but not the skeletons. So sure, the skeleton is absolutely awful, but it balances out and has an actually important use. The mushroom was the first food added to Minecraft. Back in update 0.02a, the mushroom was one of the 265 total items. And there, the mushroom's journey started. When other foods were added in the next update, the mushroom became useless because it just couldn't keep up with the new foods. That is, until 1.14, when one of the best foods was added. Suspicious Stew. Suspicious Stew is the easiest, earliest way to get drugged. Potion effects. But now, in present day Minecraft, they're literally everywhere. To the point that there's a whole biome dedicated to mushrooms. And that's where the mushroom sits to this day. But that's just the history of the mushroom. It's actually one of the most complicated crops in the game. Most crops like wheat, carrots, and potatoes need farmland to be planted. But the mushroom is different. To plant the mushroom, it can't be exposed to direct sunlight, otherwise it'll just break. So you need to have it in a cave or a dark box, and oh my gosh, I just realized I've been talking about mushrooms for a minute. That's so boring, I'm so sorry. Alright, I've been too positive lately. You know what I hate? Tinted glass. Who uses this block? The only difference between tinted and black glass is that apparently tinted glass doesn't let through as much light, which has one use: helping mushrooms grow. Mushrooms are special in Minecraft. They can't grow when in light level 12 or higher, or when exposed to direct sunlight. But there is so many better solutions than tinted glass. Like a box with a door and torches inside. Or do you need to watch your plants grow? What is this, Stardew Valley? You don't need a greenhouse, it's Minecraft. Like, who is using this? Just go to the nether roof or, you know, the biome that is nothing but mushrooms? And that isn't even the end of it. The dumbest part, if you place mushrooms on mycelium, nylium, or podzol, the light level doesn't matter and it grows anywhere. And it gets even worse. The crafting recipe for tinted glass is 4 amethyst shards and 1 glass. In what world does that make sense? This is purple, and this is black. Spot the difference between these. Tell me which one is tinted and which one is black. You can't even tell. What is this item? Why does it exist? Ban tinted glass. Everyone always talks about crazy Minecraft terrain generation, primarily in a specific version. But something nobody talks about is the lack of generation. Okay, that makes zero sense. Let me explain. The other day, when I was editing this video, one of the shots I needed was on a mushroom island. So I did the /locate command and found out it's called a mushroom fields. I don't know what that's about. But anyways, when I got there, there was just no island. If you go to the F3 menu, you can see what biome you're in, and it said I was in a mushroom fields, but there was just no island to be found. And the weirdest part, there is proof that it exists. If you go really high into the air, you can actually see the outline of where it's supposed to be in the water. And if you think it's underwater, nope. But there is this insane cave system. What the heck happened here? Can anyone explain this? I've just never seen anything like it. Why is it just gone? This is your daily reminder to not trust the internet. So obviously, I post one short every day at 11 AM Eastern. And when I film them, I obviously have to do a ton of research to make sure they're accurate. But a ton of what the internet says about Minecraft is just wrong. The biggest culprit of this? ChatGPT. When ChatGPT was created, for some reason, everyone decided to use it instead of Google, even though it literally has a warning on it that says, ChatGPT can make mistakes, check important info. Oh, I'll be checking important info. Believable but incorrect Minecraft searches. How to put a lead on a dolphin in Minecraft. Totally believable, but you can't lead dolphins. Only push them or use them. You sure? Another example. How to make suspicious stew give night vision. There's no suspicious stew that give night vision, but it feels like there should be. That's just not true. If you feed a brown mushroom a poppy and then milk it with a bowl, it'll give you the night vision suspicious stew. ChatGPT is so wrong about so many things Minecraft-wise, and I think I actually know why. The way ChatGPT works is when it was created, it was fed so much info from everywhere, including false things from Reddit and stuff like that. Minecraft is the biggest game in the world, so it has the biggest community, which goes online and lies intentionally or unintentionally, so ChatGPT says that. The only 99% reputable source I found is the Minecraft wiki, but even that can be wrong, so just test stuff for yourself. For some certain blocks in Minecraft, you need an enchantment called Silk Touch to mine it. Basically, what Silk Touch does is it'll drop the actual block instead of the item. A perfect example of that? Deep Slate Emerald Ore. If you mine it without Silk Touch, it drops an emerald. But with Silk Touch, it drops the actual Deep Slate Emerald Ore block. But there are some blocks that I found out need Silk Touch to be mined that just... Huh? So, to see if I'm just stupid, I'm gonna quiz you guys to see if it's just me that didn't know this. I'm gonna show you a block, and you have to tell me whether you need Silk Touch to mine it or not. First off, we'll start with an easy one. If you break clay with a Silk Touch shovel, will it drop a clay block or 4 clay balls? You do need Silk Touch to mine this. Level 2. Everyone knows that when you break leaves with shears, it insta-mines and drops the leaf block. But what about for a Silk Touch hoe? Will this drop a leaf block, or will it just drop nothing? It'll drop the actual leaf block. This was changed in 1.13. Before that, only shears dropped the leaf block. Final level. If you till dirt or grass, it turns into farmland. If you mine farmland with a Silk Touch shovel, will it drop farmland or dirt? The answer is actually dirt. It's impossible to get the farmland block in vanilla Minecraft. Let's play a game. I'm gonna show you a normal clip of me playing Minecraft, but there will be one thing off. Let's see if you can find it. Alright, we just loaded in, we got a cherry grove over here, that's cool. What, 2 cherry groves? Whoa, that's so cool. What luck? We got a village back there. What the heck, this seed is crazy. Alright, well, I may as well start progressing through the game, getting wood and everything like that. Got an oak tree over here. Can this really spawn in this biome? I don't know. Huh. We got an oxeye daisy. I might need that for later. Has the change happened yet? Who knows? Looks like we're in a, what, plains biome? Right next to a dark forest and birch forest. Do we got a cave? Nope, just a crack. Man, I hate these. They bait you into thinking it's a cave. It's just a useless, dumb crack. Yeah, this is a pretty cool seed. Did you spot the mistake? The warden we all know and love today was not the original design. And the original is honestly scary enough to give you nightmares. When the warden was added, there was a certain group of people who were pretty unhappy with it because it's honestly the scariest thing Minecraft has ever added. But imagine how much more terrifying it would have been if this was the design. What the heck, Mojang? This was one of the original designs for the warden. Is this some kind of sick joke? Where are its eyes? Wait, that actually makes more sense with the whole can't see thing. But that doesn't matter! If Minecraft scrapped this for being too scary, you know it was way too scary. Believe it or not, there have been 4 iterations of the warden. The first one was called the Shade. The second was the Stalker, and the third was our friend here. He was going to be called the Hollowed. The Hollowed was based off of the fear trypophobia, which is the fear of clusters of holes and bumps. The original sculk was called Catalyst and played off of trypophobia. It was meant to be a mix of flesh and hole clusters and emitted smoke. It didn't act any different from today's Deep Dark, but was 10 times scarier. The Hollowed would jump out of the dark, making this blood-curdling scream and kill you with its jaws. Are you kidding me? You know what? The warden doesn't sound too bad anymore. It's time to get high. No, not that kind. Get your mind out of the gutter. A problem with elytras is that you have to constantly be boosting yourself with firework rockets if you want to go anywhere. But after a while, that can become expensive. The early solution to this was to build a runway. What some people would do is they would build up a tower and then jump off it so they could glide as far as they could. Because that takes no firework rockets, with the downside of only being able to go up 319 blocks because of the build limit. People have found ways to get kind of high consistently, but I just found a way to get thousands of blocks in the air, and if you glide, you can go tens of thousands of blocks. To build this contraption, mine a 3x2x3 hole and get 2 chickens into it. Now you do something called, chicken breeding. A lot of it, until the hole is filled. Then, you're gonna splash the chickens with a splash potion of wind charging, which you can get pretty easily by brewing a breeze rod and then brewing it with gunpowder to make it a splash potion. Then, build 3 up, 1 over, make sure you can survive 1 CNT at point blank. I don't want any of you dying from me. Then, get in, blow it up, and... and then just glide. Have you ever killed a boss in Minecraft just for it to drop absolute garbage? Well, if you ever killed a boss in Minecraft before, then yes you have. Because almost all boss loot in Minecraft sucks. There are 4 bosses in Minecraft. the Ender Dragon, the Elder Guardian, the Warden, and the only one we're killing, the Wither. Let's go over what each one drops. The Ender Dragon, the final boss of the game, drops the Dragon Egg, which is cool in concept, but fundamentally it does nothing and sits on your shelf for the rest of the playthrough. The Warden, the hardest mob in the game to kill, drops a single Skull Catalyst. To be fair, I don't think it was really meant to be killed, but it should drop better loot than a death extender that you can just mine. And the biggest culprit of useless boss drop syndrome is the Elder Guardian. If you go through the awful experience of killing it, it drops raw cod, the most common fish. But the only reason people go there is sponge, another useless block. The only reason people even still kill bosses is just to say that they have. Which brings me back to my original point. The Wither is the only boss actually worth killing because it drops the Nether Star, which powers the beacon and makes it the only useful boss drop in the game. There is an underrated MLG in Minecraft, and absolutely nobody is using it. And it might even be better than the water bucket clutch. And that clutch is the Wind Charge MLG. Yes, you can clutch with these. The Wind Charge is one of the best items in Minecraft for a couple of reasons. It does knockback to anything, it can boost your jump up to 10 blocks, and you can clutch with it. Every MLG has one problem. You can't do the water bucket in the nether or on leaves, the ladder clutch is stupidly hard, and the lava clutch is just stupid. You can do the Wind Charge MLG literally anywhere. And one of the best parts about the Wind Charge is that once you throw it, it goes straight and fast. Plus, unlike every other clutch, it has a splash zone, and you don't really have to time it that much either, so it's really consistent. It's also super abundant. You can craft 4 wind charges from 1 breeze rod, which you get from killing a breeze. So you can get a ton really easily. But the wind charge isn't only helpful for clutches. For a pitfall trap, if you throw 1 charge at the wall, you can survive, even with dripstone at the bottom. But some people line their pitfalls with crafting tables. Like I said before, these do splash knockback, so just throw it earlier and you can clutch without even having to crouch. Even lava traps, you can just rise out of it like God. Carry wind charges more. Trust me, you'll thank me. K-Man recently ended his monthly Q&A series, but that got me thinking, why don't we have one here? So... monthly Infinity72 Brain Cell Loss Q&A number 1. Will you ever live stream on YouTube? I streamed on Twitch a couple Saturdays ago and had tons of fun, and I'd love to do it more. The current plan is stream on Fridays or Saturdays on Twitch and then upload the VODs to YouTube. What editing software do you use? So I've specifically never answered this question before because I don't like my editing software. I know. It's a really cheap one, and I don't want one of you copying me because I learned on a weird software, so I invoked the 5th. What do you listen to for music? This is one of the only places where I'll say, I was born in the wrong generation. I love 90s alternate rock. My favorite band ever is Radiohead, and in close succession is The Cure and Phoebe Bridgers. But more modern music, I've been enjoying Boy With Uke for sadder stuff, and I actually went to the AJR Somewhere in the Skies tour. Anyways, this was a different kind of video. Tell me if you liked it or if you didn't, and drop your questions in the comments and I might answer them next month. The trail ruins are the most useless structure in all of Minecraft. But if you really want to torture yourself and loot one of these, here's the best way to do it. Trail ruins spawn in jungles, old growth birch forests. Old growth means big ancient looking forests with huge trees. Old growth pine taigas, snowy taigas, and just regular taigas. They're more commonly found in places with tall trees and near rivers and oceans. Once you find one, you'll need to make a brush with a stick, copper ingot, and feather. Brushing regular gravel won't work, so you need to look for suspicious gravel, which looks like this. Just make sure it doesn't fall. To be honest, the only real reason you would go to the trail ruins is for the massive amount of trail ruin exclusive pottery shards. But other than that, the loot is terrible. The only half decent thing here is 1 emerald, but I feel like this structure needs a serious buff for anything for any players to ever use it. I just built a house in Minecraft and I want to give you a tour. So yeah, this is my house from the outside. I think it looks pretty good. I like it. I used oak wood for the exterior. That was a designer choice. I took a lot of inspiration from Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Donatello, Raphael. But yeah, come on in. I wasn't expecting guests, so it's a little dirty. I hope you don't mind. In here, I got my enchantment room. That's nice. We got our bed, crafting table, chest. Don't look in there. Oh, apologies about the walls in advance. Our golden doodle here, Charlie, gets a little wound up during mating season. You know how dogs are. But yeah, there's a ton of empty space down here. I'm not really sure what to do with it. I'll probably put a couch over there somewhere, maybe a TV over there. And that about wraps up the house tour. The only complaint I've ever had is that it looks bigger on the inside than the outside, but I don't know what they're talking about. This house is going for about 5 million mine coins on Zillow. Let me know if you're interested and I'll give you a deeper tour, or you can rent it as an Airbnb. One of the best and most classic Minecraft pranks ever is this house is bigger on the inside than the outside prank. This prank has tricked thousands for centuries, and today I'm going to show you how it works. The main mastermind behind this prank is immersive portals. What you do is, you go up to a friend and tell them about this really good house that you have. Then bring them to this, and they'll have no idea what the heck is going on. This trick, of course, requires you and the other person to have immersive portals installed, but it's pretty easy to hide in a mod pack. To start, build a tiny house out of dirt or wood. It doesn't really matter. You just want it to look as sad and pathetic as possible. Then go about 500 blocks away and go crazy. Build the house of your dreams. Diamond blocks reaching to the height limit. The bigger it is, the better. After that, go inside your dream house and grab this item, the portal wand. Create portal. And craft the actual entrance to your house. Build the edges and go over to your tiny house and build the second side there. If you did it right, it should look like this. Consider your friends pranked.
Unless they've seen this vid.
Everyone knows what Silk Touch does on a pickaxe. But what about other things? For example, a dirt block. Would it act like a tool or would it not change? Okay, let's start with the other tools. Take a shovel, for example. Normally, grass and podzol turn into dirt when you break them, but with Silk Touch, they drop themselves. Axes, they keep bookshelves, mushrooms, and even beehives intact with the bees in it. And hoes only drop leaves and the 2 fungi blocks. So Silk Touch isn't only for pickaxes, but I said tools. There's a whole tab in the creative inventory that's dedicated to tools. If you /give yourself a mace with Silk Touch,
For some reason,
it actually affects it. For tools that usually can't support Silk Touch, like the mace, Silk Touch only works on blocks that the tool can actually make drop. So if you mine grass with a mace, the mace will drop the full block with Silk Touch. But if you mine stone, the mace can break it, but it won't drop anything even with Silk Touch, because only a pickaxe can make stone drop. Which means it's technically possible for you to mine a grass block with a Silk Touch dirt block and have it drop grass. There is a Minecraft mod with millions of downloads that tons of famous servers have that blatantly hacks and nobody has noticed. And it's the mod you would least expect. The mod I'm talking about is the replay mod. Now, you might be confused. The replay mod is one of the best mods for creators, and you can get tons of insane cinematic shots. So why would it be the same as hacking? Well, how this mod works is you record yourself doing something, and then you can go back in that recording locked in spectator mode to get shots from all angles. Locked in spectator mode.
without commands turned on.
You can go into Walden Spectator! So literally, it's just free, impossible to detect spectator mode. And if you do it right, you can find any secret base, any structure, with a mod on millions of servers that nobody can catch you cheating with. Take this information how you will. Back in Minecraft 1.13, Minecraft had a broken glitch that everyone used that let you ignore all damage. If you were in any deadly situation, you could just log out and log back in, and the server would think of you as a brand new player and give you spawn immunity, totally negating all damage. But then, in 1.17, they patched it, and everyone immediately gave up on it. But this is where it gets interesting, because I didn't. Leaving and rejoining still has a use. No matter how good you are at this game, a 1,000 block water bucket clutch is hard. But if you're falling and you know you're dead, if you log out right before you hit the ground, there's a gap where you just pause. And in that time, you can place a water bucket. Unless you have the reaction time of a 3-toed sloth, you'll hit the clutch 99% of the time. Just over a month ago, I made a video called The Most Cursed Treasure in Minecraft, where I went over a buried treasure encased in bedrock and lava at Y level 3 for a diamond and 19 iron. Well, as you can see from the title, we have a competitor, and it's the exact opposite of the last one. You load into the seed and oh my god. Okay, all jokes aside, this seed is sick. You load in and immediately see this ginormous 264 block tall monolith. And if you mine this block, the buried treasure is here. 264 blocks in the air. And all this is at world spawn. Like, this looks like amplified world generation. I genuinely can't decide which one is cooler. This is so sick. This is a random subscriber, and I've trapped them in a huge obsidian box.
Man, I'm really bringing back 2021 with this one.
In front of him are 3 doors. Behind all of them is water, and above is lava. After 10 minutes, the glass breaks and the lava flows down. Behind door number 1 is a room full of zombies. Behind door number 2 is a room full of pufferfish. And behind 3 is a room full of angry dolphins, which yes, are actually neutral. The subscriber debated their options and looked like they were going to take a move towards door number 2,
and then they stood in place for 5 minutes.
Until they finally picked door number 1, thinking the zombies had died from drowning.
Which doesn't work because zombies are dead and can't drown.
The zombies converted into drowns, and sadly, the subscriber died. But they were more right than you'd think. You were supposed to wait for about 8 minutes. Then go in room number 3, the angry. The beacon might be the most balanced block in all of Minecraft, just because of one simple mechanic. There's a ton of way too broken and way too useless items in Minecraft. And I mean, if you have 1,400 items, of course there are going to be a couple outliers. And most people just consider the beacon an overpowered flex block. But if you actually think about it, it's really not. To get the beacon, you need 5 glass, 3 obsidian, plus the nether star. The nether star is the main reason why the beacon is so balanced. It's dropped by the Wither, which, excluding certain methods, is debatably the hardest boss in the game. But the setup to the Wither is 10 times harder than the actual boss. You need 3 Wither skeleton skulls, which are super rarely dropped by
Wither skeletons?
at a 2.5% chance or 1 in 40. Once you finally kill 120 wither skeletons, you need to construct a full beacon with 164 mineral blocks, which gets you permanent speed, haste, resistance, jump boost, or strength. So it gives permanent effects within a 50 block radius, which is insanely overpowered for the price of ore and a boss fight, which is difficult enough that it balances out the beacon, making it the most balanced block in all of Minecraft. Okay, so this is really awkward. I have a full 7-part series on my channel called This Is How OP Netherite Truly Is, explaining how stupidly OP Netherite is, and how it kinda ruined the game. But I just found out it actually isn't that different than diamonds. Like, sure, it reduces knockback by 10%, but that's kind of the extent of it. The main two stats of armor are armor toughness and armor points. Netherite and diamonds both give the max of 20 armor points, which tanks 80% of damage. Diamond and netherite reduce the same amount of damage? The other stat is armor toughness. Armor toughness reduces more damage from very strong attacks. Diamond and netherite are the only armor that has this stat. And netherite only has one more. My most successful series is a lie based off of 10% less knockback. Bruh. But I mean, the tools are still really different, so it still counts. Back in the day, there were some Minecraft confusions that nobody talked about that everyone kinda just believed. For example, back in alpha version 3.0 in 2010, before update 1.0, the chicken was added, looking like it does today. But for some reason, people were confused whether it was a chicken or a duck. It didn't exactly help that Notch was stirring the pot, but when he made this tweet, everyone believed him. Wait, you mean it was a chicken? I always assumed it was a duck. You have turned to the duck side, Notch. There's no way back. Then, over time, Mojang confirmed that they were indeed chickens, and it was further confirmed when the chicken spawn egg was added in update 1.1. But think, if this had gone differently, we might have had this instead of the classic chicken we know today. You're farming wither skulls wrong in Minecraft. And this method I just learned makes all others inefficient because it drops skulls 100% of the time. But first, we need to talk about the Wither. The Wither is the only boss in Minecraft worth killing because it drops the Nether Star, the core ingredient in the beacon, which gives you permanent effects. But before you even think about getting a beacon, you need wither skeleton skulls. 3 to be exact. Usually, you would need to kill wither skeletons, which have a rare 2.5% chance to drop its skull. But there's a method to make a mob drop its head, and a lot of people know it. It's called the Charged Creeper. If you blow up a zombie, skeleton, creeper, or piglin with a charged creeper, it drops its head guaranteed. And nobody seems to realize that it works for wither skeletons too, because there's no videos about it online.
Or it's just obvious and I'm really stupid.
You put a creeper in a boat and wait until a thunderstorm. Then take a channeling trident and hit the creeper with it. Then, if you get it into the nether and blow up a hole of skeletons, you'll get head 100% of the... Pair that with a simple iron farm, and you, my friend, have infinite beacons. There is an epidemic in Minecraft Shorts comment section. Even the biggest creators are affected by this pandemic, and it's just hate. Everyone knows Shorts comments are absolutely brutal. And most of my recent shorts, 90% of the comments have been either pointing out everything wrong with the video, or just saying my voice sounds weird. And I can handle that. I'm a big boy. But it's happening with every shorts comment section. Even Kamen18s, and he has 10 million subs. In his video yesterday, he found a trap where if you're 64 blocks away, chests won't render, and he made a trap where you put a ton of chests on top of water and you physically can't see it. So then people don't see it and they fall and die. That's a good trap, but then the comments. Saying this is the best trap in Minecraft is a little bit of a stretch. Great, now I just need to get a friend exactly 64 blocks up in a mountain and make this trap for them to fall into. Alright, you upload for 200 days straight and we'll talk. I mean, I don't really care that much. It's just a little annoying. You can comment whatever you want. I just needed content. I am the worst PvPer in existence. You think I'm joking, but I'm really not. As I've said before, I'm still really new to playing this game. So the best thing to do is go on to Hypixel PvP 1v1s. I got into my first match and I got my butt handed to me. It was really embarrassing. I thought maybe it was beginner's unluck. Oh, you poor innocent soul. My next 2 games somehow went worse. Noob, what tips you off? The fact that you didn't lose a heart? So I thought, what if I watched some videos? Maybe that would make me better. One studying session later, I watched some pretty good videos. And did they help? Actually, yes. I was locked in a duel with a fairly decent PvPer, but then I got cornered. I was lower than him. So I used a new technique called bow spam, and it almost worked. No, dude! 3 hearts, that was so close! I'll be honest, I almost quit. My mental was shot, and I still had school in the morning. But then, the very next match, this happened. God, yes, GG's! I finally won. It took 2 hours, but I finally got a win I was proud of. Once a century, Infinity72 building tips. I suck at building, but over the years, I've collected 6 or 7 building tips that make your build look eh. And by 6 or 7, I mean 3. To give your house some pizzazz, make the windows glass panes instead of glass blocks. It gives it a more real house look. In hard mode, zombies can break down doors, but if you place your doors like this and close them, zombies can't get through anymore. That's because this door is technically open and zombies can't break open doors, but they also can't get through. And finally, most people know this, but if you have a chimney, you can put a campfire inside of it to make it look like smoke is coming out. But if you put a hay bale under it, the smoke will go way higher. Then add an interior and a path and boom, a decent-ish house. Minecraft is an unethical game. People have kind of talked about this in the past, but if you do a little more digging, it's so much worse than we all thought. Take this pig for example. If you wait long enough, he just... The amount of absolutely unspeakable things you can do to these animals in Minecraft is just not okay. Like, I get that they're just pixels on a screen, but when we saw a cute sheep for the first time was the first thing we really thought, how can I mass breed and kill these? Anything with villager trading halls is extremely unethical. Trading on the surface level is fine, but when it comes to trapping villagers in a hole or making huge villager trading halls, it's very bad for obvious reasons. Oh, and also if you kill wolves, you're a demon. The noise they make when they die is actually so sad. There is a Canadian musician that helped shape Minecraft into the global phenomenon it is today. And that musician is deadmau5. This story starts before Minecraft was even in production. A small musician named deadmau5 was growing in popularity, and a game developer named Marcus Persson was beginning development on Cave Game, an early version of Minecraft. He was actually a big fan of deadmau5's music, and later in May 2009, Minecraft Classic came out, and deadmau5 loved it. He saw so much potential in the game and streamed it every day. Yes, he actually does have a Twitch account. That exploded early Minecraft's popularity, later putting it at the most popular game of all time. I'm sure Minecraft still would have been an insanely popular game, but without deadmau5 exposing it to hundreds of thousands, it may not have been the behemoth once #1 game in the world that it was. So Notch added an Easter egg as thanks. On the official deadmau5 Minecraft account, no matter if you're wearing a helmet, he automatically has huge ears on his skin, cementing deadmau5 in Minecraft's history forever. Minecraft is getting sued for being too addictive. I wish I was joking. So a random family in California, because where else would it be from, is suing both Minecraft and Fortnite. Their reasoning is, and I quote, for intentionally designing games with addictive features that allegedly cause harm to minors. Are you kidding me? Harm to minors. Okay. What they specifically said. Intentionally addictive design. The lawsuit says that the games are made to be addictive on purpose, and they're using tricks like random rewards, in-game purchases, and content reasons to keep playing so kids get hooked. That's more Fortnite, but also the Bedrock marketplace. In our defense though, these are businesses, and they need to make money somehow, otherwise they won't be businesses anymore. Their next reason. Playing too much video games is making mental health worse globally. That's actually fair. But their last reason, and this is rich, and I quote, addiction has led to severe rage, social isolation, and academic decline. Okay, that just sounds like some screen time limits, counseling, and a juice box are needed. Minecraft and Fortnite are mortal enemies, but I think we can come together to agree that this is stupid. Armor trims saved Minecraft from becoming a dull, boring crafting simulator, and you didn't even realize it. One of the biggest flaws in old Minecraft was that once you finished the game and gotten all the OP items, there was just nothing to do. But then they added armor trims, and players started going to structures they would have ignored in the past, because armor trims look cool. Like, objectively, they're one of the best things Minecraft has added to the game. There's a trim combo for everyone. There is 18 different trims, which can be combined with 10 different materials, making for a total of 2,000 total combos, which is months of work. Going into random structures like jungle temples that you normally wouldn't go into just to get the wild armor trim. This addition to Minecraft revived exploration and saved it from becoming boring. Having resistance 255 makes you basically invincible. But what can kill you? Well, basically nothing. Of course, the void can, and also /kill, but what about other commands? For example, /damage. Let's try damaging myself 99 undecillion, and that didn't work. But I decided to test farther than anyone has before. I let myself fall for 19 hours.
Okay, it's 10:15. As you can see, 5.5 million blocks up.
So then I just went to sleep.
Okay, it's 6:30 in the morning. I just woke up. As you can see, we're just over 3 million blocks over the ground, and by the time I come home, it should be done.
And then I just went to school. And after a 5 million block fall, I didn't die. Are you kidding me? How is that possible? I fell 5.5. The Wandering Trader. Clown and punching bag of Minecraft for over 6 years is not useless. All because of one single mechanic. Ever since it was added in 2019, the Wandering Trader has been publicly hated because its trades are interesting. But to be fair, if he had diamonds and netherite, he wouldn't exactly need to be a wandering trader, would he? But despite all the slander you may have heard about this nomad, he's actually really useful. For one, they sell every sapling in the game, giving you access to rare woods like mangrove, which you would usually have to spend hours finding. And for super flats, they're even more important. If you find one wandering trader, you unlock whole palettes and colors, because the only wood that spawns in superflats is from plains villages. Without the trader, you would only have access to oak wood. And I'm not saying it's a bad wood, but it gets a little boring after a while. But with the trader, you get access to bright blue coral, horn coral, orange dye, all the colors. Now, I'm not saying trader's kind of weird, but just maybe next time you see him, spare him. Now, I'm a YouTuber with a fair amount of subscribers, and I'm happy with that. I love my little family. But alas, I wasn't always this averagely sized. I've only been doing daily shorts for about 9 months now. I started off the year with 100 subs. And now that all the non-real fans are gone, I have a secret. Tomorrow, I'll post a video that is frame for frame identical to a video I made 6 months ago, but with a little more of my new editing style, to see if YouTube is truly about how good the video is, or if it's just sub count. Your job is to comment what you would normally comment. Don't call it out, so we can see if anyone notices. The bucket. Everyone knows it, everyone loves it. It's most well known for the water bucket clutch, but it can also be used as a weapon, annihilating you or almost any mob in under 5 seconds, doing 2 hearts every half second to an entity. But it doesn't all have to be bad. If you milk a cow and then drink that milk, you get rid of all potion effects, good or bad. It can also be used as a food source. If you milk a cow 3 times with 3 milk buckets, 2 sugar, 1 egg, and 3 wheat, you can make a cake. 1 lava bucket can smelt 100 items. You can get tropical fish or another underwater mob to be your friend. And finally, the bucket can save your life from freezing and powdered snow, and you get all that for 3 iron. Armor trims can be some of the hardest things to find in Minecraft, with a few spawning in the rarest structure in the game, and some spawning in the most dangerous. So today, I'm speedrunning a random armor piece with a random trim. Here's how it went. I generated a random chest plate, and oh my god, are you kidding me? I loaded into the world and did all the basic starter stuff until I just found a lava pool. Then I got 1 iron from a crevice, and while I was looking for more, I found a trail ruins. Okay, I don't know how. This isn't staged, I swear. Here's the seed. I found a couple more iron, which brought me up to 4. I built a portal and lit it because I need to go to a bastion for the netherite chestplate. I found copper on the side of the lava pool for the brush I'll need later, and entered the nether, which was a terrible spawn, but I didn't have any other options, so I pushed on, trekking difficult terrain, until... Oh my god, 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 I fell. with no healing but 4 sweet berries and 2 chicken. Oh god. I died. I just trolled 10,000 people, and I'll explain how. It all started over 2 years ago when I posted a video called "The Bucket is Actually Amazing." Banger title from Young Infinity there. Basically, it just goes over all the uses of the bucket. But then, on Friday of last week, I posted a video saying that I would copy that video frame for frame to see if YouTube is skill or luck. And I'm sad to say, but I also did it to see if anyone would notice. And a few real ones did, but I don't know if they were faking or not. So anyways, if you took part and acted like you didn't know, then thank you. But if you got pranked, then I promise I won't do it again. Except for maybe April Fool's Day, or if I feel like it, or if... Alright, hot take incoming. The bed ruined Minecraft. Now, a lot of you might be thinking right now, I love the bed. I can sleep through nights, I can respawn, it makes the game so much easier. And that's the problem. Back in my day, the bee's knees was how to get through your first night tutorials on YouTube. But in the Big 25, nobody even has to try anymore, because if you mine 1 wood and commit 3 crimes, you can just skip through the main challenge of a survival game. Like, how does this make sense? The zombie isn't just waiting here for you to get your full 8 hours. So, I have an idea. Instead of just skipping through the night, it should simulate it, but at like 2,000 times speed, and if you get attacked, then you wake up and have to defend yourself. Plus, it would encourage people to make a shelter instead of just sleeping outside in the open, and actually make nighttime a challenge again. Monthly Infinity72 Brain Cell Loss Q&A number 2. What got you into Minecraft and how did you grow your channel? I started playing this game back when I was a baby on Xbox 360 edition, where me and my brother would use up our full 40 minutes of game time a day building roller coasters. But I started PC about 2 years ago, and I'd like to think I'm okay. As for how I grew my channel, your guess is as good as mine. I never thought I'd get past 100 subs. What happened to Infinity 1 through 71? Well, funny story there. Do you have a grill friend? I do! She's really nice, and she's gotten me through a lot of tough times with her cooking, especially her burgers. Her name is Weber Genesis. Here's her picture. Back off, she's mine! Do you have any tips for a new content creator who's trying to get their first 1,000 subs? I actually do. Do the exact opposite of what I did. Posting a short every day can be exhausting, especially for new creators. I'm lucky I love it as much as I do and that I'm not burnt out to this day. But other than that, just do high quality-ish stuff. There's enough slop on the internet these days, so don't contribute to it. If you don't put on an act for camera and just be you, there's a good chance you'll get a small fan base soon enough. I mean, look at me. I'm the biggest, silliest idiot in the world, and you guys still subscribe to me. Now, put your questions in the comments, and next month I might answer them. There was a feature that the Minecraft community asked for years. And then, when Mojang finally added it, nobody noticed. The Tricky Trials update is without a doubt the best post 1.16 update that Minecraft has had. But the feature I'm talking about is the new wolves. Wolves got updated in 2 ways. For one, they got all brand new colors. That was actually in 1.20.5 and people were pretty excited. But then 1.20 came along and totally overshadowed it. What decides a wolf's color is what biome it spawns in. The pale wolf spawns in taigas, the ashen wolf is in snowy taigas, the black wolf is in growth pine taigas, the chestnut wolf is in spruce taigas, the rusty wolf is in sparse jungles, the snowy wolf spawns in snowy groves, the spotted wolf is in savanna plateaus, the striped wolf spawns in wooded badlands, and finally, the wooded wolf spawns in forests. But the other addition to wolves is that they gave them personalities. Classic, big, cute, angry, grumpy, pugglin, and sad. These don't really do much except add sounds, but it's still so cool, and I feel like nobody really talked about it. The Piglin Brute is one of the most dangerous mobs in Minecraft, doing 9.5 hearts and being responsible for the deaths of some of the best Minecraft players ever. And so you don't suffer that exact fate, here's how you deal with a Piglin Brute. First, the don'ts. Brutes are not attracted to gold. Only regular piglins are, so don't use this to get out of a sticky situation. It won't work. Do not use a shield. Just like with PvP, if a piglin hits your shield with its axe, it stuns it, and then one-shots you. The last thing, and this is the most important, do not hit it. It is a piglin. If you hit it, that aggroes every single piglin in that bastion and makes this already unfavorable fight physically impossible. But if you need to kill a piglin, there's a couple legit ways how. One is to drop lava on it because the lava is doing the damage, not you. The other way is to spleef it, which is just to break the block beneath it so it falls to his death. He just tripped, guys! The Minecraft music you know and love has been accepted into the official US Library of Congress because it sounds so good. I'm not joking. The Library of Congress is the biggest library in the world and holds music from some of the most important artists ever, like Beethoven and Vivaldi and C418, and I can't lie, it makes me so happy. Only Volume Alpha has been accepted with classics like Sweden, Living Mice, and Dry Hands. These will now be recognized nationwide as important pieces of music. It will be preserved forever for its cultural, historical, and aesthetic significance. This music is now a national treasure. This just leaves a warm, happy feeling in my chest. Good job, USA. Okay, call me a baby, but is it just me, or is the void a little harsh? Wait, hear me out. Imagine you've just spent hours grinding in the nether for netherite armor and tools, just to mess up a speed bridge over the void and lose it all. Like, I get that the void is mainly accessible in the end, but isn't that usually where you have all the best stuff? The void makes even peaceful mode hardcore, because you're not getting that stuff back. Like, you should at least have an easier-ish way to get out. I know you can ender pearl, but that's not always an option. And the void deals true damage. No matter your armor, health, totems, you will die. And I can't imagine anyone is insane enough to come back from dying in the void. Again, I may just be a baby, but I feel like the void has made more people quit than you think. Conduits are one of the least used features in Minecraft. Only around 4% of players have ever even crafted one. But whether you think it's useless or underrated, understanding how the conduit works can completely change the way you explore underwater. To craft a conduit, surround a heart of the sea with 8 nautilus shells, which you get from buried treasure and fishing. To activate the conduit, you need to place it underwater surrounded by at least 16 prismarine blocks. When you do that, it'll open up, revealing the heart. You'll start to hear a heartbeat sound,
and you'll get the conduit power effect. This grants you underwater breathing, night vision, and haste. The range is 32 blocks or until you get out of the water. But if you up the Prismarine to 42 blocks, the heart changes into this, and the range switches from 32 to 96 blocks, and it deals damage to hostile mobs within 8 blocks. The only other thing to note is that it can be activated in rain. I know almost nobody uses this block, but I have a theory. I think the conduit might become more useful in the near future. The next Minecraft update will be the Aquatic Update 2, and I have pretty solid reasoning to think so. Okay, maybe it won't be fully an aquatic update, but it guaranteed will have something to do with water. If you haven't heard, an official Minecraft leaker, John, leaked one word: Nautilus. Now, this could mean two things. Either they're adding the Nautilus animal from 500 million years ago, or they're updating the Nautilus item. And literally the only thing the Nautilus currently does is craft the conduit, which means that's what's getting updated. And that actually makes more sense than you think it does. The conduit has been down in the dumps for years. Only 4% of players have ever even crafted one. Plus, the conduit has never been updated since it was added over 7 years ago, so it's due for an update. And those reasons make me confident that this will be an aquatic update, and not an end update. But hey, that's just a theory. Again, there is official Minecraft music written and finished by C418 himself that the public will never hear, and it's all because of Microsoft. The Minecraft soundtrack is one of the most classic in video game history, all written by one man, Daniel Rosenfeld, also known as C418. Originally, he wrote 2 volumes for Minecraft, Volume Alpha for the Overworld, and Volume Beta for the Nether and End. But there was a third one, an unnamed third volume that never made it to official Minecraft. It all started when Microsoft bought Mojang in 2014. All was fine for about 4 years, and 3 tracks were even released for the aquatic update: Axolotl, Shiniji, and Dragonfish. They were teasers for a full third album, confirmed to be finished by C418. But then he just disappeared. Not much is known why, and the only confirmed info is from C418 saying there were licensing issues after Microsoft acquired Mojang. Neither company has ever made a statement about it, but with other artists adding music to the game like Lena Renee and Amos Roddy, it's safe to say that we probably will never hear the third volume of Minecraft music. What the heck is this? This is supposed to be a spider face in Minecraft, but the head makes 0 sense. I think the vision is, these are the eyes, and these are the fangs. But if that's true, then why are the eyes all different shapes and sizes? Honestly, YouTuber Prism could not have said it better. These 2 thin red bits on the sides are the eyes, the big rectangle in the middle is a nose or a snout, and the red lines on the top are angry little eyebrows. But honestly, the one I can't unsee, these are the eyes. I don't know what this stuff is, but I can't unsee the eyes. What happens when you go past the world border in Minecraft? In most cases, you can't, and you just get stopped at about 30 million blocks. But with spectator mode, we can go past it for about 60 more blocks. Some people have made mods that let you go way farther, but the game kinda just breaks at that point. But if we go into Bedrock, this gets interesting. Bedrock has no world border, so things get pretty crazy after a while. When you get to about 500,000 blocks out, things get really cold and shuddery. The game just starts to break a bit. At about 3 million blocks, you get stuck in a white void, but when you finally load in, everything is super laggy. But if you go even further, at 9 million blocks, all mobs, including you, phase through the floor, textures break,
And this is only 1/10 of max Java world border. This is what Java looks like at 9 million blocks. And then at 16 million blocks, you're at the famous stripe lands. Bedrock was not meant to be pushed this far. There is a way to get off the nether roof, and all you need is one netherrack. The nether roof is widely considered unescapable, unless you have 10 obsidian for a portal, or just die. But the internet has found a way that lets you escape with practically nothing. First, you're gonna walk across the nether roof until the sky turns red. This signals that you're in a crimson forest, which is where piglins spawn most commonly. Then, place a platform. The bigger the better. Even a single block works, and if you wait long enough, zombified piglins spawn. This is because they can't spawn on bedrock, but they can spawn on other blocks. Kill the zombie piglin for a chance to get gold ingots or nuggets. If you have a crafting table, craft the nuggets into ingots. But if you don't, then after you get a fair amount of gold, wait for regular piglins to spawn. Trade your gold and they'll give you obsidian and fire charges to then teleport out of the nether. I really hope this helps one person save their hardcore world. About 4 months ago, I made a video exposing children for their fake Minecraft shorts slop. But the misinformation pandemic has gotten worse, and I feel it's my due diligence to combat misinformation. So let me introduce... Let's start off with the first one. I can 100% guarantee this one is fake, but let's try it anyways. Add the finishing redstone touches, and... yeah, this one's fake. I would say it was a joke, but everyone in the comments believed them, so it's fake. Okay, Editor Infinity here. I found out later this was true in Bedrock, but it says in the title, Minecraft Java TikTok hacks. Plus, it says Java in the description like 4 times, which is technically misinformation, I guess? This one has been proved wrong by Cosmetic Boot before, but let me explain it. Wolves attack things under 2 conditions. What has the biggest hitbox and what's been there the longest. Out of these 4 mobs, the Wither Skeleton has the biggest hitbox, being 3 blocks tall, so it goes for that first. But if it dies, the wolf will go for the Stray next, because it was placed first. Nice try though. Don't trust strangers on the internet, said the stranger on the internet. The Minecraft community was scammed out of what could have been the best base defense ever, but only in one difficulty. Everyone has used a door in Minecraft before. Whether it's to your base or in a village, you've used a door. And these work like a charm, stopping all mobs, except in one difficulty. In hard mode, zombies can break through wooden doors, but they still can't break through metal doors. There are 2 metal doors in Minecraft, iron and copper. Now, the main drawback of iron is that it requires a button or a lever to open, and that can make it hard to get through. But copper is different. It works just like a wood door where you can just open it. So my thought was it's an iron door, but cheaper and easier. But... it makes the wooden door breaking sound! That makes no sense! It's a metal door! Zombies can't break that! This could have been the best door in Minecraft! It makes a different sound! Sounds in Minecraft have progressively gotten better over the years. And honestly, back in the day, they were pretty unbearable. But I didn't realize how truly awful they were until I looked back myself. For example, the flint and steel. It has a pretty accurate sound. It sounds like flint hitting metal. But back in 1.3, it sounded like this. What is that? It sounds like it just died and slammed my desk. This next one, I don't feel like people talk about enough. I'm gonna play you 2 normal clips, and you have to hear the difference. In earlier updates, the walking on grass sound was the breaking grass sound. Thank Notch, they changed this. Can you imagine how annoying that would be? Oh, also honorable mention to 1.21 when they changed their piston sound to this, and then changed it back 3 days later because it was so terrible. That was a good change. Sound is an essential part of Minecraft. Without it, it would kind of just be... It would suck is what it would be. Sometimes Minecraft changes sounds, and 99% of the time, they're pretty good changes. But sometimes... For example, the water splashing sound. Before 1.9, it was this. A perfect, realistic sound, exactly like what you hear when you cannonball into a pool. So imagine our sadness when it changed to this. A less recognizable splash. But that isn't the worst one. I would like to talk about Minecraft's greatest sin. Every game has a recognizable sound. Mario with the size up, the Street Fighter Hadouken, and the Minecraft hurt sound. But not this one. This one. A classic, recognizable sound that was Minecraft. But in 2009, they changed it, and I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Everybody liked this. It didn't need to change. We need the oof back. I miss it so much. Oh god, I'm gonna hate myself for this. So there's a meme you might remember.
Chicken jockey.
That meme is long dead, but it popularized an interesting category of mobs. The jockeys. The chicken jockey is the most popular for reasons, but the others are cool too. The second most well-known is the spider jockey, with a 1% chance of spawning. Even rarer is the cave spider jockey. Technically, it also has a 1% chance of spawning, but only in mine shafts at the cave spider spawners, which makes it rarer. I don't know if you technically count this, but in Wave 5 of a raid, a pillager 100% of the time spawns on a Ravager. And finally, for just a couple of snapshots, there was a glitch where instead of a baby zombie riding a chicken, a baby drowned would ride it, making the rare 1 in 400 drowned jockey, only available for 5 snapshots, the rarest jockey in the overworld. But the Nether gets crazier. We are entering a new era of Minecraft PvP, and I totally predicted it. So I'm sure you've heard about a million times, but I promise this is different. In Minecraft Live yesterday, the new update Mounts of Mayhem was announced. They added the spear, a new weapon, the Nautilus, the zombie Nautilus, and the zombie horse made an appearance after 10 years. But you've already heard about that from everyone else. What I want to talk about is how PvP will never be the same. There's been 3 main PvP versions, 1.8 PvP, 1.16 PvP, and Mace PvP. But now there's a more OP weapon with the spear, because the Mace has counters like slow falling, but the spear won't. Kind of like the Mace, the spear's damage is based off of speed, and it's gonna have 2 main modes of attack. A jab, which I assume will do a set amount of damage for each tier, and charging it, which does more damage the faster you go. And it's better than the Mace, because its main purpose will be horizontal PvP. And I already know there are people working out whole theorems on how to one-shot people in Netherite. The future of PvP is changing, and it's a lot more violent. This is one of the rarest occurrences in Minecraft, and I guarantee you've never seen it before. This is actually part 2 of a video, part 1 is right here anyways. Today, we're focusing on the Nether. The most common is the zombified piglin riding on a strider. Both babies and adults can ride on it, with about a 1 in 30 chance. Zombified piglins have a 5% chance to spawn as a baby. And besides striders, they can ride baby hoglins, but also chickens? Has anyone seen this? But now, onto the strider. Whenever a strider spawns, it has a 5% chance to be ridden by either a piglin or another strider. Now, these days, this has a cap of 1 rider max, but for one update, the max was not 2, 3, or 4, it was 5. At a 1 in 6 million chance is the quintuple stacked strider. One of the rarest occurrences and something you will probably never see. Minecraft Mounts of Mayhem has given me new hope that one of the most wanted mobs who is creative only will finally be added to survival Minecraft. One of the most underrated parts of the newest update was the addition of the zombie horse after being creative only for 10 years. But there's another creative only mob that's been in the game for longer than the zombie horse, and that's the giant. The giant was added in February 2010, while Minecraft was still in depth 0.31. In the past, the community has desperately wanted the giant in the game, because I mean, come on. And if they added one creative only mob, who says they won't again? Minecraft speedrunning just changed forever, and it's all because of the spear. I know you've already heard this spiel like 20 times, so I'll keep it brief. The spear is a highly anticipated weapon that will be coming in the Minecraft Mounts of Mayhem drop. It has 2 modes, the jab and the charge, which will do more damage the faster you move at a target. Now, back to speedrunning. There exists a method to kill the dragon with 1 arrow, where you use the velocity of a dragon launch to give an arrow super speed and one-shot the dragon. Now, the only 2 things that could theoretically one-shot the dragon is an arrow and the mace. The problem with those is that it takes a while to get them, or you need to get really lucky. You either kill 3 spiders for string, or have a skeleton drop a bow, which can take a while. And you're not getting a trial map, finding a trial chamber, and getting the 2% heavy core drop for the mace, plus beating the game in 8 minutes. So most people just stick to the 1 cycle with beds. But when the spear is added, that might change. So far, we know the spear can be made out of iron, copper, gold, netherite, and diamonds. It only takes 1 ingot, which means it's not that much of a time loss, and people are surely gonna figure out glitches like the 1 arrow to one-shot the dragon with the spear, and we might enter a new era of faster, better speedrunning. Is copper armor worth it? As a proud copper hater, I say no. But let me prove it to you. Copper armor is in a tier between leather and iron, which isn't really that helpful. It has 5 less armor points, and it's less enchantable than gold. I don't think anyone will really use it in PvP, because the armor progression made sense. Leather, then iron, then diamond, then netherite. That didn't need to change. I don't know, copper just seems like the middleman. If they gave it a new enchantment, or if they add something to do with lightning, I feel like people would start to use it and it would be so much cooler. What if I told you that a Minecraft leak everyone believed, including you probably, was totally fake? As with all Minecraft updates, there was a fair amount of people trying to get a little sneak peek into Mounts of Mayhem before it was released. And the main way to do that is through leakers. Now, the only confirmed leaker in the Minecraft community is a guy named John, aka Roger Badgerman. But this update, about 16 days before, a Twitter account called Neptune popped up, claiming to be someone we knew from the past, with tons of hints that they were a leaker. They put out hints like the coordinates y-20 and a leak of the spear, but now we know all of these were totally fake. Turns out it was actually some random Polish YouTuber named Mion who trolled the whole internet and even got his own Kamen18 video with 2.5 million views. Honestly, respect. That's crazy. I'm an idiot. I'm so stupid. Oh my god. Okay, so I had a banger short idea for today. Minecraft has given the community a challenge where if we can summon 75 million copper golems before tomorrow, they'll release a cape. And I was gonna do a short where I speedrun summoning as many copper golems as possible in 1 hour. But I didn't press record! So I speedrun copper golems for an hour, not recording! I even have proof! This is my world! I'm on day 3! This is my inventory! This is not a faked inventory! I'm just stupid! So, to make up for this, in an hour, I will be speedrunning as many copper golems as I can for 5 hours live on Twitch. I'm so sorry, I'm so dumb. What is on every Minecraft player's mind right now is the end update. Will it be next? Can we peer pressure and bully Mojang like a high school bully so much that they finally listen? My guess is actually yes. Okay, hear me out. Mojang is a business, and just like everyone else, they need money to survive. And I think they maybe got the hint we want an end update. There's no way they haven't seen their requests. I have a bad feeling if we don't get it this time, there's gonna be an actual rebellion. Requests for an end update have been at an all-time high since 2020 in the Nether update. And at this point, people are so mad it would be a bad business move to not do an end update. And they might actively lose players if they don't. So, I feel like an end update is actually on the way. This Minecraft fact will change absolutely nothing about the way you play the game, but it's kind of funny. So, this block is half broken. The game is unfrozen. This is vanilla survival. So, how did I do it? Well, first, you have to understand a stat called block toughness. Every single block has a block toughness stat, which basically means how hard it is to break. With bedrock, of course, being the toughest, with a -1, meaning unbreakable. The next toughest is reinforced deep slate with a 55 toughness, followed by a block of netherite and obsidian. On the other side of the scale is blocks that take less than a second to break, or just instamine, like the mushroom block and beds. But anyways, back to whatever this is. To make it, grab a block with 0.0 toughness, like redstone dust or slime or honey, so you can still instamine it with your fist. Get a fair amount of these, about 32 or higher. Aim at the ground and spam place and break at the same time. As you can see, it starts to slowly break the block under it, and if you ever stop, it stays half broken, or you can totally break it. Sadly, if you start mining it again, it does restart. I don't really know what you can do with this, but it would make a cool magic trick. Minecraft finally has transportation everywhere, and that gave me an idea. Triathlons. In real life, a triathlon is a 17-hour-long race where racers swim, bike, and run huge distances. But running is for actually productive losers. So, what if we did it in Minecraft? Here's my vision. The race starts on foot. Both players have 2 speed 2 potions and a stack of food. They run for a while with a bit of parkour, and after a while, they come up on horses. Both have maxed out stats, and they have to go through a maze type thing. After that is boats, where it's a mix between ice and water boating, with maybe some drowns in the water. But the final challenge is a Nautilus dash, where you have to jump through hoops while timing dashes, and then you reach the end. Alright, I'll just say it. This update is sick! Spears, zombie horses, and Nautiluses were just added in Minecraft Snapshot 25W41A, and oh my god, it's so cool! First off, what everyone is talking about, the spear. It isn't as unbalanced as everyone said it would be. This hit to the warden did 22 and a half hearts. Now, before you freak out, that sounds like a lot, but look at this lead up. I'm like 300 blocks in the air. And for reference, the mace can do 22 and a half hearts with a fall of only 14 blocks. So yeah, it's pretty balanced. But you know what isn't balanced? Whatever this is. The zombie horse jockey is the first mob ever to be allowed to spawn with netherite. The other new mob is about as broken. The Nautilus, just like the horse, now spawns with 3 different stats: boost length, speed, and health. This update is really cool, and it changed Minecraft PvP and travel forever. Minecraft just added a new mob, and it might be the most dangerous ever. Okay, maybe ever is a bit of a stretch, but it's up there. We all know who I'm talking about, the zombie horsemen. Now, on its surface, this isn't a very dangerous mob. Like, sure, it's got a spear, but you can kill them relatively easy. But just like other zombies, they can spawn with different tiered armor and weapons. And the horseman is actually different, because it can spawn with netherite spears. That makes it 1,000 times more dangerous. Excuse me, did you just say they can spawn with netherite? Oh yeah, the zombie horseman can spawn with netherite spears. What? This is the first time netherite has ever spawned in the overworld. I really hope this is a bug. Because if it isn't, then it is theoretically possible for a zombie horseman in full diamond armor enchanted with a netherite spear also enchanted with a maxed out stats horse to spawn. If you ever see that, you are dead. The boat could die and never be used again because of the new Minecraft update. For 15 years, the boat has ruled the ocean since it was added in 2010. But the Nautilus could take over the oceans. The Nautilus is half the speed of a boat, but with perfectly timed dashes, the Nautilus is actually over 2 seconds faster on a 100-block dash. And the boat can't really keep up. Not to mention, it can go underwater while the boat is only on the water surface. And you get the breath of the Nautilus effect, which lets you breathe underwater. And another thing is that you can hold and use items on the back of the Nautilus while moving, when on a boat you can't even use a map. The thing is, if the Nautilus had been introduced a couple of months earlier, none of this would have been true, because you need a saddle to ride the Nautilus, which used to be hard to find, but now it's craftable. Honestly, the boat just can't keep up with the Nautilus, figuratively and literally. It's a battle of old veteran versus new hotshot, and I think I know the winner. Minecraft has gotten a ton of hate because of the spear, with people saying it's way too OP. But Mojang nerfed it too much. Let me explain. Ever since it was announced in Minecraft Live, people have seen flaws in the spear. It's basically a sideways mace, doing more damage the faster you travel, and it's dirt cheap. Even in the trailer, it one-shot a player in full netherite, which it absolutely cannot do. So I have a guess that Mojang nerfed it, and now it kinda sucks. And the enchantment they added for it doesn't really help. The new lunge enchantment gives you a boost when you jab with the spear, but it does a massive amount of durability. Like, way too much. It does 128 durability per use. That's enough to one-shot a wooden spear, two-shot stone, two-shot copper, two-shot iron, one-shot gold, 13-shot diamond, and 16-shot netherite. Imagine grinding for an hour for netherite and a lunge book just to use it 16 times. Wait, what if you just don't use the enchantment? Oh, shit. You can win a free Minecraft cape right now. Kinda. Okay, let me explain. When the Copper Age was released, Minecraft made a 3-part challenge for the Copper Cape to get released. First, they challenged the whole community to summon 75 million copper golems before October 6th. And we actually did it. The next challenge was to have copper golems sort 500 million items before October 13th, which was yesterday. And we did that too. So now, how to get the cape? This actually depends on what version you're playing, Bedrock or Java. For Bedrock, it's stupidly simple. Just place down a copper golem statue. I'm not joking, that's all you have to do. Even if you're in creative mode, this still counts. For Java, it's a little more complicated. You have 3 options. Watch 3 minutes of a Minecraft category TikTok livestream, or 5 minutes of a Minecraft category Twitch livestream. A code for you to redeem will show up in your inbox. Or, for the easiest option, travel to San Diego for TwitchCon, go to the Minecraft booth and get a code there. Simple. The boat could die and never be used again because of the new Minecraft update. For 15 years, the boat has ruled the ocean since it was added in 2010. But the Nautilus could take over the oceans. The Nautilus is half the speed of a boat, but with perfectly timed dashes, the Nautilus is actually over 2 seconds faster on a 100-block dash, and the boat can't really keep up. Not to mention, it can go underwater, while the boat is only on the water surface. And you get the Breath of the Nautilus effect, which lets you breathe underwater. And another thing is that you can hold and use items on the back of the Nautilus while moving, when on a boat, you can't even use a map. The thing is, if the Nautilus had been introduced a couple of months earlier, none of this would have been true, because you need a saddle to ride the Nautilus, which used to be hard to find, but now it's craftable. Honestly, the boat just can't keep up with the Nautilus, figuratively and literally. It's a battle of old veteran versus new hotshot, and I think I know the winner. Minecraft has gotten a ton of hate because of the spear, with people saying it's way too OP. But Mojang nerfed it too much. Let me explain. Ever since it was announced in Minecraft Live, people have seen flaws in the spear. It's basically a sideways mace, doing more damage the faster you travel, and it's dirt cheap. Even in the trailer, it one-shot a player in full netherite, which it absolutely cannot do. So I have a guess that Mojang nerfed it, and now it kinda sucks. And the enchantment they added for it doesn't really help. The new lunge enchantment gives you a boost when you jab with the spear, but it does a massive amount of durability. Like, way too much. It does 128 durability per use. That's enough to one-shot a wooden spear, two-shot stone, two-shot copper, two-shot iron, one-shot gold, 13-shot diamond, and 16-shot netherite. Imagine grinding for an hour for netherite and a lunge book just to use it 16 times. Wait, what if you just don't use the enchantment? Oh, shit. You can win a free Minecraft cape right now. Kinda. Okay, let me explain. When the Copper Age was released, Minecraft made a 3-part challenge for the Copper Cape to get released. First, they challenged the whole community to summon 75 million copper golems before October 6th. And we actually did it. The next challenge was to have copper golems sort 500 million items before October 13th, which was yesterday. And we did that too. So now, how to get the cape? This actually depends on what version you're playing, Bedrock or Java. For Bedrock, it's stupidly simple. Just place down a copper golem statue. I'm not joking, that's all you have to do. Even if you're in creative mode, this still counts. For Java, it's a little more complicated. You have 3 options. Watch 3 minutes of a Minecraft category TikTok livestream, or 5 minutes of a Minecraft category Twitch livestream. A code for you to redeem will show up in your inbox. Or, for the easiest option, travel to San Diego for TwitchCon, go to the Minecraft booth, and get a code there. Simple! Monthly Infinity72 Brain Cell Loss Q&A number 3. Are you gonna make/create an Infinity SMP? I love the idea of having an SMP, and I actually tried Tubbo's play.hosting for a while, but then it died. But if you guys actually want an SMP, tell me and it could happen. When will you collab with other YouTubers? Cameron18. I would love to collab with him, but it's not really up to me. Usually the person with more subs decides, and I guarantee he's never heard of me before. He doesn't even know I exist! Who was your inspiration to start making content? TommyInnit, RecRap, Ludwig, and Kaman. I got into the Dream SMP the day it ended and thought, that looks fun, and then uploaded this abomination. Did you copy Kaman's video idea for this? No. What's your favorite Minecraft painting? In my younger, less cultured youth, I probably would have said something like Pig Scene because it's really funny, but now I'd say the 4 secret paintings obtained only by commands are up there, with Humble in a close second. Now put your questions in the comments and next month I might answer. Ew! So Minecraft just ruined the game, but only if you're poor. Oh, okay, let me explain. One of the biggest drawbacks of playing Java Edition is that if you don't have a very good computer, it's really laggy. I wouldn't know anything about that. One way to fix this lag is to adjust settings. The main one is graphics with fast, fancy, and fabulous. Fast graphics totally changes the look of some blocks. Let me show you what it changed. Before 1.21.9, after 1.21.9. What? That doesn't even look like leaves. It's so disgusting. What leaves have ever looked like this? This is literally unplayable. The rarest thing in Minecraft could happen to you, and I guarantee you wouldn't even notice. When I say the word rare, what do you think of? Maybe pink sheep or deep slate emerald ore, but those are visual. This is a rare audio. At the very end of the game, when you're placing eyes in the end portal, it makes this noise. This can be in 40 different perceivable pitches, which is randomly decided with a 1 in 40 or a 2.5% chance for each pitch. I think you see where this is going. To get the exact same sound twice in a row is a 1 in 40. 3 in a row is 1 in 1600, 4 is 6400, and to get 12 in a row of the exact same sound is a 1 in 419 quadrillion chance. Nobody's getting this. This is the rarest thing in all of Minecraft. This room went from absolutely nothing to the most famous room in all of Minecraft overnight. And it's all because of the Minecraft movie. The Woodland Mansion has 52 distinct different rooms, some better than others. This room, you recognize it, used to be just another unknown random room. But then... No!
Chicken jockey!
Please, have mercy! No!
Chicken jockey!
The Chicken Jockey Room, more accurately named Arena Room, absolutely skyrocketed in popularity because of this incredibly dumb meme. The funniest part is that it's actually one of the best rooms in the whole mansion, not because of its design, but because it's one of the 11 out of 52 rooms that actually has loot in it, having name tags, golden apples, iron, and armor trims. This is the Google Trends search graph for Chicken Jockey. And this is where the Minecraft movie came out. It went from 0 searches a day to 5,000 on April 4th. Now, fans are recreating it in survival, building mods around it, and even making mini-games, all because a zombie rode a chicken in a movie. This world is so rotted, we're all cooked. How well do you know the different rooms in a woodland mansion? The Woodland Mansion has 52 different rooms, all with their own recognizable features, and all with different names. How well do you think you know them? I mean, it's like the rarest structure in the game, so probably not great. But let's test it with the Woodland Mansion room game. I'm gonna give you a Woodland Mansion room, and you have to tell me its name. First, an easy one. What is this room? Probably one of the most well-known rooms in the mansion, this is the map room. Next, a medium one. What is this room? This one is called Chicken Statue Room. In the final level, I guarantee nobody will get this one. What is this room? This is Large Dining Room 3. Come on, how did you not get that? It's so obvious. What is this item? No, really, say it out loud. What is this item? This is the structure void. At first, it's not clear what this block does. It's totally invisible, only accessible through commands. You can kinda just walk through it, and the only use seems to be to interrupt liquids. And the Minecraft wiki description really doesn't help. Structure voids can be placed as a part of a structure and are ignored when the structure file is saved. This results in one evolution where that makes no sense. So, what does it actually do? Structure voids are invisible blocks that protect everything beneath where they are placed when the world is loaded. Any block where a structure void is placed won't be replaced, letting you add your structure without breaking the walls, floors, or other existing blocks. So now, the question is, has anyone, ever used this? I don't think I've ever seen anyone ever place one. Why I took a break from the internet. So, as you might have noticed, I took a break from making videos for a while, and it's made me wanna die. But I had some genuinely good reasons. One, the hate was getting to me. I know every YouTuber has a story about this, but hate gets to you. I can only be called a Catman copy so many times, even though I kinda am. Two, I was getting burnt out. Burnout is very real, and it's an absolute... Let me take you through how almost all of these videos were made. I'd come home from school, tell myself I'd make a video, scroll for 3 hours, get tired, still with no video, go to bed, and then wake up at 3 a.m., panic make a slot video just to be late for school, which is why videos like this exist. I tried to fix it by uploading every other day, but
that just made everything worse. I was not happy. 4. I felt like everyone else was doing it better than me. Everyone else, including friends, were blowing up. And I wasn't. Everyone was funnier and more creative and more successful and smarter. It was too much. So I took a break, and that brings us to today. I thought a lot over this break. I know, it's shocking. It hurt. If you can't tell, I love making videos. It's my way to de-stress. I was thinking of it more about views than a passion, but seeing that people actually noticed I was gone and were worried about me was shocking. I'm happy to announce that I'm going back to daily. I'm a daily creator through and through, and I was stupid to think anything else. But this time with less pressure. I'm a high school student with a crazy dream. I've built a perfect audience in you guys. No more 3 a.m. alarms, and I'm gonna stop comparing myself to others. It's about passion, not views. I'm a lot happier after my break. I'll be in a much healthier schedule, and I look forward to the rest of the year. Thank you for sticking with me, and I'll see you tomorrow in a regular Minecraft short. Have you ever just been searching for that one specific biome, but you just can't find it? Well, there's actually a reason for that. Temperature zones. Every biome has a temperature zone. For example, deserts are hot, and snowy plains are cold. But in all seriousness, all biomes have a temperature value between 2 and 0. These values fall into 4 main temperature categories. Cold biomes, think snowy plains and frozen peaks. These are the freezing places. Snow falls instead of rain and water can freeze. Next warmest is temperate biomes. For example, forests and plains. It's pretty average weather, it rains but doesn't snow and water doesn't freeze. Even warmer is warm biomes, like savannas and bamboo jungles. These are incredibly dry biomes, sometimes with yellow grass and again, only rain. And the final, warmest biome type, being deserts, badlands, and all nether biomes, hot biomes. Hot biomes are extremely sunny. It never rains, even with commands. There's rarely any water, and sometimes it even evaporates entirely. Okay, that's fine, but literally who cares? Well, imagine you're trying to find a cherry grove and you're in a desert. The desert is a hot biome, and cherry is a temperate biome. Biomes of a similar temperature always spawn close to each other, so by using this chart, you can slowly go to biomes that are colder and colder until you find a cherry blossom biome. I got scammed by the 3rd biggest Minecraft server in the world. Let me explain. Disclaimer. This shameless plug is necessary to the story. Do not scroll. I stream live on Twitch, playing The Hive for about 2 hours every Sunday. As on most servers, The Hive offers a creator role that gives special perks like infinite custom servers, a red name tag, and larger party sizes. The only requirements being 5,000 YouTube subscribers and consistent 3K views on videos. Hey, I have both of those, so I applied, looking forward to my next amazing, wonderful, professional stream. I got denied! Hey there, thank you for taking the time to complete the application to become a Hive partner. Unfortunately, we can't accept your application at this time. Please reapply once you meet our requirements. 5K subs, 3K consistent views. But I do meet the requirements. So like the true Karen I am, I demanded to see the manager and I responded.
Hi, I hope you're doing well. I saw that you recently designed our best Hive partner email.
Now that that's cleared up, I can go back to streaming as normal. Thanks for reaching out. Period.
Unfortunately, we are not currently accepting applications from those that mainly create content on TikTok and those that mainly upload YouTube shorts? What? I'm being discriminated against because I'm a shorts creator? I understand if I had like 20 videos, but I have 330. Have I not earned it at this point? I think the Hive hates me now. And that's the story of how the Epic Siege mod, one of the most difficult challenge mods Minecraft has to offer. Some of its features include skeletons with insane range, stacking mobs, and zombies with items. My friend Cosmetic Boot recently failed this challenge because he sucks. So now it's time to step aside and let the real pro show you how it's done. I loaded into the world and got wood as normal, actually feeling pretty confident. Oh, you poor innocent soul. Per the challenge rules, all I have to do is survive one night. I found a ravine for stone and jumped down into it. I got some stone, and right after I got my first pickaxe, I heard an explosion nearby. That sounded close. But I pressed on and stumbled across my first iron, which I promptly mined before hearing another explosion. I soon found out that was just a part of living in this terrifying world. And then I found out what the exploding was. I made a sword, bucket, and geared up before finding possibly my only friend in this cruel world, and named him Gerald. After trying to kill food, I realized how much of a challenge this mod truly is. On a side note, if this isn't the most terrifying thing you've seen all day, I thought maybe killing chickens would be a better solution than cows because of the heart difference. But then... I didn't even make it tonight and died to a chicken. Oh my god. You make Minecraft boring. Yeah, that's right, you, the one watching this video. One of the main complaints about Minecraft is that after a couple of weeks, it gets boring. Single player servers, it's all the same. This is called the 2-week phase. And it's not Minecraft's fault, it's your fault. Imagine with me for a second. You need iron. There are two kinds of people. One needs iron. They take an hour trip down into the mines and get about a stack of iron, fighting mobs and maybe finding another structure. The second guy needs iron. So he goes on YouTube, searches up a tutorial, and gets 400 iron an hour from his new iron farm. Now, there's nothing wrong with playing the game in either of these ways, kinda, but I don't really feel like it's fair to call Minecraft boring and then go to your totem and netherite farm. Minecraft is an action/adventure game. You can't judge Minecraft for being boring if you don't adventure or have any action and just build farms for everything in the game. Give Minecraft a chance to prove itself before you judge it. There is one death that I will never judge anyone for. Player was shot by skeleton. Why are they so accurate even in easy mode? In hard mode, a zombie does 2 hearts. Spiders do 1.5. Skeletons? Yeah, they do 3.5 and can 4-tap you from 16 blocks. Like, I would understand if they had 3 hearts or something, but they have 10, the same amount as a player. The only counter to the skeleton is a shield, but that requires iron, which is where the skeleton is. Do you see where I'm going with this? The skeleton is way too OP for early game. A ranged mob that can 4-tap you does knockback and has 10 hearts. People are talking about how OP the creeper is. What about the skeleton? There's no wonder it's the cause of 15% of all deaths in Minecraft. I can tell if you're kinda
I'm gonna ask you 4 questions. Yep, finals are coming early, come on, you gotta keep up. And based on your answers, I'll determine how old you are. First question, what level do you mine diamonds at? The correct answer is Y-59, which got changed from Y12 before the world got bigger in 1.18. Okay, but that's pretty common knowledge at this point. Next question. What is this biome called? The modern correct answer is Badlands. But when they were added in 1.13, they originally went by Mesa before being changed in 1.18 again? Jeez, how much did 1.18 ruin? You'd be surprised how many people didn't know that it's Badlands. Another question. What is this block called? If you said daylight sensor, you're old and right. But if you said daylight detector, you're a psychopath. Why is it called this? This is the worst name change ever. I just sound like a loser whenever I say it. Hey man, can you craft a daylight detector? You're forgetting I hate you now. And the final question, this one's for you oldies. What is this mechanic called? This is called bobbing, and it's the fastest we can go in water, except for boats, before swimming was added in 1.13. I now know how old you are. If you got 2 or less right, you're probably a kid, like 6 to 11, or you just don't play Minecraft. If you got 3 right, you're pretty normal. I assume somewhere from 12 to 16. But if you got all 4 right, you're basically on your deathbed. Us 17 to 25-year-olds won't last much longer. Guys, I won a Bed Wars game. Okay, this might not seem like a big deal, but I suck at Minecraft. And as an aspiring YouTuber, that's not great. But I won, and I'm proud of it. After covering my bed, I noticed Blue got to diamonds first. I now hate him. My plan was to kill him for diamond gen, but I skillfully decided against it. Now, my bed defense is wood then wool, but that doesn't matter if you're not paying attention. After fending off Blue, I went on my own counter rush with the plan to fireball his bed and... Oh my god, I'm so bad at Minecraft. But he made a mistake, and I took advantage. Killing his bed, and heroically running like a chicken, but he followed, and I somehow won this fight. Blue was dead, and there was 4 people left. While I was getting all of the emeralds on the map, I noticed Pink and White fighting, which meant Pink's bed was open. Unfortunately, Pink died, which meant there was base defense, but I killed them not once, not twice, not thrice, not twice, but just as I was about to get the final kill, Yellow came over invis. I 2v1 someone invis with Diamond. Don't ask, I don't know. I then went over to Yellow and... I won! With 9 kills, 4 of them final kills. There is one block in Minecraft that is worse than any other. It's made people cry, quit the game, and even go outside. This horrifying block is the pumpkin. Now,
I like pumpkin pie as much as the next guy, but I'm talking about the art of the pumpkin. Now, it's pretty common knowledge that you grow pumpkins from pumpkin seeds, which grow on a vine, which grows pumpkins, which is where they get their stems from. So if that's true, tell me why the stem grows into the side of the pumpkin, totally detached from the vine. Oh, and we're just getting started. Now, some Minecraft devs were lazy, and they didn't design a bottom texture for some blocks, like the crafting table and the respawn anchor. But for the pumpkin, they kinda just took the top and put it on the bottom, which is why there's 2 stems. This last one isn't the biggest deal, but it's still annoying. No matter how you place a pumpkin, it will always face northwest, but the second you shear it, it switches to the other side. This is like a death by 1,000 cuts kind of thing. The pumpkin is great, but there's so many tiny things that I just hate it. Tomorrow is Christmas, so it's time to get your world into the Christmas spirit. One easy switch to start with is putting white stained glass on your window. Make sure you're in a snowy biome or there's snow around your house, obviously. This makes it look like there's frost on them and gives it a cozy look. For outside, put lights on everything. Trees, house, just take any color of stained glass, and if you want actual light, give yourself the light block and put it on your glass. I mean, come on, this belongs on a Christmas card. Another thing you can do is add snowmen. The closest thing we have is snow golems, but just trust. First, so your snow golem doesn't run away, type this command so it has no AI, and then shear it, and you have a snowman. And the last thing you can do is change your skin, whether that's a Santa hat or a full-on Christmas outfit. You'd be surprised how much this helps your Christmas spirit. I hope this makes your world even a little more jolly. Merry Christmas. It's Christmas, a time of love, giving, and kindness. But I'm not feeling like too good of a kid this year, so let me show you something festive. From December 24th to 26th, all Minecraft chests and double chests look like presents. All chests. Which means trap chests lose the red border around the lock, meaning they're identical to regular chests, which makes a perfect trap for a Christmas party. There is a setting in Minecraft thousands of people use that changes absolutely nothing about the game, and I guarantee you've never heard of it. I'm talking about the main hand feature. Literally, who uses this? For years, the community has thought Steve was right-handed, but deep in the skin customization settings is a button that makes him ambidextrous. I apologize for the angle, but you can't tell me this looks right. And this is even worse. It just hurts my soul. The only possible thing I could see this being useful in would be confusing an enemy thinking your shield's the wrong side, but this just doesn't work. Does anyone actually use this setting? I just don't see a reason to. It sucks. And that's it. That is every video I posted in 2025. Thank you for a great YouTube year, and if you appreciate the grind, then please consider subscribing. Thanks for watching. You're a real one if you got to this point. I hope you have a great day.